Welcome to Sleep Theories, the channel where we explore the mysterious, the hidden, and the stories that leave us questioning everything we thought we knew. Tonight, we dive into a tale inspired by one of the most debated events in modern history, the assassination of John F. Kennedy. But this story isn't about conspiracy theories. It's about a man who stumbled upon undeniable proof of a cover-up and found himself in a fight for his life to expose the truth. Before we begin, I'd love to hear from you. Where are you listening from, and what time is it right now? It's amazing how stories like these connect us across time zones and places. And if you enjoy unravelling the mysteries of history in a calm, thought-provoking way, don't forget to subscribe to Sleep Theories. Now, find a comfortable spot, close your eyes, and let's begin tonight's story. Jason Hart never imagined his government job would lead him to fear for his life. At 37, Jason had spent nearly a decade as a data analyst for a classified branch of the Department of Justice. His work was straightforward, if not monotonous, reviewing old case files, compiling statistics, and ensuring information stayed where it was supposed to stay. Jason liked the stability, the quiet routine of his life. He wasn't the type to question authority or chase after hidden truths. But all of that changed one ordinary Wednesday afternoon. Jason's office was a nondescript cubicle in a secure building outside of Washington, D.C. The walls were grey, the lighting harsh, and the coffee perpetually stale. On this particular day, Jason was working through a backlog of old CIA and FBI case files marked for internal review. Most of them were mundane. Redacted memos about long-closed investigations, bureaucratic chatter, and the occasional bit of Cold War paranoia. It was mind-numbing work, and Jason often found himself zoning out, his fingers mechanically scrolling through page after page. He settled into his worn office chair, the cushion compressed to the point of discomfort from years of use, and adjusted the angle of his monitor. The screen emitted a faint hum, blending seamlessly with the quiet clatter of keyboards in the adjacent cubicles. Occasionally he could hear muffled snippets of conversations from colleagues, though no one spoke louder than necessary. In this line of work, discretion was not just encouraged, it was mandatory. Jason's desk was as unremarkable as the office itself. A neatly stacked pile of file folders sat on one corner, a mug filled with an assortment of pens on another. A faded photo of his younger self and his parents sat in a simple frame, a reminder of a life that felt worlds away from the tightly controlled environment he now operated in. The only hint of personality in his workspace was a small stress ball shaped like the Earth, which he occasionally squeezed absent-mindedly as he worked. The task at hand was repetitive but familiar. He was combing through archived documents to verify that sensitive information had been properly categorized and secured. Each file was a window into the past, though most were dull snapshots of bureaucracy, records of mundane investigations, outdated protocols, and procedural updates long since rendered irrelevant. Yet every so often, the document would catch his eye, something slightly out of place, an odd phrasing or a name that didn't seem to belong. That was part of what made Jason good at his job. He had a knack for spotting anomalies, the little details others might overlook. It wasn't that he was overly curious, he simply liked order, and inconsistencies were like splinters in his otherwise tidy mental framework. Today, however, the files seemed particularly unremarkable, and his mind began to wander. He glanced at the clock on the wall, its second hand ticking steadily toward lunchtime. Time always seemed to move slower in this building, as if the walls themselves conspired to stretch the hours. Jason sighed and took a sip from his coffee mug, wincing at the lukewarm bitterness. He made a mental note to brew a fresh pot later, though he knew he probably wouldn't. Routine had a way of dulling even the smallest ambitions. As his gaze drifted back to his screen, he noticed a folder he hadn't seen before. It wasn't unusual for files to appear unexpectedly. Sometimes supervisors added tasks without warning, assuming analysts would simply get to them in due course. Still, the folder's title struck him as odd. Confidential, Special Review. Most of the files he dealt with were part of larger collections, with clear naming conventions that reflected their contents. This one stood out for its vagueness. Jason hesitated, his cursor hovering over the folder's icon. It wasn't that he suspected anything unusual, at least not yet, but something about the starkness of the label made him pause. He glanced around the office, noting that his nearest co-workers were absorbed in their own tasks, oblivious to his moment of indecision. With a small shrug, he double-clicked the folder. The file structure inside was clean and minimal, just a handful of documents, each with similarly nondescript titles. Jason clicked on the first one, a scanned memo from decades earlier. The typewritten text was slightly blurred, the edges of the paper faintly yellowed. It looked like any number of other memos he'd reviewed over the years, the kind of document that had been copied and stored so many times it had lost all significance. Yet, as he began to read, he noticed something unusual. The memo referenced a high-priority operation involving multiple agencies, but it lacked the usual bureaucratic jargon. The language was blunt, almost conversational, which was rare in official communications. Jason leaned closer to the screen, his brow furrowing as he scanned the rest of the document. It was vague, but there were mentions of directives from the highest level, and sensitive outcomes requiring absolute discretion. Jason's instincts kicked in, a flicker of unease sparking in the back of his mind. He couldn't quite put his finger on it, but something about the tone felt wrong. He reached for his stress ball, squeezing it absent-mindedly as he reread the memo. A nagging thought formed in his mind. Maybe this was more than just an old, unimportant file. He moved on to the next document, his curiosity now fully engaged. As the page loaded, Jason adjusted his glasses and prepared for another round of bureaucratic monotony. But the more he read, the more a strange sensation began to creep over him, a sense that he was venturing into territory he wasn't meant to see. But one file caught his attention. The folder was marked Top Secret, Operation Patriot. The name meant nothing to him, but the subheading grabbed his curiosity. Dallas Contingency Planning, November 1963. Jason felt a chill creep up his spine as he opened the file. He'd always been fascinated by the JFK assassination, though he'd never believed the wilder conspiracy theories. But this file, buried deep in the system, seemed to suggest there was more to the story. The first few pages were innocuous. Logistics, travel plans, and memos about security protocols. But as he scrolled further, the tone shifted. Jason's eyes widened as he read a memo from a high-ranking official detailing the need for absolute control over the narrative in the event of a Dallas incident. The document referenced individuals with code names and included phrases like plausible deniability and coordinated disinformation efforts. Jason leaned closer to his screen, his heart pounding. The language was vague enough to avoid outright accusations, but the implications were clear. This wasn't about protecting the president. It was about preparing for the fallout from his death. He hesitated for a moment, his fingers hovering over the keyboard. He knew he shouldn't dig any deeper. His clearance allowed him access to these files, but reading them and understanding them was another matter entirely. But his curiosity burned too brightly to ignore. He opened the next document. This one was worse. It was a transcript of a conversation between two officials, one of whom was labelled Director. The dialogue was chilling in its frankness. Are the assets in place? Yes, Dallas is secured, Fall Guy is ready. Good, this has to look clean. No loose ends. Jason's stomach churned. The Fall Guy? They were talking about Lee Harvey Oswald, weren't they? He read further, finding references to altered ballistics reports, instructions to remove inconvenient witnesses, and even plans to intimidate local law enforcement into silence. The more he read, the clearer it became. This wasn't speculation or theory. This was a roadmap for covering up a murder. Jason pushed his chair back, his heart racing. He glanced around the office, half expecting someone to appear and yank him away from his desk. But the room was quiet, the hum of computers and faint rustle of papers the only sounds. He took a deep breath, trying to steady himself. This couldn't be real, could it? It had to be some kind of elaborate prank or disinformation campaign. But the official seals, the timestamps, the signatures, they all looked legitimate. He knew he should stop, report the file and move on, but he couldn't. He opened another document, this one a photographic scan of a handwritten note. The handwriting was neat, the tone matter-of-fact. Ensure ZR-104 is neutralised before the press gets wind of his testimony. The autopsy report is to remain classified indefinitely. Jason froze. ZR-104. He'd heard whispers of that code name before in conspiracy circles. It was rumoured to be connected to a key witness who had died under mysterious circumstances. His hands trembled as he saved the files to a secure flash drive, telling himself it was just for review later. But deep down, he knew he was crossing a line. That night, Jason barely slept. He lay awake in his small apartment, the flash drive tucked under his pillow like a lifeline. Every sound, the creak of the floorboards, the hum of the refrigerator, felt amplified, sinister. His mind raced with questions. What did he do with this information? Could he trust anyone with it? Would anyone even believe him? The pale glow of a street lamp filtered through the slats of his blinds, casting uneven shadows across the room. Jason stared at the ceiling, his chest tight with unease. He felt like he was teetering on the edge of something vast and dangerous, an invisible precipice that threatened to swallow him whole. The weight of the flash drive beneath his pillow seemed to press into his skull, a constant reminder of the choice he'd made to take it. His rational mind told him he should never have taken the files. He'd crossed a line, one he couldn't uncross, and now there was no telling what the repercussions would be. Yet despite the fear clawing at his insides, he couldn't shake the feeling that he'd done the right thing. The documents he'd seen were too significant, too damning, to be left buried in some forgotten digital archive. People deserved to know the truth, didn't they? But the truth came with risks. Jason knew enough about the system he worked within to understand how deeply it could bury things and people when necessary. He'd heard stories over the years, whispered rumours of individuals who'd asked too many questions or dug too deeply into classified matters. They were reassigned, silenced, or simply disappeared from the bureaucratic machine without a trace. Jason had always dismissed those stories as paranoia, but now they didn't seem so far-fetched. His pulse quickened as a thought occurred to him. What if someone already knew what he'd done? His heart pounded in his chest as he sat up, throwing the blanket off. He walked to the window, parting the blinds just enough to peer outside. The street below was quiet, the occasional car passing by on its way to nowhere important. But there! A black sedan parked across the street, its engine off, the silhouette of someone inside barely visible against the faint interior glow. Jason's stomach dropped. He told himself it could be anyone, a neighbour, a passerby taking a break. But his instincts screamed otherwise. He released the blinds and backed away from the window, his breathing shallow. The apartment, once a sanctuary, now felt like a trap, its walls too thin, its spaces too exposed. He returned to the bed, sitting on the edge with his head in his hands. He couldn't keep living like this, jumping at every shadow and second-guessing every sound. But what were his options? Turning the flash drive over to the authorities seemed impossible now. If the documents he'd seen implicated people at the highest levels of government, who could he even trust? And if he went public, he'd be painting a target on his back. The minutes stretched into hours, the glow of dawn beginning to seep through the blinds. Jason's body ached with exhaustion, but his mind refused to let him rest. Every creak of the building felt like footsteps, every faint sound like a whisper of danger. He clutched the flash drive tightly in his hand, its cool surface grounding him in the present. He didn't have answers yet, but one thing was clear. He couldn't stay here. Not like this. Not anymore. The next morning, his unease turned to dread. As he approached his office building, he noticed a black SUV parked near the entrance. It was unmarked, its windows tinted to an almost mirror-like sheen. Two men in suits stood nearby, their postures rigid and military, their eyes scanning the area like hawks. Jason hesitated mid-step, his pulse quickening in his chest. He told himself it had to be a coincidence. Maybe they were from another agency, handling unrelated business. But as he reached for his ID badge to swipe at the security gate, one of the men glanced sharply in his direction. It was fleeting, but deliberate enough to feel like a cold hand gripping the back of his neck. Inside, the atmosphere felt off. The usual buzz of activity and chatter was subdued, the office quieter than it should have been for a weekday morning. Colleagues who normally greeted him with a nod or a smile seemed distracted, their conversations hushed and guarded. Jason felt exposed, like an invisible spotlight was following his every move. He made his way to his desk, his movements stiff and robotic, his mind screaming at him to act normal. Then came the email. It popped up on his screen with a quiet ding. The sender was anonymous, and the subject line was blank. The message itself was chilling in its simplicity. We know everything. Jason's blood ran cold. His hand hovered over the mouse. unsure whether to delete the message or leave it untouched. His eyes darted to his bag, where the flash drive lay hidden beneath a folder of innocuous paperwork. How could anyone know? He'd been so careful. His heart thudded in his chest as paranoia took root. Were there cameras in his apartment he hadn't noticed? Had someone been watching him even before he realised he was being followed? His instincts kicked in. He grabbed his belongings, standing so quickly his chair nearly toppled over. With a deep breath he tried to compose himself, striding toward the exit as calmly as he could manage. Every step felt like it carried the weight of 1,000 eyes. The elevator ride down stretched into eternity. Each floor dinged. Each pause seemed to hold the threat of a confrontation. Jason clenched his fists, willing his expression to remain neutral. When the doors finally opened to the ground floor, he stepped out and walked briskly toward the main entrance, his mind rehearsing plausible excuses in case someone stopped him. But no one did, until he stepped outside. The black SUV was still there, idling now, as though waiting for him. One of the men in suits, tall, broad-shouldered and wearing dark sunglasses, turned toward him. Their eyes locked for a fraction of a second, and Jason saw the man speak into a device clipped to his lapel. Jason didn't wait to find out what he was saying. He bolted. He darted down the sidewalk, weaving through the morning crowd with practiced agility. The sound of his heartbeat roared in his ears, drowning out the ambient noise of the city. He risked a glance over his shoulder and saw the two men following him, not running, but walking quickly, their expressions calm and determined. They didn't need to rush. They were hunters, and Jason was the prey. Turning sharply into an alley, Jason tried to think. He needed a plan, a way to shake them off his trail. He reached for his phone, fumbling with the screen as he dialed the only person he thought might help, an old college friend, Mark, who had become an investigative journalist. The line rang once, twice, 3 times before going to voicemail. Jason cursed under his breath, leaving a hurried message. "Mark, it's Jason. I can't explain everything right now, but I have something big. Huge. I'm being followed. I need your help. Call me as soon as you get this." He hung up, his hands trembling. The sound of footsteps at the mouth of the alley jolted him into motion. Jason ran again, ducking through side streets and slipping into crowded areas whenever he could. The chase stretched into hours, the men in suits always seeming to appear just when he thought he'd lost them. By nightfall, he found himself in a rundown motel on the edge of the city, the flash drive clutched tightly in his hand. The room was dark, illuminated only by the dim yellow glow of a single bedside lamp. Jason sat on the edge of the bed, his body trembling with exhaustion and fear. The flash drive felt heavier now, as if the weight of its secrets had become physical. He knew he couldn't keep running forever. He had to do something. Pulling his laptop from his bag, he connected to the motel's painfully slow Wi-Fi. He opened an encrypted email service and began typing furiously, attaching the files one by one. He sent them to every journalist, whistleblower organisation, and trusted contact he could think of. Each email felt like a small victory, but also a step closer to an inevitable reckoning. As the last email sent, Jason leaned back, exhaling shakily. For the first time in days, he felt a flicker of relief, but it was short-lived. A faint hum reached his ears, growing louder with each passing second. Jason froze, his eyes darting to the window. He peeked through the curtains and saw it. The black SUV, parked under a flickering streetlight. The engine idled, its presence an ominous reminder that his time had run out. Jason's pulse quickened as he turned off his laptop, shoving it back into his bag along with the now empty flash drive. He couldn't stay here. He had to move. But as he grabbed his belongings and reached for the door, he heard footsteps approaching the room. They were slow, deliberate and unhurried, the sound of people who already knew they had won. Jason backed away from the door, his breath coming in shallow gasps. His eyes darted around the room, searching for an escape, but there was none. The faint knock on the door was almost polite, but it carried a weight that made Jason's knees weak. "Mr. Hart," a voice called from the other side. It was calm, even friendly, but Jason could hear the edge beneath it. "We just want to talk." Jason didn't answer. His mind raced, torn between surrendering and whatever slim chance he might have at escape. The knock came again, firmer this time. "Open the door, Mr. Hart. You've made things very complicated for yourself." Jason swallowed hard, his back pressed against the far wall of the room. He didn't move, didn't breathe. The silence stretched, the tension in the air thick enough to choke on. And then, with a crash, the door splintered open. The last thing Jason saw was the silhouette of a man stepping through the doorway, a glint of something metallic in his hand. And then, the world went dark. Thank you for joining us on Sleep Theories. As you drift off tonight, let Jason's story remind you that the pursuit of truth often comes at a price, and sometimes the greatest stories are hidden in the places we least expect. Sleep well and sweet dreams. Edward Harker wasn't your average billionaire. He wasn't interested in flashy cars, towering skyscrapers, or jet-setting to exotic locales. No, Harker's obsession was rooted in something far more unusual. From the outside, he was a tech magnate, a man who'd built an empire of innovations that transformed industries and amassed him unimaginable wealth. But behind closed doors, he harboured a secret fascination, an unshakable belief that the Earth was flat. This wasn't just a passing curiosity or the idle musings of a man with too much time on his hands. For Harker, it was a conviction that had taken root in the deepest recesses of his mind, growing steadily over the years. It had started innocently enough, with late-night internet searches and debates in obscure online forums. But what began as a hobby had spiralled into a full-fledged obsession that consumed him. He wasn't just interested in proving the theory. He was determined to unravel the greatest deception he believed humanity had ever faced. Harker's sprawling estate in the countryside became his sanctuary for this quest. Behind the gates, nestled among manicured gardens and futuristic laboratories, he built a personal library dedicated to the subject. Shelves groaned under the weight of ancient atlases, declassified government documents, and obscure scientific treatises. Maps from centuries past covered his walls, their faded lines and inscriptions serving as a testament to the worldviews of a forgotten era, an era he believed held more truth than the polished narratives of modern times. He would sit for hours in his dimly lit study, his fingers tracing the lines of a 15th century map that depicted a flat Earth surrounded by an unbroken ring of ice. The details were striking. Depictions of mythical sea creatures in uncharted waters, warnings etched in Latin along the edges, and symbols that seemed to whisper secrets he was desperate to understand. These maps, he believed, held clues that had been ignored or dismissed for centuries. To him, they weren't just artifacts, they were evidence. As his obsession deepened, Harker began to notice patterns where others saw none. Satellite imagery, he claimed, bore signs of tampering. The curvature of the Earth seen from space was a product of fisheye lenses and digital manipulation. Weather balloons and high-altitude cameras launched by independent researchers, however, told a different story, one that aligned with his beliefs. Each piece of data he uncovered, no matter how small or anecdotal, was another brick in the towering edifice of his conviction. And then there was Antarctica. For Harker, it was the ultimate enigma. Official maps described it as a frozen continent at the bottom of the globe, but he was certain it was something else entirely. Historical accounts, from ancient sailors to early explorers, spoke of impassable ice walls and mysterious phenomena near the southern reaches of the world. These stories fed his imagination, painting a picture of a boundary so vast and formidable that no one dared cross it. To Harker, Antarctica wasn't just a frozen wasteland, it was the key to everything. The more he studied, the more Antarctica loomed in his mind as both a beacon and a barrier. It was a place shrouded in secrecy, with its remote research stations and tightly controlled access. The Antarctic Treaty, which prohibited unauthorized exploration and military activity, struck him as more than a cooperative agreement between nations. To Harker, it was evidence of a global conspiracy to keep the truth hidden. If the Earth was flat, as he believed, then Antarctica was the edge of that truth, a wall of ice stretching endlessly, shielding humanity from the terrifying reality beyond. But Harker wasn't content to theorize. For all his books, maps, and meticulously compiled research, he lacked the one thing he craved most: proof. He wanted to see the edge of the Earth with his own eyes, to document it, to expose the lie to the world, and he had the means to do it. His wealth and influence had granted him access to the brightest minds, the most advanced technology, and the resources to launch an expedition on a scale few could imagine. The more he thought about it, the more he realized he was uniquely positioned to pursue the truth. Governments were constrained by treaties, scientists by funding, and ordinary people by logistics. But Harker had no such limitations. He could fund his own expeditions, equip them with state-of-the-art tools, and push further into the icy unknown than anyone had before. He could uncover what others dared not even search for. The idea consumed him. It wasn't just about proving the flat earth theory. It was about vindication, about being the one man bold enough to challenge centuries of dogma. The thought thrilled him, even as it filled him with an undercurrent of unease. Deep down, he knew the journey would be perilous, both physically and reputationally. But the stakes only made it more irresistible. In the quiet moments, late at night in his study, he would stand before a massive map of Antarctica pinned to the wall. Its stark, featureless expanse stared back at him, daring him to venture into its depths, and every time he looked at it, he felt the same electric pulse of determination. If the edge of the earth truly existed, he would find it. And nothing, not the icy terrain, not the skepticism of the world, not even the possibility of failure, would stop him. It started small. He funded a series of private expeditions to Antarctica, hiring teams of seasoned explorers, scientists, and adventurers. Their mission was simple: document what lay beyond the ice, capture evidence of what the world had been told didn't exist, and bring back irrefutable proof. Each team was outfitted with cutting-edge technology, GPS systems, satellite communication devices, drones, and even experimental ice-penetrating radar. Money was no object. Harker spared no expense, convinced that if he gave these expeditions every possible advantage, success was inevitable. But none of the teams returned. The first group seemed to vanish into thin air. For weeks they sent regular transmissions filled with data and updates, their voices crackling with excitement as they described the surreal beauty of the icy landscape and their progress deeper into the frozen expanse. And then, without warning, the signals stopped. Search efforts were launched, but the desolation of Antarctica made the task nearly impossible. The rescue teams found no sign of the explorers, no abandoned camps, no wreckage, not even a single piece of discarded equipment. It was as if the ice had swallowed them whole. Harker was shaken but undeterred. He doubled down, convinced that the first team had fallen victim to the harsh, unpredictable conditions. This time he hired an even more experienced group, one that included former military personnel, climatologists, and survival experts. Their preparations were meticulous. They carried weeks' worth of supplies, redundancies for every piece of equipment, and specialized training in Antarctic navigation. For a time, it seemed like they were making progress. The transmissions came regularly, filled with reports of treacherous terrain and weather conditions. Then, just like before, silence. Another team gone, as though the icy continent itself had consumed them. The third expedition was the most ambitious yet. Harker personally oversaw every detail, from the selection of the team to the design of their equipment. He incorporated lessons learned from the previous failures, adding more robust communication systems, heavier vehicles, and even aerial reconnaissance drones. He was determined to leave nothing to chance. This time, they were going to make it. This time, they were going to succeed. But the third team also disappeared. Their last transmission was garbled, frantic, and cut short mid-sentence. The rescue operation that followed was exhaustive, involving some of the most advanced technologies available, but the result was the same. Nothing. No bodies, no wreckage, no answers. The losses were staggering. Dozens of lives, millions of dollars in equipment, and months of planning, all gone without explanation. The disappearances began to attract attention from the media, with sensational headlines speculating about the dangers of Antarctica and questioning Harker's obsession. But it wasn't just the public that started to doubt him. His board of advisors grew increasingly concerned. They called emergency meetings, their voices filled with frustration and fear as they begged him to stop. "It's madness, Edward," one of them said during a tense gathering in his estate's conference room. 3 expeditions, 3 failures. How many more lives are you willing to risk? "You're throwing money into a void," another added, shaking his head. "Whatever you think is out there isn't worth this. it's time to let it go. But Harker couldn't let it go. He wouldn't. To him, the disappearances weren't just tragedies, they were proof. Proof that something was out there, something the world wasn't supposed to see. He became convinced that the expeditions hadn't failed because of the conditions or human error. They had been stopped. By what or by whom, he didn't yet know. But the pattern was too deliberate, too precise to be coincidence. Someone, or something, was working to ensure that no one uncovered what lay beyond the ice. The arguments with his advisors grew heated, their voices echoing in the cavernous meeting room. They pleaded with him to see reason, to consider the mounting losses and the toll his obsession was taking. But Harker had long since crossed the line from determination to fixation. The evidence was all around him, he argued. The disappearances, the sudden silences, the complete lack of wreckage. "You don't understand," he told them, his voice steely. "This isn't failure, it's interference, and it's all the more reason to press on." His advisors exchanged uneasy glances. They had seen Harker driven before. His ambition was what had built his empire. But this was different. This was a man consumed by something he couldn't let go, no matter the cost. They warned him, some even threatening to resign if he continued. But Harker's resolve was unshaken. He was too close, too certain that the answers he sought were within reach. And so he made a decision that shocked even those who knew him best. If no one else could succeed, then he would lead the next expedition himself. "I'm going," he announced one evening, his voice calm but resolute. "If I want answers, I need to find them myself." The preparations for Harker's journey were exhaustive. He assembled a team of the best and brightest, glaciologists, cartographers, survival experts, and a handful of trusted security personnel. They were given the finest equipment money could buy, custom-built snow vehicles, high-tech communication gear, and enough provisions to last months. Harker spared no expense, determined that this expedition would succeed where the others had failed. Their departure was shrouded in secrecy, a cloak of anonymity drawn tightly around every detail of the mission. No announcements were made, no social media posts leaked. The group boarded a private jet in the dead of night, their destination listed as a vague research operation. Even the crew piloting the aircraft had been sworn to silence, signing ironclad non-disclosure agreements. Harker had made it clear to everyone involved. If word of their mission got out, they would likely never make it past the runway. The team's journey began at a remote and rarely used base on the edge of Antarctica, far from the bustling hubs of international research stations. The facility was little more than a cluster of prefabricated buildings and a small airstrip, barely visible against the backdrop of endless white. It had been chosen for its isolation, ensuring that no curious eyes would be watching. Supplies were unloaded quickly, their crates marked only with cryptic codes to obscure their true contents. Harker moved among the team, his presence both inspiring and intimidating, a mix of quiet determination and restless energy. He didn't trust anyone outside their circle, not the media, not the international coalitions that regulated Antarctic expeditions, not even the scientists who claimed to champion transparency and discovery. To Harker, they were all potential agents of the conspiracy, complicit in maintaining the illusion of a spherical Earth. His paranoia, once a quiet undercurrent, had become an undeniable force driving every aspect of the operation. The team's morale was an uneasy blend of excitement and trepidation. Many of them were drawn to the mission for reasons beyond Harker's flat Earth obsession. Some were seasoned adventurers, enticed by the prospect of exploring one of the last uncharted frontiers. Others were scientists, curious about the mysteries Antarctica held, even if they didn't buy into Harker's theories. And then there were those who simply couldn't resist the lure of being part of something monumental. Whether it was groundbreaking or unthinkable, they didn't care. They were here for the thrill, the chance to make history. The journey across the ice was punishing from the outset. Their convoy consisted of specialized vehicles designed to withstand the extreme cold, their treads crunching over the frozen terrain. Temperatures plunged to levels most of the team had never experienced, the bitter cold seeping into every crack and crevice of their gear. Even the most advanced thermal clothing struggled to keep them warm, and frostbite became a constant threat. The wind was relentless, a deafening roar that seemed to come from all directions at once. Gale-force gusts whipped up blinding sheets of snow, reducing visibility to a few feet at times. The vehicles moved in a slow, deliberate line, their headlights cutting through the swirling white like ghostly beacons. Inside the cabs, the team huddled in their seats, their breath fogging the windows as they exchanged worried glances. Harker, however, seemed unfazed. He sat in the lead vehicle, poring over maps and charts illuminated by the dim glow of a laptop screen. The coordinates he had spent years calculating were burned into his mind, a sequence of numbers he believed would lead them to the truth. He spoke sparingly, his focus unyielding, his intensity filling the small space like a palpable force. Whenever doubt crept into the minds of the team, they only had to glance at him to remember why they were there. His belief was a fire that refused to be extinguished, no matter how harsh the conditions. The landscape was both breathtaking and oppressive. Vast fields of snow stretched endlessly in every direction, broken only by jagged ridges of ice and the occasional towering glacier. The sky above was a pale grey expanse, blending almost seamlessly with the ground below, creating a disorienting sense of endlessness. It was beautiful in a way that defied description, but it was also utterly inhospitable, a reminder of the unforgiving nature of the continent they had dared to challenge. Days blurred into nights, though the sun never truly set this far south. It hovered low on the horizon, casting long, eerie shadows that danced across the ice. The team worked in shifts, battling exhaustion, as they set up and dismantled camps with mechanical efficiency. Sleep came in fits and starts, interrupted by the howling wind or the groaning of the ice beneath them. Meals were quick and utilitarian, eaten in silence as each member wrestled with their thoughts. The weight of the journey began to take its toll. Equipment froze and failed in the extreme cold, forcing the team to make constant repairs. The isolation pressed heavily on their minds, the endless white stretching out like a void that threatened to swallow them whole. Conversations grew sparse, replaced by the hum of engines and the crunch of snow underfoot. The only constant was Harker, his unwavering conviction pushing them forward, even as doubts festered in the back of their minds. But for all the hardships, there was a growing sense of anticipation. As the team pressed deeper into the icy expanse, following Harker's carefully plotted course, they began to notice subtle changes in the terrain. The ice seemed to grow denser, its surface more reflective, almost like glass. The air grew colder still, the wind sharper, as though they were nearing some invisible threshold. Harker was convinced they were close. He spent hours staring at the horizon, his breath fogging in the frigid air, his eyes scanning for the faintest sign of what he believed lay beyond. Each day brought them closer to the coordinates he had marked, and with every mile his excitement grew. For the rest of the team, the journey was grueling, but for Harker, it was exhilarating. He was on the brink of discovering what he had devoted his life to proving, or so he believed. The initial shock of the encounter was paralysing. The team, hardened by weeks of grueling travel and adversity, now sat in stunned silence within the confines of the armoured transport. The vehicle's interior was dark, lit only by the faint glow of control panels near the front. The hum of the engine and the rhythmic crunch of snow beneath the tyres were the only sounds, amplifying the oppressive tension that hung over them like a suffocating shroud. Harker sat closest to the door, his fists clenched tightly in his lap. His eyes were locked on the metal walls, his mind replaying the moment they'd been surrounded. He could still hear the commanding tone of the soldier, the cold finality in his voice. Harker's vision blurred with frustration and fury. How could they have been so close, only to be intercepted like this? Every step of the journey had led to that moment, to the edge of the earth, and now that truth had been yanked away from him like a cruel joke. The rest of the team exchanged nervous glances, their faces pale and drawn. Some of them whispered in hushed tones, their words too faint to catch. Others stared at the floor, their expressions a mix of fear and disbelief. The moments of strange sightings, the malfunctions, and the eerie silence of the ice, everything now seemed to point to an orchestrated effort to keep them away. But why? The questions loomed larger than ever, filling the cramped space of the transport like a tangible weight. "Do you think they're taking us to a base?" one of the team members finally whispered, breaking the silence. "Maybe," another replied, his voice shaky. "Or worse." Harker turned toward them sharply, his voice cutting through the tension. "They won't stop us," he said, his tone resolute. "Whatever they're trying to hide, they know we're close. That's why they're doing this." A scientist on the team, a woman who had been skeptical of Harker's theories from the start, shook her head. "You don't get it, do you?" she said, her voice trembling with a mix of fear and anger. "We're not close to anything. We're prisoners now. They'll make sure we never see the light of day again." "Enough," Harker snapped, his eyes blazing. "They're trying to scare us, to make us doubt what we've seen. But we've seen it. That wall, whatever it is, they can't erase that from our minds." The scientist fell silent, but her expression didn't soften. The others avoided eye contact, unwilling to take sides in an argument that felt futile in the face of their current reality. The transport jostled them roughly as it climbed over uneven terrain. Hours passed, though it was impossible to know how many. The absence of windows left them disoriented, cut off from the world outside. Harker couldn't tell if they were being taken deeper into the ice or back the way they had come. Every lurch and bump of the vehicle sent waves of anxiety through the team, the uncertainty gnawing at their already frayed nerves. Finally, the vehicle came to a stop. The engine idled for a moment before cutting off, leaving a profound silence that seemed almost deafening. Harker's heart pounded as he heard the faint sound of boots crunching in the snow outside. Voices murmured, muffled by the thick walls, and then the door swung open with a metallic groan. Blinding light flooded the transport, and the team squinted against the harsh glare. Figures loomed in the opening, silhouetted against the icy landscape. The soldiers' black uniforms and visors gave them an almost inhuman appearance, as though they were machines rather than men. "Out!" barked one of the soldiers, his voice sharp and commanding. The team hesitated for a split second before complying. One by one they climbed down from the transport, their movements slow and stiff after hours of confinement. The cold hit them like a slap, the biting wind cutting through their layers of clothing. Harker was the last to step out, his jaw clenched as he scanned the surroundings. They were in a barren expanse of ice, with no landmarks or structures in sight. The wall they had glimpsed earlier was nowhere to be seen, hidden by the distance or deliberately obscured. Instead, the transport and its occupants were surrounded by a perimeter of heavily armed soldiers. Their weapons gleamed in the sunlight, a silent reminder of the consequences of defiance. "Form a line," one of the soldiers ordered, gesturing sharply. The team obeyed, shuffling into a loose line as the soldiers circled them. Harker stood at the front, his gaze locked on the soldier who appeared to be in charge, the same man who had issued the warning at the wall. His helmet obscured most of his face, but his stance radiated authority. "You've been warned before," the soldier said, his tone devoid of emotion. "Your presence here violates international agreements and endangers the security of this region. You will not be allowed to proceed." Harker took a step forward, his breath visible in the frigid air. "You can't keep this hidden forever," he said, his voice steady but laced with anger. "The world deserves to know what's out here. People deserve to know the truth." The soldier didn't flinch. "The truth," he said, almost mocking, "is not yours to decide. You've overstepped, Mr. Harker, and now you'll face the consequences." With a sharp motion, he signalled to his men. The soldiers stepped forward, their movements precise and synchronized. The team was quickly separated and restrained, their protests falling on deaf ears. Harker struggled against the firm grip of the soldiers holding him, but it was futile. He could feel the cold metal of handcuffs bite into his wrists, a stark contrast to the fiery determination still burning in his chest. As the soldiers led them away, Harker glanced over his shoulder, hoping for one last glimpse of the wall. But all he saw was the endless white expanse, as empty and silent as the secrets it concealed. The answers he had sought were tantalizingly close, yet they remained just out of reach, buried beneath layers of ice and deception. The group was herded into another transport, their fate unknown. Harker's mind raced with possibilities, each one darker than the last. But despite the fear and uncertainty, one thought remained clear in his mind. He had seen the wall, and no matter what happened next, he would never stop believing in what lay beyond. Thank you for joining us on Sleep Theories. As you drift off tonight, let this story remind you of the lengths we'll go to in pursuit of the truth, and the mysteries that remain just beyond our reach. Sleep well, and sweet dreams. I sat back in my chair, the weight of the revelation pressing against my chest like a physical force. The folder's contents spilled out across my desk, a chaotic mess of paper and mystery, but my mind kept circling back to the photographs. They were haunting. The figures in the images wore expressions of guarded focus, their postures rigid, as if they knew their work was being watched, or worse, judged. I found myself drawn to the machinery in the background. It wasn't the clunky, rugged equipment I'd come to associate with early space exploration. No, this was sleek, sophisticated, almost futuristic, like something plucked from a science fiction novel. I picked up one of the photos and held it closer to the light. The scientist stood in front of a massive cylindrical object, its surface smooth and unmarked except for a faint emblem that looked like a fusion of the NASA logo and a Cyrillic design. My breath caught in my throat. If this was real, it meant something extraordinary, something the world had never been told. I set the photo down and turned to the memos. My fingers shook as I flipped through them, each one offering pieces of a puzzle I wasn't sure I wanted to solve. Phrases leapt off the pages: coordinated asset exchange, joint lunar initiative, narrative alignment essential for national security. These weren't just routine communications, they were agreements, contracts, written in the language of covert diplomacy. The words felt clinical, stripped of emotion, but the implications were anything but. What struck me most were the names. Many were redacted, replaced with black bars that ran across the memos like a visual silence, but a few escaped the censor's pen. One name in particular kept appearing: Dr. Anatoly Makarov. I didn't recognise it, but it was always accompanied by another: Dr. Robert Langston, a Soviet scientist and an American engineer, mentioned together in multiple documents. They were clearly key players in whatever this cooperative project had been. But why? And how had their collaboration escaped notice for so long? The cassette tape sat untouched on my desk, a silent witness to my mounting unease. I wasn't ready to listen to it yet, not until I'd exhausted the written records. I needed to anchor myself in what I could see and read before subjecting myself to whatever was waiting on that tape. I forced myself to examine the details in the memos more closely. One referenced a meeting in Geneva, labelled simply as Summit Directive 17. Another spoke of an unregistered launch site in Central Asia. But it was the final memo in the stack that truly unnerved me. It was dated July 1969, the same month as the Apollo 11 moon landing. The text was brief, written in cold, detached language. Ensure synchronized broadcast feed. Visual alignment parameters have been approved. No deviations permitted. Success contingent on absolute operational silence. My skin prickled as I read the last line again. Operational silence. What did that mean? And why was it tied to the moon landing, the very event that defined the space race? My mind raced with possibilities, none of them comforting. Had the moon landing been part of this synchronized effort? Had the entire world been duped by a carefully orchestrated performance? I pushed the papers aside and stared at the folder, my thoughts swirling. Everything about it felt wrong, impossible, and yet the evidence was undeniable. These weren't the ravings of a conspiracy theorist or the fabrications of a bored archivist. These were authentic documents, written by people who had been at the centre of the space race. People who had known the truth and worked to keep it hidden. The room felt smaller, the air heavier. I rubbed my temples trying to make sense of it all. If the space race had been a joint effort, if the United States and the Soviet Union had secretly collaborated, what did that say about everything we thought we knew about the Cold War? About history itself? And why now? Why had someone chosen to send this to me of all people? What was I supposed to do with it? These questions loomed larger with every passing second, their weight pressing down on me like the photographs, memos and cassette tape that now cluttered my desk. I wasn't ready to admit it to myself yet, but deep down I knew the truth. There was no going back. I'd opened Pandora's box, and the only way out was forward. The cassette tape was the final piece. It had no label, no indication of what it contained. My hands trembled slightly as I placed it in an old tape recorder I kept in my office. The machine whirred to life, and then a voice crackled through the speakers. It was faint, distorted, but I could make out fragments of a conversation in Russian, followed by a reply in English. Progress on the propulsion system. Mutual benefits. Ensure neither side is exposed. The tape ended abruptly, leaving only static in its wake. I sat back in my chair, my mind racing. I knew I was holding something explosive, something that could shake the foundations of what people believed about one of the most celebrated eras in history. But what was I supposed to do with it? Who could I trust? The days blurred together as I sank deeper into the research, my life narrowing to the glow of my computer screen, the shuffle of papers on my desk, and the whispers of the secrets I was chasing. Every spare moment I had was consumed by the documents, the photographs, and the cryptic phrases that had been plaguing my thoughts since the folder arrived. The room around me became a fortress of evidence. Printouts tacked to the walls, note cards filled with scrawled connections pinned together with red string, and stacks of books and files teetering precariously on the edge of my desk. Sleep became an afterthought. At night, I'd lie in bed staring at the ceiling, my mind racing with fragments of information I couldn't piece together. The same names and dates would loop in my head, like a song I couldn't shake. Makarov, Langston, Geneva, July 1969. The words were meaningless on their own, but together they felt like keys to a door I couldn't yet find. My editor's concern grew sharper with each passing day. She would stop by my desk, casting wary glances at the chaos surrounding me. "Are you sure you're okay?" she asked more than once. "You don't look like you've slept in days." "I'm fine," I'd reply, brushing her off with a quick smile, and a promise to deliver something soon. But even as I said it, I knew she could see through me. My face had grown pale, my eyes ringed with dark circles, and my usual confidence was replaced by a jittery energy I couldn't contain. Every so often, I'd catch my reflection in the window of the office, and the person staring back didn't look like me anymore. There was a wildness in my eyes, a desperation that hadn't been there before. But I couldn't stop. I didn't want to. The more I uncovered, the more convinced I became that I was onto something monumental. The phone calls started coming late at night. Unknown numbers, no one on the other end, just silence or faint static. At first I dismissed them as a coincidence, the product of a paranoid mind, but they kept coming, sometimes once a night, sometimes 3 or 4 times in a row. I stopped answering them, but even the sight of my phone lighting up sent a chill down my spine. I told myself I was imagining things, that I was just sleep-deprived and overthinking everything. But I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me, monitoring my movements, waiting for me to make a mistake. I started double-checking my locks, peeking out my blinds at odd hours, and keeping my laptop password protected even when I was alone. It was ridiculous, I knew, but the unease was like a shadow that clung to me, growing darker with each passing day. One evening, as I stared at a grainy photograph of what looked like a joint US-Soviet meeting in some desolate facility, I found myself muttering under my breath. "What am I missing?" I asked the empty room. The silence felt heavier than usual, as if the walls themselves were listening. I leaned back in my chair, running a hand through my unwashed hair, and closed my eyes. The exhaustion was catching up to me, but every time I thought about stepping away, that same thought pulled me back. What if I'm right? It wasn't just about proving the theory anymore. It was about the magnitude of it all. If the space race had been choreographed, if the 2 greatest enemies of the 20th century had secretly worked together, then everything I thought I knew about history was a lie. It was bigger than a story. It was a reckoning. I opened my eyes, the photograph still in my hand. In the corner of the frame, barely visible, was a calendar hanging on the wall. The date was circled in red, December 14th, 1962. My pulse quickened as I jotted it down, another fragment to add to the growing pile. It didn't mean anything yet, but it felt significant. Everything did. The walls of my apartment were closing in. The air felt thick, suffocating, and I realised I hadn't eaten all day. My stomach growled, but the idea of food felt foreign, like a task for someone who still lived in the real world. I shoved the photograph into the folder and stood, pacing the room in restless circles. "You're losing it," I said aloud, my voice sharp in the quiet. But even as I said it, I knew I wouldn't stop. I couldn't. This was bigger than me now. The tipping point came when I received a second package. This one was smaller, just a single envelope with no return address. It arrived early in the morning, slipped through the mail slot while the city was still waking up. The envelope was unremarkable, plain and beige, but the weight of it in my hands was enough to send a jolt of adrenaline through me. My fingers trembled as I opened it, sliding out a single photograph. The image was clearer than the grainy black and white photos from the first package. This one was in colour, crisp and recent. It showed a man in his 60s sitting at a small table outside a cafe. He was dressed in a simple grey coat, a scarf draped loosely around his neck. A newspaper lay folded in front of him, next to a cup of coffee. He looked ordinary, almost forgettable, just another face in the crowd. But his posture, the way his eyes seemed to dart slightly off camera, suggested he was anything but. I flipped the photo over and saw the caption scrawled on the back in uneven handwriting. The architect. Meet him and you'll have your answers. My pulse quickened. The architect. The word felt loaded, heavy with meaning. Was this the person behind the alleged collaboration? The one who had orchestrated the carefully choreographed dance between the United States and the Soviet Union? My mind raced with possibilities. This man could be the key to unravelling the entire conspiracy, or he could be a wild goose chase. I stared at the photograph for what felt like hours, analysing every detail. The cobblestones under the table, the faint shadow of the cafe sign just visible in the upper corner, the blurred figures walking past in the background. A part of me wanted to dismiss it as a prank, some elaborate hoax to throw me off, but the other part, the part that had been consumed by this obsession, knew better. This was real. It had to be. The caption didn't include a name, but it was clear enough where the photograph had been taken, somewhere in Eastern Europe, likely Prague. The cafe's sign, though partially obscured, was written in Czech, and the architecture of the surrounding buildings matched the city's distinct style. My instincts told me that whoever sent this wanted me to follow the trail. They wanted me to find this man. It was reckless. I knew that even as I reached for my phone to book a flight. My editor would kill me if she found out I'd left without notice. But I didn't care. The story was too big, the stakes too high. If this man truly held the answers, then I couldn't afford to wait. The next morning, I was on a plane, staring out at the endless expanse of clouds and questioning everything. What if this was a trap? What if the photograph was bait, meant to lure me into a situation I couldn't control? I tried to silence the doubts, focusing instead on the possibility of finally finding the answers I'd been chasing. The truth was out there, and I was closer than ever. When the plane landed in Prague, the reality of what I was doing hit me like a wave. The city greeted me with its timeless beauty, sprawling Gothic cathedrals, narrow cobblestone streets, and the unmistakable hum of history woven into every corner. But I wasn't here as a tourist. The photograph in my pocket felt heavier than ever, a constant reminder of my purpose. I checked into a small hotel near the city centre, my room overlooking a quiet courtyard. As I unpacked, I spread the photograph out on the desk and studied it again. The cafe sign, now clearer under the bright lamp, read, Kavana Nadeje, Hope Cafe. A quick search on my phone confirmed it was a real place, tucked away on a side street not far from the old town. My stomach tightened. This was it. That evening I made my way to the cafe, the photograph clutched tightly in my hand. The streets were alive with the soft glow of streetlights, the chatter of locals and tourists blending into a soothing hum. But for me, the atmosphere was electric, every step bringing me closer to what felt like the edge of a cliff. When I arrived, the cafe looked almost exactly as it did in the photo. Small tables spilled onto the cobblestone street, their surfaces illuminated by dim lanterns. Inside, the warm glow of hanging lights reflected off the polished wooden walls. I hesitated at the entrance, scanning the tables for the man in the photograph. My heart raced as I saw him, sitting at the same table, his posture identical to the image I'd studied 100 times. He didn't look up as I approached, his focus seemingly on the newspaper spread before him. My hands felt clammy as I cleared my throat. "Excuse me," I said, my voice shaking slightly. "Are you—" Before I could finish, he folded the newspaper neatly and looked up. His eyes met mine, sharp and assessing, and a faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips. "You've come a long way," he said, his voice calm and measured. "I was wondering when you'd find me." I froze, unsure of what to say. He gestured to the chair across from him, and I sat down, the photograph still clutched in my hand. For a moment neither of us spoke, the weight of the silence pressing down on me. Finally he broke it. "You have questions," he said simply, "and I have answers, but I need to know something first." He leaned forward slightly, his gaze piercing. "Do you truly understand what you're asking to uncover?" I swallowed hard, the enormity of the moment sinking in. I don't know, I admitted, but I need to know the truth. He studied me for a long moment, then nodded. Very well, he said, but be warned, once you know there's no going back. I nodded, my grip tightening on the photograph. Whatever he was about to reveal, I knew it would change everything. I wanted to press him further, to demand answers. But before I could, the door to the cafe opened and 2 men in dark suits walked in. The architect stiffened, his eyes darting to the exit. You need to leave, he said, his voice urgent. Now. What about you? I asked. He smiled faintly. I've been running long enough. I hesitated, but his expression left no room for argument. Grabbing the folder and my bag, I slipped out the back door just as the men approached his table. That was weeks ago. Since then, I've been on the move, staying one step ahead of the shadows that seem to follow me everywhere. The evidence I collected is hidden in places even I can barely remember, scattered like breadcrumbs across the globe. I don't know who to trust, and I don't know how long I can keep this up. But one thing is certain, the story isn't over. Thank you for joining me on this journey through the hidden history of the space race. As you drift off tonight, let this story remind you that the line between truth and fiction is often thinner than we realise. Sleep well and sweet dreams. Jake Wilder wasn't a man you'd peg as the curious type. He lived a quiet, unassuming life in the suburbs, working as a freelance videographer. His days were a mix of editing wedding videos, filming promotional content for small businesses, and the occasional passion project. It wasn't glamorous, but it paid the bills, and Jake liked the freedom that came with it. He didn't need excitement or intrigue. His life was simple, predictable, and most importantly, safe. Jake's routine was one of steady monotony, and he preferred it that way. He enjoyed the hum of his editing software late into the evening, the predictable satisfaction of piecing together footage until it became a polished narrative. His small apartment was a reflection of his orderly world. Shelves neatly lined with camera equipment, stacks of meticulously labelled hard drives, and a corkboard above his desk cluttered with sticky notes about deadlines and client requests. Life wasn't thrilling, but it was his, and it was under control. But all of that changed one fateful weekend in early spring. Jake had been hired to film a corporate retreat at a luxury hotel tucked away in the mountains. These types of gigs had become a staple of his workload. Simple, well-paying assignments that didn't ask too much of him. His job was to capture team-building exercises, keynote speeches, and a few candid moments that could later be used in promotional materials. It was the kind of work that didn't require much creativity, but it was easy money. And in Jake's world, easy money was a good thing. The email with the job details had come a week earlier, sent by an event planning company he'd worked with a handful of times before. The instructions were simple: arrive Friday morning, set up, and be ready to start filming by noon. Meals and accommodations would be provided, along with a generous day rate that made the 2-hour drive worth it. Jake hadn't hesitated to accept. The event sounded routine, and the chance to spend a few days in a mountain resort, even if he was working, was a welcome change from his cramped apartment. When he arrived at the hotel, he was immediately struck by its grandeur. The building was a sprawling, opulent estate, its architecture reminiscent of an old-world European castle, with towering spires and ivy-covered stone walls. The driveway was lined with neatly trimmed hedges, and the valet attendants moved swiftly between the luxury cars pulling in and out of the circular drive. It was the kind of place that radiated exclusivity, and Jake couldn't help but feel a little out of place in his beat-up sedan. Still, he was used to navigating high-end events, and he approached the assignment with his usual professionalism. Jake parked in the designated staff lot, and carried his equipment through a side entrance, following the directions he'd been given. Inside, the hotel was even more impressive. The lobby was a symphony of marble and crystal, with a grand chandelier hanging from the vaulted ceiling, and a fireplace crackling warmly at one end. The air smelled faintly of fresh flowers and polished wood, and a soft classical melody played in the background. Jake checked in with the event coordinator, a brisk but polite woman named Lauren, who handed him a detailed schedule and pointed him toward the conference hall where the first session would take place. "We'll need a mix of wide shots and close-ups," she said, barely pausing as she scanned her clipboard. "The CEO will be speaking this afternoon, so make sure you're set up early. We don't want any hiccups." Jake nodded, already mentally planning his setup. He wheeled his equipment cases through the halls, taking note of the layout and making mental notes about lighting and angles. The hallways were wide and impeccably clean, the kind of place where even the smallest detail seemed deliberate. He passed other staff members setting up tables, arranging floral centerpieces, and adjusting the positions of chairs. Everyone moved with a sense of urgency but also precision, as though they'd done this 100 times before. The conference hall itself was massive, with floor-to-ceiling windows that offered a breathtaking view of the surrounding forest. Jake took a moment to appreciate the scenery before getting to work. He set up his camera on a tripod near the back of the room, ensuring he had a clear view of the stage and the audience. He adjusted the lighting, tested the audio levels, and double-checked his backup equipment, a habit he'd developed after too many near disasters early in his career. The morning passed quickly as Jake captured establishing shots of the hotel and its grounds. He filmed the attendees mingling over coffee, their conversations a hum of polite laughter and introductions. The participants were a mix of middle-aged professionals, all impeccably dressed in tailored suits and sleek business attire. Jake noticed how many of them carried an air of confidence, the kind that came from years of climbing corporate ladders. As he worked, Jake found himself enjoying the rhythm of the day. The work wasn't challenging, but there was something satisfying about capturing the right moments and framing them just so. He knew these kinds of gigs were what kept his bills paid, and he was good at them. By the time lunch rolled around, he had already collected enough footage to feel confident about the final product. He grabbed a quick bite from the buffet, a spread of artisanal sandwiches and fresh salads that put his usual lunch of instant ramen to shame. After eating, he returned to the conference hall to prepare for the afternoon session. Everything about the day felt smooth, predictable, just the way Jake liked it. But as he stood at the back of the room, adjusting his focus and framing the stage, something caught his attention. A group of men in dark suits entered the hall through a side door, moving with quiet purpose. They weren't part of the event staff or the attendees. Jake was sure of that. Their suits were sharper, their demeanour more formal. They moved like they belonged there, yet there was an air of secrecy about them. Jake watched as they exchanged brief words with Lauren, the event coordinator. She nodded curtly, her expression unreadable, and gestured toward the far end of the hall. The men walked in that direction, disappearing behind a set of heavy double doors. Jake's curiosity flickered, but he shook it off. It wasn't his business, and he had work to do. Still, the image of those men lingered in his mind as he went about his tasks. Something about the way they moved, the way Lauren had reacted to them, it was different. Not alarming exactly, but different. Jake told himself to focus on his job, reminding himself that corporate retreats often attracted VIPs. He'd seen his share of high-level executives and private security over the years. This was probably nothing out of the ordinary, or so he thought. What had started as an ordinary day, a simple job in a beautiful location, was beginning to feel like something more. Jake didn't know it yet, but the events of that weekend would unravel everything he thought he knew about the world, and his life, once so predictable, was about to take a turn he never could have imagined. The first oddity came on his second day at the hotel. Jake was heading back to his room after a long day of shooting, his camera bag slung over one shoulder, and his mind already on the edits he planned to tackle later that night. As he passed through the lobby, he noticed a group of men in dark suits clustered near the side entrance. They weren't staff, Jake could tell immediately. They lacked the friendly demeanour and polished smiles of the hotel employees. Instead, these men moved with a quiet but unmistakable sense of authority, their presence commanding attention without a word. Their voices were low, their conversations clipped, as they murmured into discreet earpieces. Jake couldn't make out what they were saying, but their body language told a story of urgency and precision. Each man stood straight, their eyes scanning the room with practiced subtlety. Jake slowed his steps, feigning a casual stretch as he observed them. His gaze drifted toward the side entrance, where several black SUVs were parked in a neat row. The vehicles were unmarked, their windows tinted so dark they reflected the towering pine trees outside like polished obsidian. Jake's curiosity flickered to life. He had seen his share of private security over the years, bodyguards for wealthy clients or high-ranking executives, but this felt different. There was a weight to the atmosphere, an intensity that he couldn't quite put his finger on. He lingered in the lobby for a moment longer, pretending to check his phone while he watched the group out of the corner of his eye. They were speaking too quietly for him to catch any words, but their clipped tones and the way they occasionally glanced toward the SUVs hinted at something serious. He told himself it wasn't his business, and continued toward the elevator, his footsteps echoing faintly against the marble floor. But even as the doors closed behind him, the scene in the lobby lingered in his mind. Who were those men? And what kind of event required such heavy-handed security? The following day, Jake's suspicions grew. It began subtly, with the arrival of a new group of guests in the late morning. He was setting up his equipment in one of the conference rooms when he noticed them entering through a side hallway. There were about a dozen of them, men and women alike, each impeccably dressed in tailored suits and designer shoes. They walked in pairs, their movements purposeful, their voices hushed. Jake couldn't hear what they were saying, but the tension in their interactions was palpable. They weren't laughing or making small talk like the other attendees. Instead, they exchanged glances that seemed loaded with unspoken meaning. Jake stepped behind his tripod, using it as a cover to watch them more closely. He noticed small details that made his pulse quicken. The way some of them carried slim, leather-bound portfolios, their hands clutching them tightly as though they contained something invaluable. Others had briefcases or messenger bags, their edges worn but meticulously clean. They moved as a unit, their pace synchronized, as if they had done this 100 times before. His gaze followed them as they disappeared through a set of heavy double doors near the back of the conference wing. The doors bore no signs or markings, just a keypad and a small circular camera mounted above. Jake hadn't noticed that section of the building before, and the sight of it sent a faint ripple of unease through him. What kind of meeting required such secrecy? And why weren't these people listed on the event schedule? As the day went on, more arrivals trickled in. Jake noticed the same patterns: muted conversations, guarded expressions, and an almost palpable air of importance. He spotted a woman in her early 40s, her hair perfectly styled, wearing a navy suit that screamed custom tailoring. She clutched a small tablet to her chest as she spoke in low tones to a man who looked to be in his 60s, his silver hair combed neatly back. They exchanged only a few words before the man glanced around, his eyes darting across the room as if checking for eavesdroppers. Jake instinctively turned his head, pretending to focus on adjusting a lens. The same SUVs were still parked outside when he stepped out to grab a quick lunch. He lingered near the entrance, pretending to check his phone as he observed the drivers. They were all dressed in identical black suits, their faces expressionless as they stood near the vehicles. One of them leaned against the hood of an SUV, his earpiece glinting faintly in the sunlight. Jake couldn't shake the feeling that their presence was more than just precautionary. It was deliberate, calculated. By the evening, the hotel's atmosphere had shifted entirely. The once relaxed ambiance of a corporate retreat had been replaced by something more subdued, almost heavy. Jake noticed staff members moving with more urgency, their conversations shorter, their expressions tight. Even Lauren, the ever-composed event coordinator, seemed on edge. She barked orders at her team with an intensity Jake hadn't seen before, her eyes darting toward the double doors at the back of the wing as though she were anticipating something. Jake's curiosity was no longer a flicker, it was a flame. He had spent years honing his observational skills as a videographer, noticing the smallest details to capture the perfect shot. And what he was noticing now didn't add up. The guests, the security, the unmarked SUVs, it all pointed to something far bigger than a corporate retreat. But what? He didn't have an answer, and the lack of one only made him more determined to find out. As he headed back to his room that night, his thoughts raced. Jake wasn't the type to chase mysteries or seek out danger, but something about this felt too significant to ignore. He knew he should let it go, focus on his job and avoid stirring up trouble, but as he passed the silent, shadowed hallway leading to the unmarked doors, he couldn't shake the feeling that he was standing at the edge of something monumental, something that could change everything. Later that evening, as Jake reviewed his footage in his room, there was a knock on his door. It was one of the hotel staff, a nervous-looking man who handed Jake an envelope and said, "There's been a slight change in plans. The client requests that you avoid filming in certain areas tomorrow." The staff member pointed to a highlighted section on a map of the hotel, a part Jake hadn't yet explored. Jake frowned as the man hurried away. The restricted area wasn't near any of the planned events for the retreat, which only made the restriction more curious. That night, unable to sleep, Jake's curiosity got the better of him. He grabbed his camera and decided to take a walk. The hotel was quiet, its grand hallways illuminated by soft golden light. He wandered toward the restricted area, telling himself he just wanted to see what all the fuss was about. He wasn't planning to film, just a quick look and then back to bed. When he reached the cordoned-off wing, he noticed 2 security guards stationed at a set of double doors. They were chatting in low voices, their posture relaxed. Jake lingered in the shadows, debating whether to turn back, when one of the guards got a call on his radio. The other followed him down the hall, leaving the entrance momentarily unguarded. Jake's pulse quickened. This was his chance. He slipped through the doors, moving as quietly as he could. The corridor beyond was dimly lit, the air cooler, almost sterile. He passed several empty conference rooms before he heard it, a low hum of voices coming from a room at the end of the hall. He crept closer, pressing himself against the wall as he approached the partially open door. What he saw made his breath catch. Inside was a large conference room, its walls lined with ornate wood panelling. Around a massive oval table sat dozens of people, their faces illuminated by the glow of a projector. Jake didn't recognize most of them, but a few were unmistakable. CEOs of major corporations, politicians, and even a royal figure he'd only seen on the news. They were deep in discussion, their voices too low for Jake to make out individual words. On the screen behind them, a slide displayed a title that made Jake's stomach turn. Global Economic Transition Strategy, Phase 3. Jake's hands shook as he lifted his camera, adjusting the focus to capture the scene. He panned across the room, zooming in on faces, documents spread across the table, and the titles of other slides: Media Consolidation Plan, Energy Resource Redistribution, and Population Control Measures. It felt surreal, like stepping into the plot of a dystopian novel, but this was no fiction. This was happening right in front of him. He was so engrossed in filming that he didn't hear the footsteps behind him. A hand clamped down on his shoulder, making him jump. He turned to see one of the security guards glaring at him, a walkie-talkie in hand. "What are you doing here?" the guard demanded. Jake stammered, trying to come up with an excuse, but it was no use. The guard yanked the camera from his hands, pulling him away from the doorway. Jake caught one last glimpse of the room, the projector screen now displaying a list of future meeting dates and locations, before the door was slammed shut. "Come with me," the guard said, his grip firm. Jake's mind raced. He was in trouble, serious trouble. But more than that, he was terrified of what he'd just uncovered. The guards took Jake to a small windowless room and left him there, alone, for what felt like hours. His thoughts spiraled as he sat in the hard plastic chair, staring at the blank walls. Would they call the police? Or worse, would they make him disappear? The men and women in that room weren't just powerful, they were untouchable. Finally the door opened, and a man in a tailored suit stepped inside. He closed the door quietly, his expression unreadable as he took a seat across from Jake. "Mr. Wilder," he said, his voice calm but firm, "you've stumbled into something you shouldn't have." Jake didn't respond, his throat dry. The man placed Jake's camera on the table between them. "This footage never leaves this room," he said. "Do you understand?" Jake hesitated, then nodded. He didn't have much choice. The man leaned forward, his tone softening just slightly. "You seem like a smart guy. Let me give you some advice. Walk away. Forget what you saw. This isn't your fight." Before Jake could reply, the door opened again, and 2 guards entered. They escorted him out of the room, down a series of hallways, and out of the hotel. They returned his camera, minus the memory card, and told him in no uncertain terms to leave and never come back. But Jake couldn't walk away. The memory of what he'd seen burned in his mind, the fragments of conversation he'd overheard replaying in his head. He knew he was in danger, but he also knew the world needed to know the truth. Over the following weeks, Jake began piecing together the breadcrumbs. He researched the Bilderberg Group, an annual meeting of elites shrouded in secrecy, and matched the faces he'd seen to public figures. He found mentions of other meetings, hidden in plain sight, and began documenting their locations and agendas. It became an obsession. Jake worked in secret, uploading encrypted videos and files to anonymous forums. He knew the risks, but the pull to expose the truth was stronger than his fear. Then, one night, as Jake sat hunched over his laptop in his darkened apartment, he heard a knock at the door. His blood ran cold. He hadn't told anyone where he lived, not since he'd started digging deeper. He closed his laptop, his heart pounding as the knock came again, louder this time. He never answered the door. Thank you for joining us tonight on Sleep Theories. Let this story remind us of the hidden forces at play in our world, and the courage it takes to seek the truth. May your dreams be filled with curiosity and wonder, and may you sleep soundly knowing that even the darkest mysteries can be brought to light. Sweet dreams, and good night. It started on an ordinary day for Daniel, a young software engineer with a knack for solving puzzles. His life was structured and predictable. Mornings spent coding, afternoons troubleshooting, and evenings playing video games. But one evening, something changed. As Daniel sat at his desk, the hum of his computer filling the room, he stumbled across a theory he had heard before but had never truly considered: the simulation hypothesis. The idea wasn't new. Philosophers, scientists, and tech enthusiasts had discussed it for years. The premise was simple, yet profound. What if the world around us wasn't real? What if everything, every tree, every cloud, every person, was part of a highly sophisticated computer simulation? Daniel had always dismissed the idea as science fiction, the stuff of movies and novels, but tonight, something about it struck a chord. He began reading obsessively, diving into articles, forums, and even academic papers. The theory was grounded in logic, with prominent figures like Elon Musk and Nick Bostrom lending it credibility. Bostrom's argument was particularly compelling. If humanity ever reached a point where it could create hyper-realistic simulations, it was likely that countless simulated worlds would be created. Statistically, the odds of living in the one base reality were slim. Most likely we were already in a simulation. At first, Daniel laughed it off, but the more he read, the harder it became to ignore. Strange memories surfaced, moments from his past that didn't quite add up. A childhood friend he could remember vividly one day seemed like a distant blur the next. Patterns began to emerge in the world around him, coincidences that felt too perfect, glitches that he had previously chalked up to his imagination. One night, Daniel decided to test the theory for himself. It had been weeks of consuming forum posts, articles, and late-night podcasts about the simulation hypothesis. The idea had started as a passing curiosity, but now it gripped him, gnawed at the edges of his perception, and made him question the very ground beneath his feet. If reality was as structured and artificial as the theories suggested, there had to be a way to prove it, or at least glimpse behind the curtain. He sat at his desk, illuminated by the glow of his computer screen, and began writing a simple program. It wasn't anything extraordinary, just a piece of code designed to generate random numbers. The logic was straightforward. The output should be completely unpredictable. Yet, as he stared at the rows of numbers that scrolled across the screen, he noticed something unsettling. At first it seemed like a coincidence. A number here, a number there, repeating after a few cycles. He rubbed his eyes, convinced he was imagining things. But the more he watched, the clearer the pattern became. Every few intervals the same sequence appeared like a song stuck on loop. The numbers weren't random at all. It was as if an invisible hand was guiding them, injecting order where there should have been chaos. Daniel's heart raced. He ran the program again, tweaking variables, trying different algorithms. Yet no matter how he adjusted the parameters, the pattern remained. It was subtle, but undeniable. It felt deliberate, like someone, or something, wanted him to notice, and that was only the beginning. Once Daniel began paying attention, the glitches seemed to follow him everywhere. Lights in his apartment flickered without warning, even though his landlord had just installed new fixtures. Objects on his desk seemed to shift position when he wasn't looking. His coffee mug moved slightly to the left. A pen rolled a few inches away from where he'd placed it. He told himself he was imagining things, but deep down he wasn't so sure. The strangest moments happened when he ventured outside. On his usual walk to the park, he began to notice strangers behaving oddly. One day, a man in a dark coat walked past him, muttering to himself. Daniel didn't think much of it until later, when he saw the same man again, walking in the exact same way, muttering the exact same words. It wasn't déjà vu. It was like a scene repeating in a poorly rendered video game. And then there was the bird. It was a quiet afternoon, the kind Daniel usually enjoyed. He sat on a park bench, sipping coffee, when he saw a sparrow dart across the sky. It was an ordinary sight, but halfway through its flight the bird froze. It wasn't slowing down or adjusting its path, it was frozen in mid-air, its wings caught in an unnatural pause. Daniel blinked, his heart pounding. A second later the bird resumed its flight, as if nothing had happened. He stood up, his coffee forgotten, and scanned the park. No one else seemed to notice. Parents pushed strollers, joggers passed by, and kids chased each other near the swings. To them, the world was moving as it always had. But to Daniel, something was wrong. The bird's pause had lasted only a fraction of a second, but it was enough to shatter his sense of normalcy. He began to see these glitches everywhere. A car parked on the street blinked out of existence for a moment, only to reappear in the same spot as if nothing had happened. Digital clocks glitched, showing impossible times, 4:73 a.m. or 25:01 p.m, before correcting themselves. Even conversations with strangers felt scripted. A cashier at the grocery store repeated the same phrase twice, word for word, with the same intonation and rhythm, as though she had been reset mid-sentence. Daniel couldn't escape the feeling that the world around him was unravelling. Or perhaps it wasn't unravelling. It was revealing itself layer by layer, as if daring him to dig deeper. As weeks passed, Daniel's obsession consumed him, like a fire spreading through dry wood. What had started as a casual curiosity about simulation theory had evolved into an all-encompassing fixation. His once tidy apartment now resembled a war room. Walls covered in hastily scribbled notes, strings of red yarn connecting photographs and diagrams, and stacks of open books teetering precariously on every available surface. The soft glow of computer screens illuminated the chaos, their hum a constant background noise as Daniel delved deeper into his quest for answers. Friends had stopped reaching out, their texts and calls ignored until they dwindled into silence. Daniel barely noticed. His world had narrowed to a singular purpose, to prove that reality was not what it seemed. Days and nights blurred together as he scoured the internet for clues, digging through obscure forums, listening to late-night podcasts, and watching grainy videos of supposed glitches in the Matrix. He wasn't just exploring anymore, he was hunting, desperate for something tangible, something irrefutable. And then, one night, he found it. It was nearly 3 a.m, the hour when the world outside seemed the quietest and Daniel's mind felt the sharpest. He was scrolling through a forum dedicated to simulation theory, its threads filled with a mix of wild speculation, eerie anecdotes, and the occasional well-articulated argument. His eyes skimmed past a post titled "Proof Hidden in Plain Sight," and then stopped. The author of the post, a user known only as Observer, had a reputation in the community for their cryptic but compelling insights. The post was unlike anything Daniel had seen before. Observer claimed to have found evidence of the simulation, not in the form of glitches or anomalies, but encoded messages embedded within reality itself. The post included no direct evidence, only a series of cryptic clues and riddles, each one urging readers to look for patterns in everyday life. "They don't hide the truth," Observer had written. "It's right in front of us. Numbers, symbols, alignments, they all point to the same thing. Pay attention to the things you ignore. The messages are everywhere." Daniel's heart raced as he read and reread the post, the words resonating with a strange and unshakable truth. The messages were vague, almost maddeningly so, but they struck a chord deep within him. He began to notice them everywhere. The next day, Daniel bought coffee at his usual cafe. As he handed the cashier a $10 bill, his eyes fell on the receipt. The total was $4.42, an unremarkable amount until he noticed the timestamp printed at the bottom, 4:42 p.m. It was the same sequence of numbers he had seen on his phone battery days earlier, and it sent a shiver down his spine. Later that evening, as he walked through his neighbourhood, he passed a billboard advertising a clothing brand. The slogan, written in bold, sleek font, read, "It's all connected." It wasn't the kind of phrase that would normally catch his attention, but tonight it stopped him in his tracks. The words seemed directed at him, as though they were a private message hidden in plain sight. And then there were the stars. Daniel had always been fascinated by the night sky, often spending hours gazing at the constellations from his balcony. But now even the stars seemed to hold secrets. One clear night, as he studied the sky, he noticed an unusual alignment. 3 stars, brighter than the others, formed a perfect triangle. It wasn't a recognised constellation. He'd checked his star charts, and yet it felt deliberate, like a signature left behind by the architects of his reality. The more Daniel looked, the more he found. Random numbers on receipts began to repeat with eerie precision. Phrases and advertisements seemed to echo his own thoughts. Even snippets of conversations overheard on the subway felt too perfectly timed, too meaningful to be mere coincidence. The world around him was starting to resemble a puzzle, one that begged to be solved. But for every clue Daniel uncovered, a new question arose. Were these patterns real, or was his mind playing tricks on him? If the messages were intentional, who or what was leaving them? And most importantly, why? The answers, Daniel felt, were tantalizingly close. Yet the more he searched, the more the lines between reality and illusion began to blur. His once firm grasp on the world around him was slipping, replaced by a growing sense of unease. Somewhere, buried within the fabric of existence, he was certain the truth awaited him. All he had to do was find it. Daniel couldn't shake the feeling that someone, or something, was watching him. At first it was subtle, a twinge of unease when he sat in front of his computer for too long, or the sense that shadows shifted slightly in his peripheral vision. But as days passed, the signs became impossible to ignore. His computer began behaving in ways that defied explanation. Files he hadn't touched would open on their own, random error messages would flash across his screen, and his webcam light flickered on for a few seconds at a time, though he had never enabled it. Each new glitch sent a shiver down his spine. He tried to rationalize it. Perhaps it was a software bug or malware. He ran scans, reinstalled programs, even replaced his webcam entirely. But the anomalies persisted, and with each one, the sensation of being observed grew stronger, like an invisible presence was scrutinizing his every move. Then came the night everything changed. It was late, well past midnight. The quiet hum of the city outside was barely audible over the faint whir of Daniel's computer fan. He had been sifting through yet another obscure forum thread, his tired eyes scanning lines of cryptic text, when the screen suddenly went black. His fingers froze mid-typing, the room plunged into an unnatural silence. Even the gentle buzz of his desk lamp seemed to fade away. Before he could react, white text flickered onto the dark screen. The words were simple but chilling. "You're getting close." Daniel's breath caught in his throat. His pulse quickened as he leaned forward, his face illuminated by the eerie glow of the message. He stared at the screen, half expecting more text to appear, but none did. He tried to type something, anything, but the keyboard was unresponsive. The message remained for a few more moments before vanishing, leaving the screen blank once again. He sat back in his chair, his heart pounding in his chest. Was this a prank? Had someone hacked into his system? Or more terrifyingly, was this a response to his relentless digging into simulation theory? The thought sent a cold chill down his spine. The message felt deliberate, as though whoever, or whatever, had sent it was watching him in that very moment. In the days that followed, Daniel's world began to feel more surreal. Conversations with people took on an uncanny quality. Friends and strangers alike spoke in clipped, almost mechanical tones, repeating phrases with eerie precision. The cashier at the grocery store said, "Have a nice day," in the exact same cadence on 3 separate visits. It was as though the people around him were following a script, their responses pre-programmed and devoid of spontaneity. Even the sky seemed unnatural. Daniel noticed that the clouds rarely moved, hanging in place like props on a painted backdrop. The colours at sunset were too vivid, too perfect, as if rendered by an artist with an overactive imagination. The air itself felt heavier, charged with an invisible tension that made his every breath feel laboured. And then, one fateful night, it happened. Daniel was sitting at his desk, staring at the blinking cursor on his screen. He had been trying to write down his thoughts, to make sense of the strange events that had been unfolding. But his mind was a whirlwind, and the words refused to come. Suddenly the lights in his apartment flickered and went out. The hum of his computer died, plunging the room into an almost oppressive silence. He sat motionless, his eyes adjusting to the darkness. For a moment he thought the power outage was a coincidence, a mundane inconvenience. But then, in the corner of the room, a faint glow began to emerge. It wasn't the warm light of a candle or the cold blue of an LED, it was something entirely otherworldly, shifting in colour and intensity like a living entity. The glow grew brighter, pulsing rhythmically as it filled the room with an ethereal light. Daniel's breath hitched as he stood, his movements slow and cautious. Within the glow he began to see patterns, lines of cascading numbers and symbols, shimmering and shifting like the surface of a disturbed pond. These symbols moved too quickly to comprehend, but their presence felt purposeful, as though they were the very building blocks of reality itself. It was as if a veil had been lifted, exposing the intricate machinery that lay beneath the surface of his world. Daniel's chest tightened, his mind racing with questions and fears. Was this the truth he'd been searching for? Was he witnessing the raw code of the simulation? Or was his mind playing tricks on him, conjuring visions from the depths of his obsession? Compelled by a mix of terror and curiosity, Daniel reached out. His fingers trembled as they moved closer to the glowing mass. The moment his hand made contact, a surge of energy coursed through him, jolting him like a bolt of lightning. He gasped, his vision flooded with a kaleidoscope of images and sensations. He saw flashes of his life, memories both familiar and foreign. He saw himself as a child playing in the park, but the scene felt off, as though it were a recording played back on faulty equipment. He saw faces of people he didn't recognise but felt he should, their expressions frozen in time. Most disturbingly, he saw himself from a distance, not as a human being but as a sequence of data, lines of ones and zeros stretching infinitely into the void. The experience lasted only a few seconds, but it left Daniel reeling. As the glow faded and the room plunged back into darkness, he collapsed into his chair, his body trembling with exhaustion and fear. His mind raced to make sense of what he had seen. Was it a glimpse of the truth? Or had his obsession driven him to the brink of madness? In the silence that followed, one thought echoed through Daniel's mind. The world he knew would never feel the same again. In the days that followed, Daniel struggled to make sense of what had happened. He replayed the events over and over in his mind. The glowing code, the surge of energy, the kaleidoscope of images that had flashed before his eyes. Was it possible that he had truly glimpsed the underlying fabric of reality? Or had his mind, pushed to the brink by his obsession, simply conjured it in a moment of exhaustion? No matter how many times he turned the question over, the answer remained elusive. He began to move through life with a strange sense of detachment. Every moment, every interaction, every sensation carried with it the faint echo of artificiality. The world around him, once vibrant and full of life, now felt like a carefully constructed facade. Conversations felt scripted, as though the people around him were reading from lines they didn't fully understand. The sound of traffic outside his apartment seemed monotonous, like a looped recording playing on repeat. Even the city lights that twinkled in the distance felt calculated, their brightness too perfect, their arrangement too deliberate. Daniel spent hours staring out the window of his apartment, watching the world unfold below. He noticed details he had never paid attention to before. The way pedestrians seemed to walk in synchronized patterns, the way the wind rustled the trees as though following an unseen rhythm. It was as if the simulation, if that's what it was trying harder than ever to convince him of its authenticity. But the harder it tried, the more artificial it felt. One evening, as he watched the sun set behind the city skyline, a strange calm settled over him. The colours of the sky, vivid oranges and purples fading into deep blue, felt impossibly beautiful, almost as if they had been painted just for him. And in that moment, Daniel realised something profound. Whether the world was real or simulated didn't matter. His experience of it was all he had, and it was no less meaningful for being uncertain. The laughter of a child playing in the park, the warmth of the sun on his skin, the taste of his favourite coffee, these things felt real. They brought him joy, comfort and connection, and perhaps that was enough. Daniel didn't stop wondering about the nature of reality. His curiosity was too deeply ingrained to simply vanish, but he no longer let it consume him. Instead, He began to focus on the things that grounded him, the friends he had neglected, the hobbies he once loved, the simple pleasures that made life worth living. If the world was a simulation, then it was a beautiful one, and he would cherish it for what it was. As he sat by his window that evening, the city lights twinkling in the distance, Daniel felt a sense of peace he hadn't known in months. The question of whether his world was real or fabricated faded into the background, replaced by a quiet acceptance of the mystery. Some truths, he realised, didn't need answers. Sometimes the beauty of the question was enough. Thank you for joining us tonight on Sleep Theories. May this story of reality and illusion inspire you to reflect, to wonder, and to find comfort in the unknown. Sleep well, and let your dreams carry you to a place of endless possibility. Sweet dreams. Evelyn Harper never considered herself special. She lived in a small, quiet town on the edge of the Midwest, where the stars felt closer than the ground beneath her feet. A schoolteacher by day, Evelyn spent her nights in solitude, enjoying the tranquility her life offered. She often joked that her only companions were her books and the humming crickets outside her window. She liked it that way. It was simple, predictable. Evelyn's days were measured by the comforting rhythms of small-town life. She woke at dawn to the sound of birds chirping outside her modest farmhouse, their melodies blending with the faint rustle of wind through the trees. Her mornings were always the same: coffee in her favourite mug, the one with a chip on the rim from years of use, and the daily crossword puzzle from the town's only newspaper. By the time she'd finished her second cup, the sun would have risen fully, casting its golden light over the rolling fields that stretched out to meet the horizon. She loved her job, even though it wasn't always easy. Her third-grade classroom was a mix of chatter and laughter, with moments of quiet focus as her students worked through spelling tests or art projects. Evelyn had a way of making the lessons come alive, weaving stories and songs into her teaching that left her students eager to learn. She found joy in their curiosity, their boundless energy, and the way they reminded her to see the world through fresh eyes. After school, Evelyn would linger in her classroom, tidying up the day's messes and preparing for the next. She liked the quiet moments when the hallways were empty, and the only sound was the creak of the old wooden floors beneath her footsteps. It was a chance to reflect, to breathe, and to remind herself why she loved what she did. Her evenings were her own, a sanctuary of peace and stillness. She'd return home to her cosy house at the edge of the town, where the fields seemed to stretch forever and the world felt impossibly wide. She would cook simple meals, often from the vegetables she grew in her small garden, and eat by the light of a single lamp in her kitchen. Afterward, she'd settle into her favourite armchair by the window, a well-worn novel or a journal in her lap. Evelyn's favourite time of day was dusk, when the sky turned shades of lavender and peach, and the first stars began to appear. She would step out onto her porch, mug in hand, and watch as the heavens came alive with pinpricks of light. The crickets would begin their nightly serenade, their steady rhythm a backdrop to the gentle rustle of the breeze. It was a time for reflection, for dreaming, for feeling at one with the universe. To anyone else, her life might have seemed lonely, even dull. But to Evelyn, it was perfect. She had carved out a little piece of the world that was entirely her own, free from the noise and chaos that seemed to dominate everyone else's lives. She didn't need much, just the stars, the stillness, and the knowledge that tomorrow would bring more of the same. But as comforting as her routine was, there was always a faint undercurrent of restlessness, a whisper of something unspoken that tugged at the edges of her contentment. On certain nights, when the moon hung low and the world felt especially quiet, Evelyn would catch herself staring at the sky a little too long, wondering if there was something more. It wasn't a longing for adventure or change. She loved her life exactly as it was. But there was a sense of curiosity, a quiet yearning to understand the vastness above her. She never imagined that her life would change, not in any dramatic way at least. Evelyn Harper was a woman who believed in the beauty of small things, the laughter of her students, the warmth of the sun on her face, the way the stars seemed to wink at her from the dark expanse of the night sky. Her world was small, and she liked it that way, but the universe has a way of surprising us when we least expect it. and for Evelyn Harper, the stars she loved so dearly were about to draw her into a mystery far greater than anything she had ever dreamed. It began on an unremarkable Tuesday evening. The air was warm, thick with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and Evelyn had just settled onto her porch with a cup of tea. Her home sat at the edge of a sprawling field, with nothing but open land and endless sky stretching toward the horizon. She found peace in the stillness, in the way the wind whispered through the grass, its gentle rustling a lullaby for her thoughts. But that night, the quiet felt different. There was an unease in the air, a stillness too deep, like the world was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. Evelyn shifted in her chair, her gaze lifting to the sky as she tried to brush off the odd sensation creeping over her. The stars were unusually bright that night, scattered across the velvety darkness like shards of diamond. The moon hung low, casting a pale glow over the fields, and for a moment Evelyn allowed herself to relax, letting the familiar beauty of the night wash over her. She sipped her tea, savouring the warmth as it spread through her chest, and listened to the crickets' steady song, their chirping a constant companion in her otherwise solitary evenings. But then the crickets stopped. It wasn't gradual. One moment, their symphony filled the air, and the next, there was nothing but silence. A deep, unnerving silence that seemed to press down on her, wrapping around her like a heavy blanket. Evelyn froze, her cup poised halfway to her lips. Her heart quickened as her eyes darted to the edge of the field, searching for the source of the disruption. It wasn't uncommon for the crickets to pause momentarily when a predator passed nearby, a fox perhaps, or a stray cat. But this felt different. The silence stretched on, growing heavier with each passing second. Setting her tea down with trembling hands, Evelyn leaned forward, her fingers gripping the armrests of her chair. She squinted into the darkness, her eyes scanning the horizon for any sign of movement. The wind had stilled, the grass no longer swaying in its gentle rhythm, as if the entire world had been frozen in place. A chill ran down her spine, and she pulled her shawl tighter around her shoulders, suddenly acutely aware of how exposed she was in the open air. And then she saw it. A faint light, hovering just above the field, no bigger than a lantern at first glance. Evelyn blinked, unsure if her tired eyes were playing tricks on her. But the light remained, unwavering and steady, casting a soft glow that danced like fireflies in the night. At first she thought it might be a plane, but the way it moved dispelled that idea almost instantly. It didn't glide smoothly across the sky. Instead, it darted back and forth, moving with an unnatural precision that defied logic. Its glow shifted between hues of blue, green and white, as if it were alive, pulsating with its own heartbeat. Evelyn's breath caught in her throat as she rose slowly to her feet, her hands gripping the porch railing for support. She couldn't tear her eyes away from the light, her body frozen between awe and fear. It was like nothing she had ever seen before, and the longer she watched, the more a strange sense of unease crept over her. Her mind raced, trying to rationalize what she was seeing. Could it be a drone, some kind of experimental aircraft? But deep down she knew, whatever it wasn't man-made. The light grew brighter, its glow spilling across the field and illuminating the tall grass in an otherworldly radiance. Evelyn took an involuntary step back, her heartbeat pounding in her ears. The silence around her was absolute, broken only by the faint hum that seemed to emanate from the light itself, a sound so low and resonant it seemed to vibrate in her chest. She could feel the air shift around her, charged with an energy she couldn't describe. It was as if the night itself had come alive, holding its breath along with her, and then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, the light vanished. The field plunged back into darkness, the stars above seeming impossibly dim in the wake of the light's brilliance. Evelyn stood motionless, her eyes scanning the empty expanse before her, searching for any sign of the strange phenomenon, but there was nothing, no trace of the light, no sound to suggest it had ever been there. The crickets remained silent, the air still heavy with an unnatural quiet that made her skin crawl. Her legs felt weak as she stumbled back toward the door, her hands fumbling for the handle. She locked it behind her, as if the simple act could protect her from whatever she had just witnessed. Inside, the familiar warmth of her home felt foreign, the comforting hum of the refrigerator and the ticking of the old clock on the wall doing little to steady her nerves. Evelyn paced the small living room, her thoughts racing. She tried to convince herself it was nothing, a trick of the light, a strange weather phenomenon, or perhaps even an overactive imagination brought on by too much solitude. But the image of the light was burned into her mind, vivid and unrelenting. She checked the windows repeatedly, peering out into the darkness for any sign of the movement. Each creak of the old house made her jump, her pulse quickening as shadows danced in the corners of her vision. She thought about calling someone, her sister perhaps, or one of her colleagues from school. But what would she say? How could she explain what she had seen without sounding like she'd lost her mind? Evelyn spent the rest of the night wide awake, the warm glow of a single lamp her only comfort. She tried to read, to distract herself with the familiar pages of her favourite book, but the words blurred together, her mind unable to focus. She replayed the scene in her head over and over, searching for an explanation that would make sense. But no matter how she tried to rationalise it, one thought lingered, refusing to be ignored. It was something more. As the first rays of dawn broke over the horizon, painting the fields in shades of gold and amber, Evelyn finally allowed herself to relax, if only for a moment. The world looked ordinary again, the cricket's song returning as if nothing had happened. But Evelyn knew the truth. What she had seen the night before wasn't ordinary, and deep down she suspected that this was only the beginning. The next morning, Evelyn felt like a ghost. She went about her day as usual, teaching her third-grade class, chatting with colleagues, but her mind was elsewhere. She couldn't shake the feeling that she'd been watched, that whatever had hovered above her field the night before wasn't finished. When she returned home that evening, the unease only grew. She checked the locks on her doors and windows twice, her eyes darting to the field every few minutes. The sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in streaks of pink and orange, but Evelyn found no beauty in it. She sat by the window, clutching her mug of tea like a lifeline, and waited. It happened again around midnight. This time the light was brighter, its movements more erratic. Evelyn's hands shook as she grabbed her phone, intending to record it, but before she could hit the button, her body was overcome with a sudden wave of exhaustion. Her vision blurred, her limbs felt heavy, and the last thing she remembered was collapsing onto the couch. When she woke, it was morning. The sun streamed through her window, the field outside bathed in golden light. For a moment she thought it had all been a dream, but then she noticed something. Her bare feet were caked with dirt. Her heart raced as she inspected herself further. There were faint scratches on her arms, as if she had been walking through the field, but how? She had no memory of leaving the house. That day, Evelyn tried to convince herself she was imagining things. She avoided looking at the field, avoided thinking about the light. But the marks on her arms wouldn't let her forget. And that night, as she lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, she knew it wasn't over. Over the following weeks, the experiences escalated in ways Evelyn couldn't have imagined. At first, it was subtle. The lights in the sky came more frequently, sometimes appearing in the distance, their glow faint but unmistakable. Each time they lingered longer, as though they were searching, waiting. Evelyn would watch from the safety of her home, her heart pounding in her chest, telling herself it was nothing she needed to fear. But the lights grew bolder. They began appearing closer, illuminating her fields with an intensity that turned the familiar landscape into something alien and unrecognizable. Their brightness pierced through her curtains, seeping into her sanctuary like an unwelcome intruder. And then there were the marks. She noticed the first one on a cool morning as she stood in front of her bathroom mirror. It was small, perfectly circular, just below her collarbone. It didn't hurt, but its precision unnerved her. Over the following nights more appeared, on her arms, her legs, even the back of her neck. They were always the same, small, round, and too symmetrical to be accidental. Evelyn tried to rationalise them. Perhaps she'd bumped into something, or maybe it was a strange reaction to a bug bite. But deep down she knew these explanations didn't hold up. The marks were too deliberate, too uniform. Then there was the humming. It began as a faint noise, so soft she thought it was her imagination. But as the nights went on, it grew louder, more insistent. It wasn't coming from outside, nor was it a sound her house should make. It seemed to emanate from nowhere and everywhere all at once, resonating through the walls, the floor, and even her own body. It wasn't just a noise, it was a feeling, a vibration that settled deep in her chest and made her stomach churn. She tried to ignore it, burying her head under her pillow, but the sound seemed to follow her, pressing against her senses until it was impossible to pretend it wasn't there. Her once tranquil home, the place she had cherished for its solitude and peace, had become a source of dread. Every shadow felt menacing, every sound suspicious. The cricket's song, once comforting, now seemed eerie when it returned, as though mocking her. The silence that followed the lights was worse, a suffocating stillness that made her feel as though the world outside had ceased to exist. She stopped going out onto her porch at night, afraid of what she might see. Even inside, with the doors locked and the curtains drawn, she felt exposed, as though the walls of her home were no longer a barrier between her and whatever was out there. One particularly cold night, Evelyn sat curled on her couch, her hands gripping a flashlight. She had taken to keeping it with her at all times, a small, futile comfort against the growing darkness that seemed to creep into every corner of her life. She hadn't slept in days, her mind too alert, her body too tense. Her tea sat untouched on the coffee table, its steam curling into the dim light of the room. The humming had started again, faint at first, then gradually building in intensity. She felt it before she heard it fully, a low vibration that set her nerves on edge. And then the light came. It started as a soft glow in the distance, just like before, but this time it didn't stay outside. The light grew brighter and brighter, spilling through the cracks in her curtains, under the door until it filled the entire room. It wasn't just a glow, it was a presence, overwhelming and impossible to escape. It illuminated everything, casting strange, elongated shadows across the walls that didn't align with the furniture or her own movements. Evelyn's breath caught in her throat as she stared, paralysed by the sheer unnaturalness of it. The humming grew louder, its resonance vibrating through her chest like a deep, unending note. She gripped the flashlight tighter, her knuckles white as her eyes darted around the room, and that's when she saw them. Figures, faint and shadowy, emerged at the edges of her vision, as though they had always been there, waiting for the right moment to reveal themselves. They were tall, unnervingly slender, their limbs elongated in ways that seemed both graceful and otherworldly. Their movements were slow but deliberate, each step fluid and calculated. Evelyn tried to focus on their faces, but they were indistinct, shrouded in the glow that surrounded them. She couldn't tell if they were looking at her, but she felt their gaze, a heavy, suffocating pressure that made her heart race. Her instinct was to run, to scream, to do anything to break free of the terror that held her in place, but her body wouldn't obey. It was as if the air around her had thickened, rooting her to the spot. Her flashlight slipped from her hand, clattering to the floor with a dull thud, but she barely noticed. Her breath came in shallow gasps as she watched the figures move closer, their forms becoming sharper, more defined. Evelyn tried to scream, but no sound came out. Her throat constricted, her voice trapped by the overwhelming force of their presence. The humming reached a crescendo, so loud and so deep it felt like her very bones were vibrating. The light pulsed, brighter and brighter, until it was impossible to see anything but white. Tears streamed down her face, and her vision blurred as the pressure around her grew unbearable, and then everything went dark. When Evelyn woke, she was lying on her couch, the flashlight still on the floor beside her. The light was gone, the humming a distant memory. The room was eerily still. The only sound, the faint ticking of the clock on the wall. Her body ached, her limbs heavy as though she had been running for miles. She touched her neck and felt a new mark, cold and smooth, as if etched into her skin. Her mind raced, trying to piece together what had happened, but the memories were fragmented, slipping through her grasp like water through her fingers. The night had changed her. Evelyn Harper was no longer the same woman who had sipped tea on her porch, content with the quiet simplicity of her life. Something had been taken from her, or perhaps something had been left behind. And as she sat there in the dim light of her living room staring at the empty field beyond her window, she knew one thing for certain. Whatever had happened that night, it wasn't over. When Evelyn woke, she was lying in her bed. The first thing she noticed was the silence. No humming, no crickets, just the faint ticking of the clock on her wall. She sat up slowly, her body heavy and sore, and noticed something on her nightstand, a small metallic object. It was unlike anything she had ever seen, its surface smooth and reflective, with intricate patterns etched into it. She didn't remember bringing it home, didn't remember much of anything. Her last clear memory was the light and the figures. Evelyn's life was never the same after that. The visits continued, though she stopped trying to fight them. She started keeping a journal, documenting every detail she could remember. The lights, the humming, the strange sensations. She researched alien abduction stories, finding comfort in the accounts of others who claimed to have experienced similar phenomena. But no amount of research could explain what was happening to her. She tried to tell a friend once, but the conversation didn't go well. The skepticism in their eyes, the forced politeness of their responses, it was too much. Evelyn realised she was alone in this, that no one would believe her. So she retreated further into herself, keeping her experiences a secret. But the most unsettling part wasn't the lights or the marks or even the figures. It was the memories that began surfacing in her dreams, fragments of something she couldn't fully grasp. She saw herself lying on a cold metallic table, bright lights shining down on her. She felt hands, soft, delicate, touching her skin, heard whispers in a language she didn't understand. The dreams felt so real, so vivid, that she often woke up gasping, her heart racing. Evelyn didn't know what they wanted or why they had chosen her, but as time went on, she began to feel a strange sense of acceptance. Whatever was happening, she couldn't stop it. All she could do was endure it and hope that one day she would find answers. Thank you for joining us tonight on Sleep Theories. Evelyn's story is just one of many that remind us how little we truly understand about the world and perhaps the universe around us. May this tale of mystery and wonder lull you into a peaceful sleep, where the boundaries of reality and imagination blur. Sleep well and sweet dreams. Charlie Grayson was an ordinary guy with an ordinary job. At 42, he'd spent the better part of 2 decades driving trucks, hauling everything from frozen vegetables to industrial equipment. He didn't mind the solitude of the open road. In fact, he preferred it. Life behind the wheel was simple. Just him, his rig, and the endless stretch of highway. But sometimes, the road led to places he never expected. Driving was Charlie's refuge. The hum of the engine beneath him, the rhythmic roll of tyres on pavement, and the vast, open skies above. It was his version of freedom. There were no office politics to navigate, no meetings to attend, and no deadlines beyond the ones set by his dispatcher. It was a job that required focus and patience, qualities Charlie had in abundance. He liked the routine of it, the way each delivery started and ended with a clear purpose. Most days the miles blurred together. The roads were familiar, even comforting. He knew the best diners to stop at for a slice of pie, which truck stops had the cleanest showers, and the stretches of highway where the sunsets seemed to last forever. He loved the quiet moments when the world felt like it belonged to him alone, the only sound the low rumble of his truck and the occasional whisper of wind through the windows. Charlie didn't consider himself the adventurous type. He wasn't the kind of guy who went looking for excitement or mystery. In fact, he avoided it whenever possible. His life was a steady rhythm of pickups and drop-offs, punctuated by the occasional call to his sister, or a quick stop to visit a friend on the way through town. It was predictable, and he liked it that way. But driving wasn't without its surprises. Over the years, Charlie had seen his share of odd things on the road. A bear wandering too close to the interstate, strange lights hovering in the distance late at night, and once, a car inexplicably abandoned in the middle of nowhere, its doors wide open as if the occupants had vanished into thin air. None of it had rattled him too much. He chalked it up to the quirks of life on the road and kept moving. Still, there was something about the open road that always felt a little otherworldly. Maybe it was the way the landscape seemed to stretch on forever, or the way the stars looked brighter and closer when you were miles from the nearest city. Charlie had spent countless nights parked at rest stops, leaning against the hood of his truck and staring up at the night sky. He liked to imagine the stories those stars might tell if they could talk, stories of travellers like him, crisscrossing the country in search of something they couldn't quite name. Charlie wasn't a dreamer by nature, but he did have a quiet appreciation for the unknown. He liked the idea that there were still mysteries in the world, things waiting to be discovered just beyond the horizon. But those thoughts were fleeting, passing through his mind like the tumbleweeds that sometimes skittered across the highway. For the most part, Charlie kept his focus on the road ahead, content with the life he'd built and the steady rhythm of his days. He never imagined that one of those roads, the same roads he'd travelled countless times, could lead him somewhere he wasn't meant to go, somewhere that would shatter his carefully constructed world of routine and simplicity, somewhere that would make him question everything he thought he knew about the job he'd always thought was so ordinary. It started with a routine delivery. His dispatcher called it a special route, which wasn't unusual. These jobs usually meant more pay and tighter deadlines. Charlie didn't ask questions. He wasn't the type to pry. He picked up the sealed cargo from a nondescript warehouse outside of Las Vegas, a heavy reinforced crate with no markings. The manifest simply read, "High-value equipment." That wasn't uncommon either. Truck drivers carried plenty of things they weren't meant to ask about. The instructions were precise. Follow a specific route, no detours, and arrive at the drop-off point by 2 a.m. The GPS coordinates were deep in the Nevada desert, but Charlie didn't think twice. He'd driven through the desert plenty of times, delivering goods to remote military installations. It was all part of the job. The sun was setting as Charlie turned onto a narrow, unmarked road. The desert stretched out in all directions, the horizon glowing in shades of orange and purple. The only signs of life were the occasional jackrabbit darting across the cracked pavement and the faint hum of his engine echoing in the stillness. His headlights cut through the growing darkness as he followed the route on his GPS. After an hour of driving, he approached a security checkpoint. The road was blocked by a high chain-link fence topped with razor wire. 2 armed guards stood by a small booth, their faces shadowed by the brim of their caps. The insignia on their uniforms was unfamiliar, but their presence made it clear. This was no ordinary delivery. Charlie rolled down his window as one of the guards approached. The man didn't speak, just motioned for Charlie's paperwork. Charlie handed it over, his heart beating a little faster. The guard studied the documents, then nodded and waved him through. The gate creaked open and Charlie drove on, his curiosity gnawing at him. The road ahead was smooth, eerily pristine compared to the cracked pavement outside the fence. As he drove, the landscape changed. Large, hangar-like buildings loomed in the distance, their shapes barely visible in the moonlight. The air felt heavy, charged with an unexplainable energy that made Charlie's skin prickle. He couldn't shake the feeling that he was being watched. His GPS pinged again as he double-checked the coordinates, signalling that he had arrived at the drop-off point. The area wasn't what Charlie had expected. It wasn't the usual industrial depot or a warehouse tucked away in a quiet corner of town. Instead, it was a desolate stretch of concrete leading to a massive hangar, its steel doors looming like the entrance to a fortress. A single overhead light flickered, casting erratic, shifting shadows that danced across the asphalt. The air felt heavier here, as though the weight of the place itself pressed down on him. He cut the engine, the silence that followed feeling almost unnatural, broken only by the faint rhythmic hum of distant machinery. Charlie climbed down from the cab, his boots crunching against the ground as he stretched his legs. He glanced around, half expecting someone to appear immediately, but the area was eerily empty. The light above buzzed faintly, adding to the tension. For a moment he considered honking the horn to announce his presence, but something about the atmosphere made him think better of it. After a few minutes, a figure emerged from the shadows. It was a man in a crisp white lab coat, his expression blank and his gait purposeful. Behind him were 2 guards, each wearing dark uniforms and carrying weapons holstered at their hips. Their presence wasn't casual. They moved with precision, their eyes scanning the area as if they expected trouble. The man in the lab coat stopped in front of Charlie, his gaze sharp but devoid of any warmth or friendliness. He held out a clipboard without introducing himself, his movements mechanical. Charlie hesitated, then took the clipboard, scanning the document briefly. It was the standard delivery confirmation, but the strange location and the armed guards made him feel like he was signing away more than just a shipment. "You'll unload the crate and bring it inside," the man said, his tone clipped and efficient. He didn't offer a name, an explanation, or even a hint of small talk. Charlie simply nodded, sensing this wasn't the kind of place where questions were welcomed. As he moved to the back of his truck, the guards followed closely, their boots echoing against the concrete. He could feel their eyes on him, scrutinizing every move he made. The crate was large, heavy, and reinforced with thick steel edges. It was unmarked, save for a series of stenciled numbers on its side, nothing that gave away its contents. Charlie had hauled plenty of odd cargo over the years, but something about this crate set his nerves on edge. Using the pallet jack, he carefully wheeled the crate down the truck's ramp, the metal clanking softly as it touched the ground. He manoeuvred it toward the hangar doors, where the man in the lab coat was waiting. The guards stayed close, their presence more oppressive than helpful. The hangar's interior was unlike anything Charlie had ever seen. The air was cooler, carrying a faint metallic tang, and the overhead lights bathed everything in a harsh, sterile glow. Rows of equipment lined the walls, machines with sleek, futuristic designs that looked more at home in a science fiction movie than a government facility. Some hummed faintly, their lights blinking in patterns Charlie couldn't decipher. Others were silent but ominous, their purposes entirely alien to him. As he wheeled the crate into place, Charlie's eyes darted around the room. He couldn't help but notice the way the lab coat man and the guards avoided looking directly at certain pieces of equipment, as though even they weren't entirely comfortable with what surrounded them. A strange tension hung in the air, an unspoken understanding that this was no ordinary workspace. The man in the lab coat gestured to a designated spot near the back wall. "Right there," he said, his voice devoid of inflection. Charlie complied, carefully lowering the crate into place. He secured it as instructed, the guards watching every movement as though they expected him to do something wrong. "Is that it?" Charlie asked, breaking the silence. His voice sounded too loud in the cavernous space, echoing off the walls. The man in the lab coat didn't respond. He simply nodded, his attention already shifting to the crate as if Charlie no longer existed. As Charlie turned to leave, something caught his eye. A large translucent panel mounted on the far wall. The surface glowed faintly, its opacity shifting like frosted glass under a faint light. Behind it, he thought he saw movement. It was subtle, almost imperceptible, a flicker of shadow that disappeared as quickly as it had appeared, but it was enough to make him stop in his tracks. "What's behind?" he started to ask, but the words died in his throat. One of the guards stepped forward, his hand resting on the holster at his hip. "Time to go," the guard said, his tone leaving no room for argument. Charlie's mouth went dry. He nodded quickly, forcing his eyes away from the panel. As he walked back toward his truck, he could feel the guard's presence behind him, their steps measured and deliberate. It was as if they were herding him out, ensuring he didn't stray or look too closely at anything he wasn't supposed to see. Climbing into the cab of his truck, Charlie's hands trembled slightly as he gripped the wheel. He started the engine, the familiar rumble doing little to calm his nerves. As he pulled away from the hangar, he cast one last glance in his side mirror. The translucent panel was barely visible through the open hangar doors, but in that fleeting moment, he thought he saw it again, a shadow shifting behind the glowing surface. He told himself it was just his imagination, a trick of the light or the exhaustion from the long drive. But no matter how hard he tried to convince himself, the unease lingered, crawling under his skin like an itch he couldn't scratch. The image of the translucent panel and the faint movement behind it replayed in his mind, an unshakable reminder that he had seen something he wasn't meant to. The GPS continued to hum directions, urging him back toward the main gate, but the unease clawing at Charlie's chest wouldn't let him obey. Something about the narrow, well-worn side road just ahead called to him, a whisper of forbidden knowledge he couldn't ignore. He hesitated for only a moment before jerking the wheel and veering off the marked route. His heart pounded as the truck's tyres crunched over the gravel, every turn taking him further away from the path he was supposed to follow. The side road twisted and snaked through the facility's outskirts, its bends obscured by the shadows of low hills and sparse desert vegetation. The abandoned buildings that lined his path seemed to loom larger as he passed, their windows like hollow eyes watching his every move. At first, he saw no signs of life, just darkness and the occasional rusted chain-link fence, rattling faintly in the breeze. But as he drove deeper, things began to shift. He noticed subtle signs of activity, a faint glimmer of light from a distant structure, tyre tracks freshly carved into the dirt, the unmistakable silhouette of guards patrolling a perimeter. His breath quickened. The urge to turn back tugged at him, a voice of reason growing louder in his mind, but his curiosity burned too hot to be extinguished. He pressed forward, gripping the wheel tighter as the road widened and led him into what felt like the heart of the facility. At last he pulled his truck into the shadow of a massive hangar, its dark metal walls blending into the night. He killed the engine, the abrupt silence amplifying the sound of his own rapid breathing. For a moment he just sat there, the weight of what he was doing pressing down on him. Then, as though compelled by an unseen force, he climbed out of the cab. The air here was different, thick, charged, as if it hummed with an invisible current. Every step Charlie took felt deliberate, his boots crunching softly on the gravel as he crept closer to the hangar. A faint glow seeped through a crack in the enormous doors, and he found himself drawn to it like a moth to a flame. He crouched low, the cool metal of the hangar's sidewall brushing against his hand as he leaned in to peer through the gap. The interior of the hangar was breathtakingly vast, stretching farther than his eyes could follow. The air inside was cold, a stark contrast to the desert night beyond. Rows of futuristic workstations lined the walls, each manned by technicians clad in pristine white lab coats. They moved with quiet precision, their faces illuminated by the pale blue light of glowing monitors. Charlie's eyes scanned the room, drinking in details that felt like something out of a dream or a nightmare. And then he saw it. At the centre of the hangar, suspended impossibly above the ground, was a craft like nothing he'd ever imagined. Its shape was sleek, almost organic, with smooth metallic curves that shimmered like liquid under the harsh overhead lights. The hull was etched with strange, glowing symbols that pulsed faintly, as though alive. The air around the craft seemed to ripple subtly, distorting the light in a way that made it difficult to focus on its form for too long. Charlie's breath caught in his throat. This wasn't any kind of military tech he'd ever seen. This was something else, something not of this world. The realization sent a chill down his spine, and for a moment he couldn't move. His mind raced, struggling to process what he was seeing. His hands gripped the edge of the doorframe so tightly his knuckles turned white. The technicians moved around the craft like surgeons in an operating room, their movements synchronized and deliberate. It was clear they were conducting tests, but on what or why, Charlie couldn't begin to guess. A soft mechanical hum filled the air, barely audible but somehow felt deep in his chest. It was coming from the craft, a rhythmic vibration that seemed to resonate with the very walls of the hangar. He stared at it, transfixed, until a faint sound behind him shattered the spell. "Step away from the door," a voice commanded, sharp and unyielding. Charlie whipped around, his heart lurching into his throat. 2 guards were approaching, their weapons drawn and pointed squarely at him. The beams of their flashlights cut through the darkness, illuminating his frozen form. Panic surged through his veins, and before he could think, his instincts took over. He bolted. The shouts of the guards rang out behind him, their voices sharp and urgent. Charlie's boots pounded against the gravel as he sprinted back toward his truck, his mind a blur of fear and adrenaline. He could hear their heavy footsteps gaining on him, the clatter of their gear echoing in the night. Every breath burned in his lungs, but he didn't dare slow down. He reached the truck and yanked open the door, his hands trembling as he fumbled with the keys. The guards were closing in, their shouts growing louder, but finally the engine roared to life. He slammed the door shut and threw the truck into gear, his foot pressing hard on the gas pedal. The tyres spun for a moment before gripping the gravel, sending up a cloud of dust as he sped down the road. In his rearview mirror he could see the guards giving chase, their figures silhouetted against the distant lights of the hangar. But as he rounded a bend, the facility began to fade into the background. For a fleeting moment, relief washed over him. He thought he might have escaped, but his hope was short-lived. As he neared the main gate, a blinding spotlight erupted ahead of him, flooding the road with harsh white light. He squinted against the glare, his truck screeching to a halt. The tyres left deep grooves in the dirt as the vehicle came to an abrupt stop. Ahead, a line of vehicles blocked the road, their engines idling ominously. Armed guards stepped out, their weapons raised and trained on him. Charlie's breath came in ragged gasps as he realized he was surrounded. There was no way out. Slowly he raised his hands, his heart pounding so hard it felt like it might burst from his chest. The guards approached, their faces impassive as they barked orders. They pulled him from the truck, cuffing his wrists with practiced efficiency. The cold metal bit into his skin, a stark reminder of his mistake. As they led him toward one of the waiting vehicles, Charlie cast one last glance over his shoulder. In the distance, the hangar loomed dark and silent, its secrets once again hidden from view. The faint glow of the translucent panel burned in his memory, a haunting image he knew he'd never forget. The guards shoved him into the back of a black van, its interior as cold and unyielding as the cuffs around his wrists. The doors slammed shut, sealing him in darkness. As the vehicle pulled away, Charlie's mind raced with unanswered questions and a growing sense of dread. He didn't know where they were taking him, or what would happen next. All he knew was that he'd seen something he was never meant to see, and that knowledge would cost him more than he'd ever imagined. Thank you for joining us tonight on Sleep Theories. As you drift off, let this story remind you of the mysteries that might lie just out of sight, hidden in the most secretive corners of the world. Sleep well and sweet dreams. Ethan didn't remember a time in his life when he didn't feel out of place. Growing up, he was the quiet kid, the one who sat in the corner of the classroom with his nose buried in a book or staring out the window, wondering if there was something more beyond the confines of the world he knew. While his friends grew excited about parties, clubs, and futures mapped out in clean, predictable lines, Ethan felt only a creeping dread, an unshakable feeling that something was missing. He'd often felt like he was standing at the edge of something vast, a place beyond his understanding, and he'd wondered if he might accidentally stumble into it one day. His life had been ordinary, perhaps too ordinary, and sometimes he thought that was the scariest thing of all. He spent most of his free time chasing stories and curiosities, unexplained mysteries, urban legends, and tales of things that couldn't be. The Backrooms was one of his favourites. He first read about it on a forum late one night, an innocuous post titled, "If you're not careful, you might slip between the cracks in the water into the Backrooms." The premise was simple, terrifying. The Backrooms were a hidden dimension, an endless maze of empty, yellowed rooms, a place you could fall into if you weren't careful, disappearing from the world as you knew it. The idea left him with a chill that lingered long after he'd closed his laptop. To some part of Ethan, the Backrooms didn't just sound like a horror story. They sounded like something real, a hidden layer of reality lurking just beneath the surface, waiting for the right or wrong person to find it. He even dreamed about it sometimes. His curiosity deepened into a quiet obsession, and he'd spend hours researching theories, reading accounts from people who claimed to have seen glimpses of it or felt its strange pull in the periphery of their lives. This fascination made him feel alive, but it also made him reckless. He began to wonder what it would feel like to slip between the cracks himself, to see if a place like the Backrooms could really exist. He'd explore abandoned buildings on weekends, walk the quiet, empty halls of his university late at night, always searching for something just out of reach. It became his ritual, a strange comfort that filled the gap he couldn't explain, that constant need to find something beyond the mundane. It was a normal Thursday afternoon, and Ethan was on his way home from a late night of studying in the library. He was tired, his head aching from hours of staring at his laptop screen. His thoughts were muddled as he waited for the elevator to take him down to the parking lot. When the doors finally slid open, he stepped inside, pressed the button for the ground floor and closed his eyes, leaning against the wall for a moment. That was when it happened. With a sharp jolt, the elevator stopped, sending a shock through Ethan's body and jolting him upright. He opened his eyes, blinking in confusion, but there were no lights, no numbers indicating what floor he was on. Only a dim, sickly yellow glow filtered through the tiny window in the elevator door. Confused, he pressed the door open button, hoping to see something familiar. The doors shuddered open with a creak, revealing a room. Not the parking lot, not even the dimly lit hallway of his university building. Just an empty room with faded, peeling wallpaper and harsh fluorescent lights buzzing overhead. Ethan hesitated, peering out into the strange expanse. The wallpaper was an ugly, sickly yellow, dotted with tiny, unrecognisable stains, and the floor was covered in cheap industrial-grade carpet that looked damp in places. The hum of the lights seemed louder out here, a grating drone that wormed its way into his skull. He felt his stomach churn, a deep primal unease settling over him. Taking a deep breath, he stepped out of the elevator. The doors closed behind him with a loud clang, but when he turned around, the elevator was gone. Nothing but an empty wall stood where it had been. Panic started to creep in as he took a step back, then another. This can't be real, he whispered to himself. His voice sounded strange, swallowed by the space around him. He turned, looking around, but all he could see was a vast stretch of identical yellow-tinted rooms. There was no end in sight, only more walls, more corners leading into more of the same. He tried calling out, his voice echoing faintly, swallowed by the relentless hum of the lights. "Hello? Is anyone here?" Silence answered him, thick and oppressive. With no other option, he started to walk, hoping that if he went far enough he'd find an exit, or at least someone who could explain this bizarre place. His footsteps were muffled by the carpet, and the further he walked, the more the rooms seemed to blend together. Every corner, every turn looked exactly the same, an endless maze of empty, deserted spaces. After what felt like hours of wandering, Ethan's initial fear dulled into a kind of numb desperation. He began to feel disoriented, the sameness of the place eating away at his sense of time and direction. His throat felt dry, and he realized he hadn't seen any signs of water, food, or even another living soul. Just endless rooms and the nauseating stench of stale air. Then he saw it. A shadow, flickering just beyond the edge of his vision, barely noticeable against the yellow walls. He froze, his heart pounding. The shadow was moving. "Hello," he called out again, his voice cracking. "Is someone there?" The shadow darted out of view, slipping around a corner before he could get a good look at it. His instinct was to run, to get as far away from that shadow as possible, but something compelled him forward. A morbid curiosity mingled with the faint hope of finding another human being in this nightmare. He crept forward, rounding the corner, but the shadow was gone. He continued down the hallway, the humming lights above creating a strange hypnotic rhythm that made his thoughts feel hazy and slow. Just as he was about to turn back, he heard a sound. It was faint, almost like a soft shuffling, as if something was dragging across the carpet. He held his breath, his heart hammering as he strained to hear. The sound grew louder, closer, until he could make out a strange, uneven rhythm, as though whatever was moving didn't have the same number of limbs as he did. He turned to face the direction of the noise, his eyes wide with terror. Emerging from around a corner was a figure, tall and impossibly thin, with limbs that seemed too long, too stretched, as though they'd been pulled like taffy. Its skin was pale, almost translucent, and its eyes were wide and empty, two hollow sockets that seemed to drink in the dim light around them. Its mouth stretched into a grotesque, gaping grin, filled with rows of needle-like teeth. Ethan stumbled back, his hand flying to his mouth to stifle a scream. The creature tilted its head, studying him with an unnervingly calm curiosity, as if it were examining a particularly interesting bug. Then, slowly, it began to move forward, each step deliberate and unnatural, its joints bending at impossible angles. Paralysed by fear, Ethan's mind screamed at him to run, but his legs felt like lead. The creature was only a few feet away now, its twisted form looming over him, filling the space with an overwhelming sense of dread. Finally, his survival instincts kicked in, and he spun on his heel, sprinting back the way he'd come. He could hear it behind him, that terrible shuffling sound as it followed, closing in with an eerie persistence. His breath came in ragged gasps, his heart pounding so loudly it nearly drowned out the hum of the lights. He took random turns, ducking through rooms and around corners, hoping to throw it off his trail, but no matter how far he ran, he could still feel its presence lurking just out of sight. As he rounded another corner, he stumbled into a different room. This one was larger than the others, with a ceiling that seemed to stretch up impossibly high, vanishing into darkness. In the centre of the room was a single decrepit armchair, facing away from him. He was too tired to question it, his legs shaking as he collapsed against the wall, breathing heavily. For a moment he allowed himself to hope that he had finally lost the creature. But then a voice, a low, raspy whisper, filled the room, coming from somewhere near the armchair. "Why, did you come here?" Ethan's heart skipped a beat. The voice was quiet, almost gentle, but there was something sinister lurking beneath it, a malevolent edge that made his skin crawl. "I don't know how I got here," he managed to stammer, his voice barely a whisper. The armchair creaked, as if someone was shifting in it, though he still couldn't see who or what was sitting there. "No one comes here by accident," the voice replied, a hint of amusement in its tone. "You wanted to be here. You're one of us now." Ethan shook his head, panic rising in his throat. "I don't belong here. I didn't mean to come here." The chair creaked again, and Ethan could feel the thing in it watching him, though he couldn't see its face. The oppressive silence seemed to press in on him, as if the walls themselves were leaning closer, eager to hear what he had to say. "You belong here now," the voice continued, a strange warmth in its tone, like a parent soothing the frightened child. "The Backrooms have chosen you. There's no way out." As the words sank in, Ethan felt a cold, hollow emptiness fill his chest. He wanted to scream, to run, but he was too exhausted, too drained by the endless maze of rooms and the oppressive hum of the lights. He sank to his knees, his mind racing, searching for some semblance of hope, some way to escape this nightmare. But deep down, he knew the truth. There was no way out. The Backrooms were endless, a labyrinth of yellow walls and flickering lights, stretching on forever, trapping him in their suffocating embrace. The thing in the armchair chuckled softly, a sound that echoed off the walls, filling the room with a dark, mocking joy. "Welcome home, Ethan," it whispered. And as the lights flickered above him, casting long shadows that seemed to close in from every corner, Ethan felt himself slipping away, the last fragments of his sanity dissolving into the hum of the fluorescent lights. He was home. After his harrowing escape from the Backrooms, Ethan struggled to return to his normal life. He tried to convince himself that it had been a nightmare, the result of exhaustion and a wandering mind. But deep down, he knew the truth. He'd been there, in that endless maze of yellow rooms, the echoing hum of fluorescent lights buzzing in his ears, the creature with the impossibly long limbs hunting him through every corner and corridor. He'd only narrowly escaped, stumbling back through an elevator that had seemed to appear out of nowhere and waking up in the real world as though nothing had happened. Weeks passed, but the Backrooms haunted him. He saw glimpses of it in reflections, in dark corners, even in the university hallways that had once seemed so ordinary. He developed a hyper-awareness, a dread that every corner he turned would lead him back into that yellow, buzzing nightmare. His friends noticed his anxiety, his sleeplessness, but he couldn't bring himself to tell anyone. How could he explain something so surreal, something he could hardly believe himself? He was sure it would get better with time, but his dreams betrayed him. Almost every night he would return to the Backrooms in his sleep. He would wander through its endless corridors, its stale, musty air thickening with every breath. No matter how he tried to direct his dream, no matter how aware he became, he was always drawn deeper into the maze. And in every dream the creature was there, lurking in the shadows, watching him with those empty eyes, that horrible grin. One night Ethan jolted awake, sweat pouring down his face, the hum of the fluorescent lights still ringing in his ears. His pulse pounded as he sat in the darkness of his room, clutching his bedsheets. It was a nightmare, just a nightmare, he told himself over and over. But the line between waking and sleeping was blurring, and he began to feel as though the Backrooms were calling to him, beckoning him back. Despite his growing fear, something within him stirred, a curiosity, or perhaps a sick obsession. The fear of returning to the Backrooms was tempered by an undeniable pull, a whisper that told him he hadn't yet seen everything there. He was certain it would swallow him whole if he went back, but some part of him felt he had to know the truth of what lay beyond those endless yellow rooms. The uncertainty gnawed at him, tugging at the back of his mind until he could think of little else. One Friday night, after another sleepless week, he gave in. It was as though he were possessed, acting on some deep unspoken impulse. He found himself back in the library, a little past midnight, with nothing but the quiet hum of the building to keep him company. He rode the same elevator he'd taken the last time, pressing the ground floor button, feeling the jolt as the elevator began its descent. But this time, there was no jolt to stop him. The elevator smoothly reached the ground floor, and the doors slid open to reveal the quiet university lobby. Disappointed and relieved in equal measure, he let out a shaky laugh. He'd been foolish, he thought. to believe the Backrooms could be summoned by something so simple. As he stepped out of the elevator, he froze. The lobby looked different. The lights were dimmer, the walls slightly yellowed, and an odd damp smell hung in the air. Slowly, his heart sinking, he turned to look behind him. The elevator doors were still open, but there was no lobby beyond them. Only the familiar yellow-tinted wallpaper, the buzz of the fluorescent lights, and that endless carpeted expanse stretching into oblivion. Ethan felt a wave of nausea wash over him. He was back. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself. This time, he wouldn't panic. He would stay calm, map out a path and find his way out. He'd done it once and he could do it again. But as he started to walk, he noticed subtle differences. The rooms felt darker, the smell stronger, almost like mildew mixed with something metallic. And the buzzing was louder, a harsh, grating sound that rattled in his skull. He wandered through the hallways, taking mental notes of every turn, every detail he could remember. But the back rooms seemed to shift around him, subtly changing with each step, making it impossible to find his way back. And soon enough, he began to hear the faint, shuffling footsteps he dreaded. The creature was here again. Ethan quickened his pace, his heart pounding. The footsteps followed him, echoing in sync with his own. He glanced over his shoulder, catching a glimpse of its grotesque, elongated form rounding a corner, moving with a horrible, jerking grace. He forced himself to keep calm, his mind racing as he tried to think of a way to escape. Room after room he searched for a way out, for any clue that could guide him. But the rooms seemed different this time, as if they were trying to trap him. The walls seemed to close in on him, narrowing with every turn, the air growing thick and stagnant. The creature's footsteps grew louder, closer, and Ethan knew he couldn't keep running forever. Finally, he stumbled into a room that looked different. A wide, empty space with a single door at the far end, something he hadn't seen before. With no other choice, he sprinted for it, throwing himself through the door just as he heard the creature behind him, its horrible breathing echoing in his ears. He shut the door, his back pressed against it as he gasped for breath. The room he'd entered was dimly lit, quieter, the buzzing sound fading to a low hum. The wallpaper was still that sickly yellow, but the atmosphere felt different, almost like a forgotten place, untouched even by the back rooms. In the centre of the room was a large rusted metal door, unlike anything he'd seen in his previous visits. With a surge of hope, he moved towards it, gripping the cold handle. He pulled and the door swung open, revealing a dark, narrow passage. He didn't hesitate. He stepped inside, the door closing with a heavy thud behind him. The passage stretched on, the air growing colder, the walls narrowing until he could barely fit through. He squeezed his way down the hallway, his hands brushing against rough, uneven walls, and as he moved he noticed something strange. The buzzing of the fluorescent lights was gone, replaced by an eerie silence, broken only by the faint drip of water echoing somewhere in the distance. He kept moving forward, the passage twisting and turning in unpredictable ways. The deeper he went, the darker it became, until he was stumbling blindly, feeling his way along the walls. His sense of direction was gone. He was deep within the back rooms, deeper than he'd ever been before, in a place that felt hidden, even from the horrors he'd already encountered. Finally, he saw a faint glimmer of light ahead. Desperate, he hurried toward it, his heart racing with hope. As he reached the end of the passage, he found himself standing before another door, this one old and weathered, with strange symbols etched into the wood. With trembling hands he opened it, stepping through into his room, his own bedroom, dimly lit by the first light of dawn. Ethan stared in disbelief, feeling the familiar softness of his carpet beneath his feet, the quiet hum of the city outside his window. He was home, truly home. He took a deep breath, his heart finally beginning to slow. For a long moment, he simply stood there, letting the reality of his escape wash over him. The back rooms had let him go. Somehow, he'd finally escaped. But as he sank onto his bed, exhausted, he couldn't shake the feeling that the back rooms were still with him, lurking in the shadows of his mind. The buzzing of the fluorescent lights, the stale smell, the creature's hollow eyes, all of it haunted him, a presence he could feel even in the safety of his room. And then he realized with a shiver that the room felt colder than usual. A subtle, creeping chill filled the air, seeping through the walls, brushing against his skin like fingers trailing ice. His breath fogged in the dim light, something that had never happened before in his cosy apartment. It was as though the warmth and safety he'd known here had been drained, replaced with the oppressive, stagnant atmosphere he'd left behind. Ethan sat up, glancing around. Everything looked normal. The posters on his walls, his desk cluttered with notes, the blanket he'd thrown carelessly to the side. But the silence was deafening. Outside his window, the familiar city sounds were gone, replaced by a dead, heavy stillness. He reached for his phone to check the time, but the screen remained blank, lifeless. His heart began to race as he tapped the screen over and over, but the device was unresponsive, a dark mirror reflecting his own fearful expression. Slowly he became aware of a faint, almost imperceptible sound, a noise he'd tried so hard to forget. The low, ominous hum of fluorescent lights. It was faint at first, a murmur on the edge of his hearing, but as he listened it grew louder, filling the room with that same mind-numbing buzz. Ethan stood up, gripping his bedpost for support as he scanned his surroundings. The walls of his room seemed to shift subtly, the wallpaper taking on a yellow tint, faded and stained, as if something had leached the colour out of it. The air thickened, that familiar smell of mildew creeping in, the metallic tang that clung to his senses. His stomach twisted with a dawning, sick realisation. "No," he whispered, his voice trembling. "No, I got out. But the room only continued to change, morphing around him. His bed stretched longer, the carpet rippled into endless patches, the door faded from view, leaving nothing but an expanse of yellowed walls and buzzing lights. The familiar furnishings of his room vanished entirely, swallowed by the sickly expanse. As he backed up, his foot collided with something soft yet solid, a familiar thick patch of carpet. His heart dropped, and he turned, dread curling in his stomach. The Backrooms had found him again, and this time, he feared, it would never let him go. Sam Ryder wasn't a man who sought out danger. He lived a quiet life in Albuquerque, New Mexico, repairing antique radios and running a small electronics shop tucked away on a quiet corner of Main Street. The shop was a modest space, the kind of place you might miss if you weren't looking for it. Its sign, hand-painted years ago, hung slightly askew above the door, proudly declaring, "Ryder's Radios, restoring the past, one dial at a time." Inside, the air carried the scent of aged wood, solder, and the faint tang of old electronics, a combination that felt as comforting as it did nostalgic. Sam's world revolved around the small, intimate hum of his daily routines. His morning started with a fresh cup of black coffee from the cafe across the street, where the barista always had his order ready before he walked in. He'd unlock the shop just as the sun began to filter through the large front windows, its light catching on the shelves lined with radios of every make and model. Some were pristine, polished to a shine and ready for their new homes. Others sat in various states of disassembly, their exposed wires and circuit boards a testament to Sam's steady, patient hands. He took pride in his work. Each radio brought into his shop carried a story, family heirlooms passed down through generations, wartime relics crackling with static-laden memories, and rare finds that collectors had unearthed from forgotten corners of attics or barns. Sam had an uncanny ability to coax life back into these relics, his fingers dancing over tools as if he were playing an instrument. He wasn't just fixing radios, he was breathing life back into forgotten pieces of history. The process was slow, meticulous, and deeply satisfying. Sam often lost himself in the rhythm of soldering connections, replacing tubes, and meticulously cleaning dials that had been coated with decades of dust. It was in these quiet, focused moments that he felt most at peace, the noise of the outside world fading into a distant hum. To Sam, the radios weren't just machines. They were windows into another time, echoes of lives lived and stories told. Customers came and went, each one leaving a small mark on the shop's ever-growing tapestry of tales. There was the elderly man who brought in his father's military radio, desperate to hear it crackle to life one more time. The young couple who stumbled upon an Art Deco model at a flea market, dreaming of filling their first apartment with its warm sound, and the local historian who occasionally brought in pieces for restoration, always eager to share a story about the significance of each artefact. Sam listened to these stories with genuine interest, his quiet demeanour putting people at ease. He wasn't much of a talker, but when he spoke, his words carried weight. He'd learned long ago that sometimes people just wanted to be heard, to know that their memories mattered to someone else. And in his own small way, Sam was helping preserve those memories, ensuring they wouldn't be lost to the static of time. The world outside might have been speeding up with new technologies and distractions, but Sam had always preferred the simplicity of things with knobs, dials and wires. He didn't own a smartphone, didn't bother with social media, and had never been one to chase the latest trends. His evenings were spent reading books from the second-hand shop down the street, or listening to the soothing crackle of an old jazz station on one of his favourite restored radios. His life wasn't exciting by most people's standards, but it was his, and he wouldn't have had it any other way. It was a life built on routine, on the comfort of the familiar. And for years, that was enough. He liked to say his job wasn't just fixing radios, it was restoring voices from the past. Each crackle, each tune that burst from an old speaker was a bridge between now and then, a reminder that even in a world that never seemed to stop moving, some things could remain timeless. But the past had a way of finding you, even when you weren't looking. And for Sam Ryder, that quiet life he'd built was about to be upended in a way he could never have imagined. It started with an old chest, brought into his shop by a woman in her late 60s. She introduced herself as Martha Green, and explained that the chest had belonged to her late father, a former military officer stationed in Roswell during the 1940s. The chest was battered, its leather straps worn from years of use, and the brass latches tarnished. Martha had found it while cleaning out her attic, and thought it might have some sentimental value. "It's probably nothing," she said with a shrug, her hands trembling slightly. "But my father always said this chest held his most important papers. I just can't bring myself to open it." Sam assured her he'd handle it carefully, though he wasn't sure why she thought an electronics repairman was the right person for the job. Still, he wasn't one to turn away a curious project. After Martha left, he set the chest on his workbench and examined it under the glow of a desk lamp. The lock was old, a simple mechanism that gave way with a firm twist of a screwdriver. Inside, Sam found an assortment of yellowed documents, photographs, and a small stack of reel-to-reel tapes. The papers were fragile, the edges crumbling as he carefully sifted through them. Most were mundane: personnel files, supply logs, handwritten notes that seemed to outline daily routines at an Air Force base. But then he found the folder. It was labelled Project Aurora Confidential in bold stamped letters. Sam's heart skipped a beat as he opened it, his eyes scanning the contents. There were diagrams of aircraft that didn't look like anything he'd ever seen, with sleek, curved designs that defied conventional engineering. Accompanying the diagrams were technical notes, filled with jargon and equations he didn't understand. And then there were the photos, black and white images, slightly blurred, showing what appeared to be a crash site in the desert. Debris was scattered across the sand, metallic fragments with strange patterns etched into their surfaces. In one photo, soldiers stood around a tarp-covered object, their faces tense and unreadable. Another showed what looked like a silver egg-shaped craft half buried in the ground. Sam's hands trembled as he flipped through the pictures, each one more surreal than the last. The final image stopped him cold. It was a close-up of a small humanoid figure lying on a stretcher. Its skin was pale, almost translucent, and its large almond-shaped eyes stared blankly at the camera. Sam's breath caught in his throat. He set the photo down, his mind racing. He'd heard the stories about Roswell, the crash, the rumours of a government cover-up, but he'd always dismissed them as urban legends. Yet here it was, tangible evidence that seemed to confirm the unthinkable. Sam leaned back in his chair, his pulse pounding in his ears. He glanced at the reel-to-reel tapes, their labels cryptic. Crash Recovery Debrief, Field Report 1947, and Subject Examination. A surge of curiosity mixed with dread coursed through him. If the tapes held audio evidence of what the photos suggested, then this wasn't just a piece of history, it was a bombshell. He decided to listen. After rigging up one of his refurbished players, he threaded the first tape and pressed play. The machine hummed to life, the reels spinning as a crackling voice filled the room. It was a man speaking in measured, clipped tones, clearly reading from a report. July 8th, 1947. Recovery operations have been completed, debris secured and transported to Hangar 18. Biological specimen recovered from the site is currently undergoing examination. Preliminary findings indicate non-terrestrial origin. The voice trailed off into static and Sam sat frozen, the weight of the words sinking in. Non-terrestrial origin. He rewound the tape and listened again, his mind struggling to process the implications. This wasn't some grainy video or a blurry photo easily dismissed as a hoax. It was a first-hand account from someone who had been there, someone who had seen things no one was ever supposed to know about. Sam knew he couldn't keep this to himself, but the moment he made that decision, a sense of dread settled over him. If this chest had been hidden for decades, there had to be a reason. And if he exposed its contents, there was no telling what might happen. The first sign of trouble came the next morning. Sam arrived at his shop, coffee in hand, to find the front door slightly ajar, the lock broken. His heart sank instantly, the unease hitting him like a punch to the gut. The door creaked as he pushed it open, revealing the interior of his once cosy sanctuary in shambles. The air felt thick, the kind of oppressive stillness that lingers after an uninvited presence has violated a space. Sam stood in the doorway, frozen, as his mind tried to catch up with what his eyes were seeing. His workbench, usually so meticulously organised, was a chaotic mess. Tools were scattered across the floor, wires and parts strewn about as if someone had ransacked the area in a hurry. The chest where he carefully stowed away the reel-to-reel tapes and the folder of documents was wide open, its contents emptied. Panic clawed at his chest as he stepped inside, his boots crunching on broken glass from a shattered desk lamp. "No, no, no," he muttered under his breath, dropping his coffee onto the floor without even noticing. He knelt by the chest, frantically sifting through the remnants of what had once been neatly arranged. The reel-to-reel tapes, the ones that had unearthed the long-buried whispers of the Roswell incident, were gone. His fingers dug through the scattered papers, desperate for some shred of the hope, but it was useless. The folder containing the photographs and diagrams, the single most damning evidence he'd ever seen, had vanished too. All that remained was an empty chest, a few stray scraps of paper fluttering on the floor, and a faint, acrid scent in the air. Sam froze as he inhaled it more deeply. Cigarette smoke. The smell was distinct, stale, as if whoever had been here had lingered for a while, watching, waiting. He stumbled to his feet, his legs unsteady, and staggered to the door. The world outside looked unchanged, the morning light casting long shadows across the quiet street. But then his eyes landed on it, a black sedan parked across the road. It hadn't been there yesterday. The car was sleek and nondescript, its windows tinted so dark that not even a glimmer of the interior was visible. It sat there, engine idling softly, like a predator waiting in the shadows. The sound of the engine was barely audible, but to Sam it was deafening. A cold sweat broke out on his brow as his instincts screamed at him to retreat, to get out of sight. He stepped back into the shop, pressing himself against the wall beside the door, his breath coming in shallow gasps. His mind raced, piecing together the fragments of the morning's events. Someone had been here, had taken the tapes and the folder, and now they were watching him. Why hadn't they just taken everything? Why had they left the shop otherwise intact? The damage minimal. It felt like a message, a warning. We know. Sam peered cautiously out the window, his fingers trembling as he pulled the edge of the curtain aside. The car hadn't moved, its dark presence an anchor for the fear tightening in his chest. He scanned the street for any signs of movement, but saw none. It was too quiet, the kind of quiet that made every creak of the floorboards behind him, and every shuffle of papers sound like thunder in his ears. His eyes darted to the back of the shop, where the emergency exit led to an alley. He could slip out unnoticed, get away before whoever was in that car decided to come in. But where would he go? And what would he do without the evidence that had been stolen? A dozen plans formed and dissolved in his mind, none of them offering the reassurance he craved. The cigarette smoke still lingered faintly in the air, a reminder of how close whoever had been here had gotten. Sam wiped his hands on his jeans, realizing only then how clammy his palms had become. He needed to think, needed to figure out his next move. But the presence of that car, the silent threat it represented, made it impossible to focus. He took a step back, his heel crunching on a loose screw. The noise startled him, his head snapping toward the sound as if expecting someone to emerge from the shadows. His pulse thundered in his ears as he tried to steady his breathing, his eyes flicking back to the car. It hadn't moved, but that didn't make it any less menacing. Sam backed further into the shop, the comforting clutter of his workspace now feeling alien and unsafe. He crouched behind his counter, his mind replaying every decision that had brought him to this moment. He hadn't asked for any of this. He was just a guy who fixed radios, someone who liked tinkering with the past because it felt safer than the present. But now the past had reached out with a chilling grip, pulling him into something far larger and far more dangerous than he could have ever anticipated. For a brief moment he considered calling the police. But what would he say? That someone had broken into his shop and stolen evidence of a decades-old government cover-up. He imagined their faces, the disbelief, the dismissive tones as they filed his report and went on with their day. And even if they did believe him, who was to say they wouldn't be part of whatever shadowy force was now watching him? Sam's gaze drifted back to the black sedan, his fingers tightening into fists. He wasn't sure what his next move would be, but one thing was certain. He was no longer just a man repairing radios. He was now a man in the crosshairs of something far bigger and far more dangerous than he had ever imagined. Over the next few days, the paranoia set in. The sedan followed him everywhere, when he went to the grocery store, when he walked to the post office, even when he drove out to the desert to clear his head. It never got too close, but it was always there, a shadow he couldn't shake. The phone calls came next. At first, they were just clicks and static. Then came the voice, a low, measured tone that never identified itself. "You've seen too much," it said one night, the words sending a chill down Sam's spine. "Leave it alone." Sam tried to tell himself it was just a coincidence, a prank, but deep down, he knew better. Someone knew what he had found, and they wanted to make sure it stayed buried. He considered going to the police, but what would he say? That he had uncovered proof of a decades-old government cover-up involving aliens? They'd laugh him out of the station. Desperate, Sam turned to the only person he could trust, Martha Green. She was as shocked as he was when he told her what had happened, her hands trembling as she held one of the few photos he'd managed to copy before the chest was ransacked. "My father always said he had secrets," she whispered, her voice heavy with regret. "But I never imagined this." Together they devised a plan. Martha had connections with a journalist in Santa Fe, someone with a reputation for uncovering government scandals. They would pass the evidence along anonymously, let someone else take the risk of exposing the truth. But the closer they got to Santa Fe, the more Sam felt the walls closing in. The sedan was still following them, its headlights a constant reminder that they weren't alone. Every mile felt like a gamble, every turn a chance for their pursuers to close the gap. When they reached the meeting spot, a diner on the outskirts of the city, Sam's hands were slick with sweat. The journalist was waiting in a corner booth, a man in his 40s with a worn leather jacket and sharp eyes. Sam handed over the envelope containing the copied photos and notes, his heart pounding as he explained what had happened. The journalist nodded grimly, tucking the envelope into his jacket. "This is big," he said. "But you need to be careful. If they're already watching you, they won't stop just because you gave me this." Sam nodded, his throat tight. He knew the man was right. Even as he left the diner, the weight of the truth he'd uncovered hung over him like a storm cloud. The drive back to Albuquerque was tense, every shadow on the road feeling like a threat. When Sam finally reached his apartment, he locked the door behind him and sat in the dark, his thoughts racing. He didn't know what the future held, but one thing was certain. The truth was out there now, and no matter what happened, he had done his part to make sure it couldn't be buried again. Thank you for spending your evening with us on Sleep Theories. As you drift off to sleep, let this story remind you that some mysteries are too big to stay hidden forever. Sleep well, and sweet dreams. Ryan Jacobs wasn't looking for trouble. Trouble, it seemed, had a way of finding him. At 32, Ryan lived a relatively quiet life. He was a freelance video editor, the kind of guy who spent most of his days hunched over a laptop, meticulously cutting together wedding videos, corporate ads, and the occasional independent film. His work was steady, predictable, and as far removed from the world of controversy as one could imagine. And that was exactly how Ryan liked it. But everything changed on a rainy afternoon in early November. Ryan sat frozen in his chair, the faint whir of the projector the only sound in the otherwise silent room. The flickering black and white images on the screen felt both surreal and undeniable. His pulse quickened as the scenes replayed in his mind, each frame embedding itself deeper into his memory. The footage wasn't just strange, it was damning. The camera lingered on the astronauts for longer than it should have, capturing moments that felt oddly unguarded. One of them adjusted his helmet, not with the slow, deliberate movements one might expect in a low-gravity environment, but casually, as though he were preparing for a costume party rather than stepping onto an alien world. Another tapped his foot impatiently as a crew member hurried over to adjust the angle of a prop rock. Ryan's gaze darted to the edges of the screen, where cables and sandbags were just barely visible, betraying the illusion. Then there were the voices. They drifted through the crackling audio, clear but dispassionate, issuing commands like a director orchestrating a scene. Hold the flag higher. It's got to look heroic. Cut the glare on the visor. We need the reflection clearer. Ryan's chest tightened as he heard a voice say, almost jokingly, "Don't forget to kick up the dust. This isn't supposed to look like Earth." Each instruction chipped away at his sense of reality, the layers of disbelief peeling back to reveal something darker. He found himself staring at the details in the background, the crisscrossing beams of the soundstage's metal scaffolding, the faint glimmer of an exit sign reflected in the glossy surface of a prop panel. The crew member, oblivious to the camera, walked through the set holding a clipboard, his shadow long and distorted under the bright studio lights. When the shot cut to a wide angle of the entire set, Ryan instinctively leaned forward. The clarity of the image left no room for doubt. The soundstage sprawled out in front of him, its false lunar surface meticulously crafted down to the tiniest detail. The craters looked deliberate, like someone had sculpted them to fit a template rather than formed naturally over eons. The lunar module, iconic in its design, sat precariously on the artificial terrain, its metallic sheen too pristine, too calculated. The director's chair was the final nail in the coffin. K. Kubrick, the name boldly emblazoned on its back, stood out against the monotone backdrop. The implications hit Ryan like a freight train. The whispers he'd dismissed for years, the outlandish theories about the moon landing being a Hollywood production, suddenly felt less ridiculous. Was this what the conspiracy theorists had been talking about all along? Had one of cinema's greatest minds been enlisted to craft the ultimate illusion? Ryan's hands trembled as he paused the reel, the final frame frozen on the screen. A crew member leaned against the set wall, casually holding a cup of coffee, as the astronauts rehearsed another take. The mundanity of the scene juxtaposed against its monumental implications made Ryan's stomach churn. If this footage was real, if this was truly what it appeared to be, then one of humanity's greatest achievements was nothing more than an elaborate deception. He rewound the reel, watching certain segments again, searching for any sign that it was fake or a clever hoax. But the more he analysed it, the more authentic it seemed. The imperfections in the film stock, the casual banter of the crew, the technical jargon, it all felt too natural, too unscripted to be anything but genuine. This wasn't some amateur's attempt at discrediting NASA. This was something far more sinister. Ryan's mind raced with questions. How had this footage ended up here, in a forgotten corner of a small-town historical society? Why hadn't it been destroyed or locked away in a government archive? Was it a mistake, an oversight by someone who never expected it to see the light of day? Or was it left here intentionally, a breadcrumb for someone like him to stumble upon? He sat back in his chair, his breathing uneven as he stared at the now blank screen. The room felt colder, the hum of the projector an eerie echo in the quiet. He glanced at the other reels still sitting in the box, their cryptic labels taunting him. If this was just the first reel, what could the others contain? What more was there to uncover? Ryan's gaze lingered on the canister labelled Lunar Simulation Final Take. The words seemed to glow faintly under the dim light, as if daring him to continue. His hand hovered over the box, hesitant but unable to resist the pull of his curiosity. He knew he should stop, should pack the reels away and pretend he'd never seen them. But he also knew that wasn't an option. Not now. Swallowing hard, he reached for the next reel, his fingers brushing against the cool metal surface. As he loaded it into the projector, a single thought repeated in his mind, over and over like a mantra. This changes everything. Ryan leaned back in his chair, the hum of the projector fading into the background as his mind struggled to make sense of what he had just witnessed. His chest felt tight, his breaths shallow, as though the weight of the film reels was pressing down on him. The footage he had seen replayed in his mind like a broken record. The meticulous soundstage, the harsh studio lights casting sharp shadows on the fake lunar surface, the director's chair bearing that unmistakable name. He had always prided himself on being a rational thinker, someone who could separate fact from fiction with ease. The rumours about the moon landing being staged had always been laughable to him, dismissed as the ramblings of those with too much time on their hands. But now, with the undeniable images burned into his memory, the neat lines of his logic blurred, and he felt the unsettling tug of doubt. Ryan ran a hand through his hair, his fingers catching on a few strands damp with sweat. He stared at the box of reels, their cryptic labels taunting him like a riddle he wasn't sure he wanted to solve. He knew what he had just seen, but admitting it, even to himself, felt like crossing a line he couldn't return from. Was this truly proof, or was it some kind of elaborate hoax in itself? And if it was real, why was it here, forgotten and gathering dust in a small-town archive? He considered putting the reel back in the box, sealing it shut and walking away. He could pretend he hadn't seen it, chalk it up to a strange coincidence or a relic of an old Hollywood production. After all, his job wasn't to investigate, just to digitize and catalogue. But the thought of leaving it behind gnawed at him. This wasn't just another reel of forgotten history, it felt like a piece of something much larger, a thread in a tapestry that could unravel everything people thought they knew. The editor in him, the part of his brain that had always been drawn to uncovering hidden truths, wrestled with the fear tightening in his chest. What if this was his chance to expose something monumental? To bring the truth into the light, no matter how uncomfortable or dangerous it might be? The weight of that possibility settled heavily on his shoulders, as thrilling as it was terrifying. Ryan leaned forward, his elbows resting on the edge of the desk as he buried his face in his hands. His mind raced through the implications. If this footage was real, it wasn't just a revelation. It was a bombshell. It meant that one of humanity's most celebrated achievements was built on a lie, a carefully constructed illusion designed to deceive the world. It called into question not just the moon landing, but the trustworthiness of the institutions behind it. And yet, the enormity of it all only made the decision harder. What would he even do with this footage? Who would believe him? And what kind of attention would it bring? The thought of stepping into the spotlight, of being the one to reveal something so controversial, sent a chill down his spine. He didn't want fame or notoriety, he just wanted answers. He sat there for what felt like hours, the reels of film a silent presence in the room. The faint scent of aged celluloid hung in the air, grounding him in the reality of the moment. His eyes drifted to the projector, where the film still threaded through the machine seemed to glow faintly in the dim light. The temptation to watch it again, to analyse every frame for something he might have missed, was almost overwhelming. But the thought of pressing play again filled him with equal parts curiosity and dread. The more he replayed it in his mind, the more questions it raised, and with each question came a mounting sense of unease. What if this footage was never meant to be seen? What if it had been hidden here intentionally, discarded like a secret too dangerous to keep but too damning to destroy? The room seemed to close in around him, the shadows stretching longer as the day wore on. Ryan rubbed his temples, his pulse pounding in his ears. He knew there was no going back now, not after what he had seen. Ignoring it wasn't an option, no matter how much simpler it might have been. The truth was out there, sitting in that box of reels, waiting for someone to do something with it, and whether he wanted it or not, that someone was him. Over the next few days, Ryan digitized the reels, meticulously cataloguing the footage and backing it up on multiple hard drives. He watched hours of material, each reel adding another layer to the story. There were scripts, storyboards, even a brief clip of a man in a NASA uniform discussing the importance of selling the illusion. Ryan couldn't believe what he was seeing. If this footage was real, it would change everything the world thought it knew about one of humanity's greatest achievements. But as the week went on, Ryan began to notice things. Small at first, but unsettling. A black SUV parked across the street from his apartment for hours on end. Strange clicks on his phone line during calls. His internet connection slowing to a crawl every time he tried to upload the files. He tried to convince himself it was paranoia, the result of spending too much time watching the reels, but deep down, he knew better. The first real scare came late one night. Ryan was sitting at his desk, headphones on, reviewing a particularly damning clip of an astronaut adjusting his helmet mid-moonwalk. The room was silent except for the hum of his computer. Then, out of nowhere, his screen went black. He yanked off his headphones, his pulse racing. The power was still on, and his computer's fan continued to whir softly, but the screen remained dark. Moments later, a message appeared in stark white letters. "Stop!" Ryan's breath caught in his throat. He stared at the screen, his mind racing. Was someone trying to warn him? Threaten him? Before he could react, the message disappeared, replaced by a spinning circle as his computer restarted. When it finally booted back up, the file he had been working on was gone. He barely slept that night, his thoughts spiralling into fear and paranoia. The next morning he noticed the black SUV again, idling at the corner of his street. This time he was sure it wasn't a coincidence. Ryan decided to act. He copied the footage onto multiple drives, hiding them in different places, one in his closet, another in a safety deposit box at the bank, and a third mailed to a friend in another state. He reached out to a journalist he trusted, a woman named Claire who had a reputation for taking on controversial stories. They agreed to meet in a crowded cafe downtown, where Ryan showed her snippets of the footage on his laptop. Claire's reaction was immediate. Her face paled as she watched, her hands trembling as she adjusted her glasses. "Ryan," she said, her voice barely above a whisper, "do you know what this means? If this is real, if this gets out—" "It has to get out," Ryan interrupted. "People deserve to know the truth." But Claire looked hesitant. "You don't understand," she said. "This isn't just some cover-up. If what you're saying is true, the people behind this won't just let it slide. They'll do whatever it takes to keep it quiet." Ryan nodded. He had already begun to realise the extent of what he was up against, but knowing didn't make it any easier. The next few days were a blur. Claire agreed to help him investigate further, using her connections to verify the authenticity of the footage. But as they worked, the pressure mounted. Ryan's apartment was broken into, nothing stolen, but everything rifled through. His phone buzzed constantly with unknown numbers, the calls ending in silence when he answered, and every time he looked over his shoulder, he saw the same black SUV parked just out of sight. Ryan's paranoia grew. He stopped sleeping, his nerves fraying with each passing hour. He couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching him, waiting for him to slip up. Even Claire began to worry, urging him to lay low while she handled the story. Then, one night, Ryan's worst fear came true. He was driving home from Claire's office when he noticed headlights behind him, too close and too persistent to be another commuter. He turned onto a side street, then another, his heart racing as the car followed him. Panic set in, his hands gripping the wheel so tightly his knuckles turned white. He didn't go home that night. Instead, he checked into a cheap motel on the outskirts of town, paying in cash and parking his car out of sight. He spent the night staring at the door, half expecting it to burst open at any moment. The hard drive with the original footage was in his bag, his last line of defence against the shadows closing in around him. By morning, Ryan knew he couldn't keep running forever. He contacted Claire, arranging to meet her at a secure location to hand over the footage. But when he arrived, she wasn't there. Instead, he found a note taped to the inside of the cafe door. "Trust no one. They're watching me too." Ryan's stomach dropped. He knew he was out of options. Alone and terrified, he boarded a bus to a city halfway across the country, the hard drive hidden in a pocket sewn into his jacket. He didn't know where he was going or how he'd expose the truth, but one thing was certain: the secret he carried was too important to bury. Thank you for joining us on Sleep Theories. As you drift off tonight, let this story remind you of the fine line between truth and deception, and the courage it takes to uncover what lies beneath. Sleep well, and sweet dreams. Evan Carter wasn't the kind of person who believed in conspiracies. He'd heard all the talk, people in break rooms, late-night TV shows, even podcasts his friends swore by. but he dismissed most of it as overactive imaginations looking for patterns where there weren't any. Life was messy, random. That's what he believed. So when his flight was unexpectedly rerouted through Denver International Airport, he wasn't expecting anything other than a mundane layover. The airport had always been a source of fascination for conspiracy theorists, but Evan had never paid much attention to the stories. Murals with hidden messages, strange architecture, underground tunnels leading who knows where. It all sounded like something out of a movie. Yet, as his cab pulled up to the massive structure, something about the place gave him pause. The Blue Mustang statue outside the airport was the first thing he noticed. Towering over the entrance, its glowing red eyes pierced through the dusk like a warning. The locals had nicknamed it Blucifer, a fitting moniker considering its menacing appearance. Evan had seen pictures of it before, but standing in its shadow was something else entirely. There was an unsettling energy about it, a heaviness in the air that made him grip his suitcase a little tighter. He shook it off, telling himself he was just tired. After all, it had been a long day of delayed flights and last-minute changes. The airport loomed ahead, its peaked white roof resembling a series of snow-covered mountains, or perhaps the tents of an otherworldly encampment. The design was striking, sure, but also oddly surreal. He couldn't quite put his finger on it, but something about the place felt deliberate. Inside, the airport buzzed with activity. Travellers hurried from gate to gate, their footsteps echoing off the vast walls of the terminal. Evan checked his watch. 2 hours until his next flight. Plenty of time to grab a coffee and stretch his legs. But as he wandered through the expansive halls, his curiosity began to get the better of him. The murals were the first to catch his eye. Bright, sprawling works of art covered entire walls, their vivid colours and chaotic imagery stopping him in his tracks. One depicted scenes of destruction, fires raging, soldiers in gas masks, children crying beneath a dark sky. Yet, just a few feet away, another mural seemed to offer hope. A rainbow arching over smiling faces, hands reaching out in unity. The juxtaposition was jarring. What kind of message was the airport trying to send? Evan approached one of the murals, tilting his head as he studied the details. Amid the chaos of the scene, there were symbols tucked away in the background, patterns in the clouds, shapes carved into the mountains, even the way the figures' shadows fell on the ground. They seemed too precise to be random. It was as if the artist had hidden a code in plain sight, daring someone to unravel its meaning. "Strange, isn't it?" a voice said from behind him. Evan turned to see an older man in a janitor's uniform. The man's face was weathered, his eyes sharp despite the smile he wore. He held a mop in one hand, the other resting casually on the handle of his cart. "What's that?" Evan asked. "The murals," the man said, nodding toward the wall. "People think they're just art, but they're more than that. Messages, some say. Warnings, even." Evan chuckled nervously. "Warnings? About what?" The janitor shrugged, but his gaze didn't waver. "Depends on who you ask. Some say they're about the end of the world. Others think they're clues to something bigger, something hidden beneath the surface." "Hidden beneath the surface?" Evan repeated, raising an eyebrow. The janitor leaned in slightly, lowering his voice. "This place has secrets, kid. You ever hear about the underground tunnels? They go on for miles, deeper than you'd think. Some say they're for storage, others say they're bunkers. And some think, well, let's just say there's more to this airport than meets the eye." Evan stared at the man, unsure whether he was serious or just trying to mess with him. But there was something in the janitor's tone, something in his eyes, that made him hesitate. Before he could respond, the man straightened up and pushed his cart down the hallway, whistling a tune that echoed in the cavernous space. Evan shook his head, telling himself it was just a bit of local lore. Still, he couldn't shake the feeling the man had left him with. As he continued walking, he noticed other oddities he hadn't picked up on before. The strange gargoyle sculptures perched near the baggage claim, the way certain hallways seemed to curve subtly, almost imperceptibly, as if guiding him somewhere he didn't intend to go. And then there were the symbols. They were everywhere, etched into the floor tiles, carved into the walls, even woven into the patterns of the carpeting. They weren't immediately noticeable, but once he started looking, he couldn't stop seeing them. Some were geometric, others more abstract, but they all seemed to share a common language, one Evan didn't understand but couldn't ignore. With over an hour left before his flight, Evan found himself wandering deeper into the airport, drawn by a mix of curiosity and unease. The main terminal, with its bustling crowds and steady hum of announcements, faded into the background as he moved into a quieter section. The lighting seemed dimmer here, the polished floors giving way to scuffed tiles that reflected the occasional flicker of a fluorescent bulb. The further he walked, the more the energy of the place shifted. It wasn't just the physical quiet, it was an oppressive stillness, the kind that crawled under his skin and made his instincts prick with unease. At first, he tried to dismiss the feeling, attributing it to nothing more than nerves. He had always been a bit anxious in unfamiliar places, and Denver International Airport was massive, its labyrinthine layout disorienting even for frequent travellers. But as he passed row after row of empty seating areas and darkened kiosks, the sensation grew stronger. It wasn't just that the crowds had thinned out, it was as though this section of the airport had been entirely forgotten. The usual comforting backdrop of distant conversations, rolling suitcases and footsteps was gone, replaced by an eerie silence that pressed against his ears. That's when he saw it. At the end of a dimly lit corridor, tucked between two maintenance doors, was another door, unmarked and slightly ajar. The fluorescent light above it buzzed faintly, casting a pale glow that seemed to draw his eyes like a beacon. Something about the door felt inherently wrong. It didn't belong here, out in the open yet somehow hidden, as though it were waiting for someone to notice it. Evan stopped a few feet away, his heart pounding in his chest. He hesitated, his logical mind urging him to turn back. This wasn't his business, and it was probably just a service area or a restricted zone. But something about the door gnawed at him, a whisper of a challenge that tugged at his curiosity. His eyes darted to the corners of the hallway. There were no security cameras, no signs warning him to keep out, and no staff nearby. The area was so still, so utterly devoid of life, that it felt almost unreal. Evan stepped closer, his sneakers squeaking softly against the tiles. He pushed the door open slowly, the hinges creaking in protest. Beyond it was a narrow stairwell, the kind you might find in a service area or a building's emergency exit. The air here was different, cooler, almost damp, with a faint metallic tang that clung to the back of his throat. A fluorescent light at the top of the stairs flickered intermittently, casting uneven shadows that danced along the walls. As his footsteps echoed against the concrete, Evan's unease deepened. Every step felt heavier than the last, his breathing shallow as the dim light at the top of the stairs faded further into the distance. He could hear the faint hum of machinery, a low vibration that seemed to emanate from the very walls, thrumming in his chest like a heartbeat. It was hypnotic in a way, pulling him forward even as every rational part of him screamed to turn back. At the bottom of the stairs, he found himself in a long, sterile hallway. The walls were stark, made of plain concrete and steel, lined with doors that bore no signs or labels. The air was still cooler down here, and the faint hum he'd heard earlier was louder now, a steady thrum that felt alive somehow. Evan glanced over his shoulder, half expecting to see someone or something behind him, but the stairwell was empty, the door at the top now a distant memory. He wasn't sure why he kept going. The hallway seemed to stretch on forever, each identical section blending into the next. The dim lighting flickered sporadically, creating brief flashes of clarity before plunging everything back into an unsettling gloom. Evan's footsteps sounded unnaturally loud in the confined space, the echo amplifying with every step. Each time he passed another unmarked door, his curiosity grew sharper, mingling with a growing sense of dread. Finally, he reached a door that stood out from the rest. It was heavier than the others, its surface marked with intricate symbols etched deeply into the metal. The patterns were strange, almost geometric, and looked disturbingly familiar. He recognized them from the murals and floor tiles upstairs, symbols he'd dismissed as abstract design elements, but now seemed to carry a darker significance. His hand hovered over the handle, his mind racing. He pressed his ear to the cold surface and froze. There were voices on the other side. Muffled but distinct, they spoke in low, deliberate tones, the cadence too purposeful to be casual conversation. He couldn't make out the words, but there was an undeniable intensity in their tone, a weight that made him hesitate. Every instinct screamed at him to walk away, to turn around and pretend he'd never seen this door. but his curiosity had already taken hold, and the pull of whatever lay beyond was too strong to resist. With a deep breath, Evan gripped the handle and turned it. The door was surprisingly smooth, opening with a soft hiss. As it swung inward, a dim, sterile light flooded out, bathing the hallway in its glow. What he saw inside froze him in place, his breath catching in his throat. The room was enormous, far larger than he had expected, and filled with rows of monitors mounted on every wall. Each screen displayed something different: maps, blueprints, live surveillance feeds, and lines of coded data scrolling too fast to read. The air was filled with a faint hum, punctuated by the occasional beep of unseen machinery. In the centre of the room stood a massive circular table, its surface covered in documents, schematics, and objects he couldn't immediately identify. And then he saw them, a group of people standing around the table. Their figures were obscured by the dim light, but their presence was unmistakable. They were dressed in dark suits, their movements deliberate, their posture commanding. They spoke to each other in hushed tones, their faces partially turned away. At the head of the table stood a woman, her silhouette sharp and defined. Her hand rested on a thick file marked with the same symbols that adorned the door, her stance radiating authority. Evan's heart hammered in his chest as he tried to process what he was seeing. This wasn't just a hidden room, it was something bigger, something he wasn't meant to find. Before he could fully take it in, one of the figures turned, their gaze snapping toward the door. Evan's blood ran cold as their eyes locked onto his. He knew he had made a mistake that could cost him more than he was prepared to pay. The room was vast, a cavernous space that seemed to stretch further than the walls could contain. Every inch of the surface was covered with monitors, glowing softly in the dim light. They displayed a dizzying array of information, maps marked with pulsing red dots, documents covered in densely packed text, and live surveillance feeds that shifted between locations Evan couldn't recognize. Some screens displayed lines of code scrolling so fast it was impossible to read, while others showed weather patterns, air traffic routes, and satellite images. The sheer volume of data was overwhelming, each screen a piece of a puzzle Evan couldn't begin to comprehend. In the centre of the room stood a circular table, its surface illuminated by built-in lights that cast an eerie glow onto the faces of those gathered around it. The people there, at least a dozen of them, spoke in low, urgent tones, their words blending into a murmur that carried a weight of authority. Their suits were impeccably tailored, their movements deliberate and practiced, as though they were accustomed to the gravity of whatever decisions were being made in this room. Shadows danced across their faces, obscuring their features, but not their presence. At the head of the table stood a woman who exuded control. Her posture was ramrod straight, her piercing eyes scanning the room with an intensity that made Evan freeze in place. One hand rested on a thick folder marked with a symbol he immediately recognized, the same strange geometric pattern from the murals on the floor tiles above. It was etched into the folder as though branding it with a significance Evan couldn't understand. Her other hand occasionally gestured as she spoke, her words too low for him to hear, but commanding nonetheless. Every movement she made seemed deliberate, calculated, as if she were the axis around which this entire operation revolved. Evan's breath hitched, his heart hammering against his ribcage. He tried to process what he was seeing, but his thoughts felt sluggish, his mind racing to connect the pieces. This wasn't just a hidden room. It wasn't a storage area, or some forgotten maintenance corridor. This was something far bigger, something that wasn't meant to exist, at least not in a place as mundane as an airport. He felt like a trespasser in a world he didn't belong to, an unwelcome observer of a secret that should never have been uncovered. As he stood there, paralysed by the scene before him, one of the figures around the table turned. Their movement was subtle, a casual glance toward the door, but when their eyes locked onto Evan, the air seemed to shift. A chill ran down his spine, and the weight of their gaze pinned him in place. His instinct was to run, to turn and bolt back down the hallway, but his feet refused to move. He was frozen, his mind caught in a battle between fear and disbelief. Before he could react, he felt a hand clamp down on his shoulder. The grip was firm, unyielding, and he spun around to see two men in black uniforms standing behind him. Their faces were expressionless, their eyes cold and assessing. They exuded the kind of quiet menace that came from absolute confidence in their authority. One of them stepped closer, his voice low and menacing. "You're not supposed to be here," he said, each word deliberate as though there were no room for misunderstanding. Evan opened his mouth to respond, to stammer out an excuse, but no sound came. His mind raced, searching for an explanation, an apology, anything that might diffuse the tension, but the words wouldn't come. His breath quickened, his vision narrowing as panic began to set in. One of the men exchanged a glance with his partner, and before Evan could fully register what was happening, he felt the sharp prick of a needle in his neck. The sensation was quick, almost painless, but it was enough to send a jolt of adrenaline through his system. He tried to twist away, to protest, but the world around him began to blur. The room, the monitors, the people, all of it faded into a haze of light and shadow. The last thing he saw before everything went dark was the woman at the table, her piercing eyes locking onto his with a look that sent a shiver down his spine. It wasn't anger or fear, it was something colder, more calculated, and then nothing. When Evan woke, he was slumped in a chair near his gate in the main terminal. The bustling noise of the airport washed over him like a wave, jarring and disorienting after the suffocating silence of the room below. His head throbbed, a dull ache spreading from the base of his neck. For a moment he sat there, trying to piece together what had happened, but his thoughts were fragmented, hazy. He reached up to rub the spot where the needle had pricked his skin, but there was no mark, no evidence that anything had occurred. His flight was boarding. The announcement crackled over the loudspeakers, jolting him back to reality. He stumbled to his feet, his legs unsteady, and grabbed his bag. But as he lifted it, a strange realization hit him. His bag felt lighter. He unzipped it hastily, his hands trembling and his stomach dropped. His camera, the one he always carried with him, was gone. So were the spare memory cards he kept in the side pocket. Any evidence he might have captured of what he'd seen had been taken. As he boarded the plane, the unease in his chest deepened. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was missing. Not just the camera, but pieces of his memory, fragments of the time he'd spent in the hidden room. It was as though his mind had been deliberately fogged, the details slipping through his grasp like sand through his fingers. The symbols, the monitors, the woman with the piercing eyes. They lingered on the edges of his consciousness, just out of reach. Evan left Denver that night, but the airport never left him. The strange events he had witnessed became like a splinter in his mind, impossible to ignore but equally impossible to fully grasp. He tried to tell friends about it, to explain the unsettling feeling that had taken root in his chest, but the words sounded absurd even to him. Every time he brought it up, he saw the skepticism in their eyes, the subtle shift in their demeanour as they tried to humour him without outright dismissing his story. Eventually he stopped talking about it. He buried the memories, convincing himself it was easier to let them fade. But every so often, when he saw a news story about Denver International Airport, or caught a glimpse of its distinctive roofline in a photograph, that old unease would creep back in. The symbols, the murals, the strange room beneath the surface, they haunted him like a half-remembered dream, a puzzle he could never quite solve. In the years that followed, Evan avoided flying through Denver whenever he could, but no matter how far he stayed from the airport, he couldn't shake the feeling that he had stumbled onto something vast and hidden, a secret he was never meant to uncover. And though he tried to push it from his mind, one question lingered, gnawing at the edges of his thoughts. What had he seen beneath the airport that night? And how far would someone go to ensure he never found out? Thank you for spending this time with us at Sleep Theories. May this story of intrigue and mystery lull you into a peaceful slumber. As you drift off, remember that the line between the known and the unknown is often thinner than we think. Sleep well and sweet dreams. Liam Mercer had always prided himself on being a man of reason. In a world teeming with chaos and half-truths, he found comfort in the certainty of logic. He lived by it, letting it guide his every decision. His colleagues joked that he was the go-to guy for answers, the one who could debug a computer and a bad day with the same steady, pragmatic approach. To Liam, every problem was a puzzle, every puzzle had a solution, and no solution required jumping to far-fetched conclusions. His mornings were as structured as his mindset. Liam woke at 7 a.m. sharp to the buzz of an alarm that never once needed snoozing. He brewed a single cup of dark roast coffee, black with no sugar, just the way he liked it, and scanned the news on his tablet. World events, tech updates, local weather, everything was absorbed with the detached interest of someone who preferred facts over opinions. No drama, no conspiracies, just data. His apartment was an extension of this philosophy. Neat, efficient, and minimal. Every piece of furniture served a purpose, and every cable was neatly tucked away. The walls were painted a cool grey, the shelves lined with books on coding, system architecture, and the occasional sci-fi novel he'd begrudgingly admit to enjoying. Even his closet was a study in simplicity, a palette of blues, greys and blacks that made getting dressed in the morning an effortless decision. Work was much the same. Liam arrived at the office 10 minutes early every day, greeted the receptionist with a polite nod, and slipped into his cubicle like clockwork. His desk was as organised as the rest of his life. A perfectly centred monitor, a keyboard free of fingerprints, and a small potted plant that added just the right touch of humanity to an otherwise sterile setup. He liked his job, though he wouldn't call it a passion. It was reliable, steady, and predictable. Everything Liam valued. What set Liam apart wasn't his skill with technology, though he was undeniably good at what he did. It was his unshakable practicality. While others speculated about the why behind a glitch or a crash, Liam focused on the how. Why did it happen? He didn't care much. How do you fix it? That was his concern. When his colleagues spun theories about potential causes, Liam simply rolled up his sleeves and got to work, his fingers flying over the keyboard with the kind of precision that only came from years of practice. Outside of work, Liam's life was equally unremarkable, though not unpleasant. He frequented the same coffee shop every Saturday, ordered the same latte, and sat in the same corner booth. He enjoyed hiking the nearby trails, though he always stuck to the marked paths. His social circle was small but reliable, consisting of a few old friends who shared his preference for board games over bar hopping, and debates about movie plot holes over small talk. To anyone observing from the outside, Liam's life might have seemed dull, but to him it was exactly as it should be. He didn't crave adventure or intrigue. He didn't need the thrill of the unknown. His world was orderly, his days predictable, and he liked it that way. If there was one thing Liam disliked, it was chaos. Anything that disrupted the carefully constructed rhythm of his life, and that's why the events that followed were so profoundly unsettling. Liam Mercer was a man who believed in the tangible, the explainable, and the logical. But as he would soon discover, not everything in life could be so neatly categorized. Sometimes, the answers defied explanation, and the questions were bigger than he ever imagined. Liam's palms felt clammy as he typed, trying to maintain a facade of normalcy. He glanced at the technician, whose sharp gaze lingered on the screen for a beat too long. Liam could feel his pulse thundering in his ears, each second stretching out as if time itself were conspiring against him. He resisted the urge to wipe his hands on his jeans, knowing any sign of nervousness could draw attention. "Good," the technician said curtly, crossing his arms. "Management doesn't like delays." Liam forced a small nod and turned back to the server. He clicked through the routine diagnostic checks, his mind racing in 1,000 different directions. He couldn't unsee what he'd just uncovered. Those diagrams, the logs, the video. It was real. It had to be. Every instinct told him this wasn't just some elaborate prank or experimental concept. The level of detail, the complexity of the data. It was unlike anything he'd encountered in his years of IT work. He glanced at the technician again, his peripheral vision catching the way the man's posture was just a bit too rigid, his fingers tapping a slow rhythm against his arm. Liam kept his movements deliberate, steady, as he pretended to work through the final steps of the server repair. His internal clock told him he'd been in the room too long. Suspicion was the last thing he needed right now. "I'll need a few more minutes," Liam said, keeping his voice neutral. The encryption was layered in a way I didn't expect. The technician's brow furrowed slightly, but he didn't respond. Instead, he leaned against the doorframe, his watchful eyes never leaving Liam. The tension in the room felt suffocating, like an invisible weight pressing down on him. Liam couldn't help but wonder if the technician knew, or at least suspected, what he'd seen. As Liam finished the diagnostics, his thoughts churned. What should he do next? If he left the files alone, he might walk away without further incident. But if this information was as significant as it seemed, was it ethical, or even safe, to pretend he hadn't seen it? He wanted answers, but more than that, he wanted to ensure that whatever this technology was, it wouldn't endanger anyone. "I'll test the backup now," Liam said, his tone as professional as he could muster. He navigated to a safe, generic set of files to perform a routine integrity check. Outwardly, it appeared as though he was tying up loose ends, but inwardly, he was formulating a plan. He couldn't risk trying to extract any of the files here. He was being watched too closely. But if he could memorize key terms or details, perhaps he could research them later. He risked a glance at the technician. The man's eyes had drifted to his phone, his focus momentarily elsewhere. It was a small window of opportunity, but Liam didn't dare waste it. He opened the diagnostic console and quickly typed a few innocuous-looking lines of code, embedding a simple keylogger that would give him remote access to the server once he was off-site. He knew it was a gamble. If anyone noticed the intrusion, it could blow his cover. But the curiosity burning inside him outweighed the risk. "There," Liam said, his voice steady. "The server's stable now. You shouldn't have any more issues." The technician stepped forward, glancing at the monitor. "Good. I'll need you to file a report before you leave. Standard protocol." "Of course," Liam said, already standing and gathering his tools. He kept his expression neutral, even as his mind screamed at him to leave as quickly as possible. The technician escorted him to a small office where he was handed a clipboard with a form to fill out. The questions were standard: details of the issue, steps taken to resolve it, and confirmation of the server's restored functionality. Liam filled it out meticulously, careful not to let his handwriting betray his nerves. When he handed it back, the technician skimmed it briefly before giving a curt nod. "You're clear to go," he said, gesturing toward the exit. Liam forced a smile. "Thanks, let me know if anything else comes up." The walk back through the building felt interminable. He passed through the same security checkpoints, presenting his ID and signing out as required. Every step felt heavier than the last, his stomach twisting with the knowledge of what he'd seen and what he'd done. By the time he reached his car, his hands were trembling. He fumbled with the keys, taking a deep breath to steady himself before sliding into the driver's seat. The drive home was a blur. His thoughts swirled like a storm, replaying the images on the screen, the strange terminology, the vanishing man in the video. He couldn't shake the feeling that he'd just opened a door he was never meant to see, let alone step through. And yet, part of him was exhilarated. If this technology was real, it could change everything: history, science, even the very fabric of existence. But as he pulled into the driveway of his modest apartment complex, a flicker of doubt crept in. What if someone had noticed? What if the technician had seen through his act or the keylogger was detected? He shook his head, trying to dismiss the thoughts. He had done everything carefully, methodically. There was no reason to think anyone would suspect him. Or so he told himself. As he locked the car and headed inside, Liam's eyes darted toward the street. A black sedan sat parked a few houses down, its windows tinted too dark to see through. It wasn't a car he recognised, but it could have been anyone. A neighbour, a visitor, even a passing stranger. And yet, as he climbed the stairs to his apartment, he couldn't shake the feeling that he was being watched. The rest of the day passed in a haze. Liam moved through the motions, checking the final diagnostics, closing the server panels, and gathering his tools into his worn black case. On the surface, everything appeared normal, but inside his thoughts churned relentlessly. The images of those diagrams and the grainy video of the man disappearing into thin air replayed over and over in his mind like a movie he couldn't turn off. The words temporal displacement protocols echoed in his head, accompanied by a gnawing sense of unease. He couldn't stop questioning what he'd seen. Were the files real? Were they some kind of advanced simulation or classified experiment? And if they were real, why were they stored on a server so poorly maintained that someone like him had to repair it? The whole situation felt wrong, like a puzzle where none of the pieces should fit but somehow did. Liam knew one thing for sure. What he'd stumbled upon wasn't meant for his eyes. As he exited the server room, the lab's technician gave him a curt nod, but Liam noticed the man's eyes lingered a moment too long on the flash drive peeking out of Liam's case. He quickly zipped the bag closed, offering a casual smile as if nothing were amiss. The technician said nothing, but Liam could feel the man's gaze boring into his back as he walked toward the exit. The process of leaving the lab was just as tedious as entering it. He passed through checkpoint after checkpoint, presenting his ID and signing forms at each stop. His palms were clammy, and he forced himself to remain calm, to keep his movements slow and deliberate. Each guard seemed to scrutinize him just a little more than they had that morning, their eyes lingering on his badge or scanning his bag with what felt like extra care. Liam reminded himself to breathe. They had no reason to suspect him, no way of knowing he'd accessed the files. He had done his work, fixed the problem, and left the lab as instructed. At least, that's what it looked like. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Liam stepped out into the crisp late afternoon air. The sun was beginning to dip below the horizon, casting long shadows across the parking lot. He inhaled deeply, the scent of rain in the distance cutting through his spiralling thoughts. His car was parked in the far corner, away from the other vehicles. As he approached it, the flash drive in his bag seemed to grow heavier, its weight pressing against his mind. Was it a mistake to take it? Should he have left everything behind and walked away? The question swirled, unanswered, as he climbed into the driver's seat and started the engine. The drive home felt surreal, the hum of the car blending with the noise in his head. He replayed the events in his mind, searching for signs he might have missed. An offhand comment from the technician, the guarded glances of the security staff. Did they know? Could they suspect? Or was he simply being paranoid? Liam glanced at the flash drive resting on the passenger seat, its plastic casing catching the fading light. The small device felt like a ticking time bomb, its contents holding answers he wasn't sure he wanted. But he couldn't ignore it. Not now. Not after what he'd seen. His logical side told him to destroy it, to rid himself of the evidence and pretend none of this had ever happened. But the part of him driven by curiosity, by the need to understand, won out. By the time he pulled into his apartment complex, dusk had settled over the city. Liam parked his car in its usual spot, pausing for a moment to scan the lot. Most of the spaces were empty, the faint glow of porch lights illuminating a handful of vehicles. His eyes lingered on a black SUV parked near the entrance, its windows tinted so dark they reflected the dim streetlights. It could have been anyone's car, but something about it made him pause. He shook his head, dismissing the thought as paranoia, and grabbed the flash drive before heading inside. In the safety of his apartment, Liam set his tools down and locked the door behind him. The silence was heavy, broken only by the faint hum of his refrigerator. He stood in the entryway for a moment, clutching the flash drive in his hand before heading to his desk. His laptop sat waiting, the screen dark but ready. He hesitated, the weight of what he was about to do settling over him like a shroud. Liam placed the flash drive on the desk and stared at it, his heart pounding in his chest. The questions that had haunted him all afternoon now seemed louder, more insistent. What had he gotten himself into? And what would happen if he kept going? He didn't know the answers, but he knew one thing for certain. There was no turning back now. That night, alone in his apartment, Liam opened the files again. He pored over the data, the calculations, the logs of temporal excursions. There were entries describing experiments with objects, sending a coin or a watch back in time, observing changes in its condition. Some logs mentioned people, though the details were vague. One entry caught his attention. Subject failed to return. Possible instability in the temporal anchor. Liam shuddered, the weight of what he was reading pressing down on him. Over the next week, Liam became consumed by the discovery. He barely ate, barely slept, his mind racing with the implications of what he had found. If time travel was real, it explained so much. Historical anomalies, unexplainable artifacts, sudden shifts in technology. But it also raised terrifying possibilities. Could the government be manipulating history, altering the past to shape the future? Liam's paranoia grew. He noticed a black SUV parked outside his building for 3 consecutive nights. His phone started acting strange, random glitches and dropped calls. One evening he returned home to find his apartment door slightly ajar. Nothing seemed out of place, but he couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been there. The breaking point came when he received a package in the mail, unmarked and wrapped in plain brown paper. Inside was a single note, typed in bold letters: "Stop digging." Liam's hands shook as he stared at the words. He knew he should let it go, destroy the files and pretend he'd never seen them. But something inside him wouldn't let him walk away. The world deserved to know the truth. He reached out to an investigative journalist he trusted, an old college friend named Sarah. They met at a coffee shop late one night, Liam glancing over his shoulder as he handed her the flash drive. "If something happens to me," he said, his voice low, "you have to promise you'll get this out there." Sarah looked sceptical but nodded, tucking the drive into her bag. "Liam, are you sure you're okay?" she asked. "You look—" The coffee shop door opened and two men in suits walked in. Liam's stomach dropped. "We need to go," he whispered, grabbing Sarah's arm. But before they could move, the men approached their table. "Mr. Mercer," one of them said, his tone flat and authoritative, "we need you to come with us." Liam's mind raced, his instincts screaming at him to run, but it was too late. The men seized his arms, their grip firm but not violent. Sarah protested, but one of the men fixed her with a cold stare. "This doesn't concern you," he said. As they led Liam out of the coffee shop and into the waiting SUV, he felt a sinking dread settle over him. He didn't know where they were taking him or what they planned to do, but he knew one thing for certain. The truth about time travel wasn't just a theory. It was a secret worth killing for, and as the SUV disappeared into the night, Liam realised that some mysteries were never meant to be uncovered. Thank you for joining us tonight on Sleep Theories. Let this story serve as a reminder of how the search for truth can lead us into the unknown. May you drift off with a sense of wonder and curiosity, and may your dreams take you to places where time itself unfolds. Sleep well and sweet dreams. Jacob Grant wasn't the kind of man who sought out adventure. His life was one of quiet rhythms and unassuming contentment, a routine that offered him a sense of control in an otherwise unpredictable world. As the librarian of a quaint New England town, his days were steeped in the smell of old books and the soft hum of fluorescent lights. He loved the orderly comfort of his job, organising card catalogues, helping a young reader find their next favourite story, and watching the sunbeam patterns shift across the reading tables as the hours passed. Every morning began the same way. Jacob would wake at precisely 6:30 a.m, brew a pot of coffee, and retrieve the local paper from the front porch of his small weathered home. He found a certain solace in the rustling of the pages, the way the ink stained his fingers, and the familiar cadence of small-town headlines. A local charity drive, the annual Fall Festival, a feature on Mrs. Patterson's award-winning garden. He read every article, not because he was particularly invested, but because it was part of the ritual, a tether to the predictable. Afternoons were spent among the towering shelves of the library, a building as old and storied as the books it housed. Jacob knew every corner of the place, the creak in the third step of the back staircase, the spot where the afternoon sun hit the stained glass window just right, the faint scent of mildew in the history section. He had worked there for over a decade and felt a sense of quiet pride in his role as the town's unofficial gatekeeper of knowledge. The library was more than his workplace, it was his sanctuary. The soft murmur of patrons, the rhythmic clatter of the card catalogue drawers, and the occasional distant thud of a book being reshelved created a symphony of sounds that Jacob found deeply comforting. It was a place where time seemed to slow, where the chaos of the outside world could be left at the door. Jacob took great pleasure in guiding patrons through the labyrinth of stories, often recommending books he himself had loved. His eyes would light up as he described a plot twist or a particularly poetic passage, and for those brief moments his quiet demeanour would bloom into enthusiasm. Evenings were his time to unwind. After the library closed, Jacob would return to his modest home, a cosy bungalow adorned with ivy climbing its weathered brick facade. He'd prepare a simple dinner, usually something like soup or a grilled cheese sandwich, and settle into his favourite armchair with a novel. On warmer nights he might take a leisurely stroll through the quiet streets, nodding politely to neighbours who sat on their porches or walked their dogs. He loved the way the town transformed under the glow of the streetlights, the way the stillness of the night amplified the sound of his footsteps on the pavement. Jacob's weekends were equally unremarkable, filled with small pleasures that he had come to cherish. a Saturday morning visit to the farmer's market for fresh produce, an afternoon spent tinkering with the old clock in his living room, a hobby he had picked up from his late grandfather. Sundays were for church, not out of deep religious conviction, but because he enjoyed the sense of community and the familiar rhythm of the service. He wasn't lonely, not exactly. Jacob had friends, though his relationships were more cordial than close. He preferred to keep people at arm's length, finding comfort in the solitude that allowed him to retreat into his thoughts and his books. He was the kind of man who blended into the background, who was known but not truly known, a reliable fixture in the town but never the centre of its stories. And yet there was a part of Jacob that yearned for something more, though he rarely acknowledged it. Sometimes as he walked through the quiet town or shelved books in the library, he felt a faint tug of curiosity, a whisper of longing for something beyond the predictable. It wasn't dissatisfaction exactly, but an itch he couldn't quite scratch, a sense that there might be more to the world than the comfortable bubble he'd built for himself. Jacob didn't think of himself as the adventurous type. He didn't chase after excitement or seek out the unknown. But life has a way of finding you when you least expect it, of pulling you into the extraordinary when you're content to remain in the ordinary. Jacob Grant's quiet, predictable life was about to be turned upside down, and he had no idea how much everything was about to change. It began on a chilly autumn afternoon. The air was crisp, the kind that made the leaves crunch underfoot as Jacob walked to work. He had always loved the quiet charm of his town, with its cobblestone streets and ivy-covered buildings. It was the kind of place where everyone knew everyone else, where secrets were few and far between, or so he thought. That day, as he arrived at the library, he found a small, unmarked package sitting on the steps. It was plain, wrapped in brown paper with no return address, and his name was scrawled across it in uneven handwriting. Frowning, Jacob picked it up, his fingers brushing against the coarse paper. He assumed it was a donation. People often dropped off books for the library, but something about this package felt different. Curiosity burned brighter than caution as Jacob carefully carried the package to the library's back office, a dimly lit room cluttered with forgotten tomes and dusty archives. The quiet hum of the building seemed to amplify his unease as he set the package on the desk, the weight of it sending an unexplainable chill through him. His hands trembled slightly as he peeled back the brown paper wrapping, revealing a worn leather-bound notebook. Its age was evident, the edges frayed, the leather cracked in places. The faint outline of an eagle clutching an unfamiliar insignia was embossed on the cover, faded but unmistakably deliberate. It wasn't any symbol Jacob had seen before, and its presence seemed to carry an unspoken gravity. Tucked into the front of the notebook was a folded piece of paper. The words scrawled across it in bold, uneven letters sent a shiver down his spine. "Do not ignore this." Jacob stared at the message for a long moment, his breath shallow. His first instinct was to laugh it off, to tell himself it was some elaborate prank. But there was something about the notebook, its weight, its smell, the tangible history that radiated from it, that made the warning impossible to dismiss. Taking a steadying breath, he unfolded the notebook's brittle cover and began flipping through its pages. What greeted him was a chaotic maze of handwritten notes, precise diagrams, and what appeared to be official documents. The handwriting varied in style and intensity, some pages neatly scripted, others frantic and scrawled as though written in haste. Many of the documents bore stamps and seals. Top secret, classified, and eyes only were repeated throughout. Jacob felt his pulse quicken. These weren't the kind of words you found in old notebooks left lying around. As he scanned the pages, certain terms leapt out at him like fragments of a dark puzzle. Operation Paperclip, V2 rockets, biological warfare research, intelligence collaboration. Diagrams of rockets and chemical compounds were interspersed with lists of names, some neatly typed, others scratched into the margins as though added later. The notes told a story, a fragmented, haunting story about an operation conducted by the US government in the shadow of World War II. Jacob leaned closer, his fingers tracing over faded ink as he pieced together what the notebook described. According to the notes, Operation Paperclip was a covert program orchestrated in the late 1940s. Its aim was to recruit German scientists, engineers and technicians, many of whom had worked for the Nazi regime. These men weren't just scientists. They were individuals with ties to atrocities, the architects of devastating weapons and experiments, and yet they were quietly brought to the United States to work on cutting-edge technology, their pasts swept under the rug in the name of progress. Jacob's stomach churned as he read descriptions of their contributions, the development of V-2 rockets, early missile systems, and even projects that hinted at more sinister undertakings, biological research, psychological manipulation. One name caught his attention, Wernher von Braun, a man celebrated as a hero of the US space program. Yet here, his name appeared alongside accounts of wartime rocket programs that had left devastation in their wake. The deeper Jacob delved, the more disturbing the story became. Some of the notes hinted at government cover-ups, carefully orchestrated efforts to erase the scientists' wartime affiliations from public record. There were references to fabricated employment histories, falsified immigration papers, and the relocation of families to quiet towns where their pasts would go unnoticed. The notebook detailed an intricate web of secrecy, one that stretched across continents and decades. Jacob sat back in his chair, the notebook resting in his lap. His hands felt clammy and his mind raced with questions. Was this real? Could it possibly be true? The seals and signatures, the painstakingly detailed diagrams, they all seemed genuine. And yet the story it told was so extraordinary, so damning, that part of him wanted to believe it was nothing more than a fabrication. But as he thumbed through the notebook again, he realised that if it were a hoax, it was an elaborate one. The sheer volume of detail, the specific dates and locations, the references to obscure government agencies, it was too precise, too consistent to dismiss outright. Jacob felt a cold knot of unease settle in his stomach. If this was real, then he was holding evidence of one of the most chilling secrets in modern history. He flipped back to the first page, reading the phrase, "Do not ignore this," once more. The words felt like a challenge, a dare to keep digging. Jacob wasn't sure he wanted to know more, but he also knew he wouldn't be able to stop himself. The quiet librarian who had spent his days cataloguing books and reading about history was now entangled in a piece of it, an ominous, hidden piece that someone clearly wanted to stay buried. His eyes darted to the door, half expecting someone to burst in and demand the notebook back. The library was silent, its dimly lit aisles empty, but Jacob's sense of safety had been shaken. He knew his life would never feel so predictable again. He wasn't sure if that thought thrilled him or terrified him. Over the following days, Jacob's obsession grew, consuming every moment of his waking life. The notebook and the cryptic warning it contained had unlocked a door he couldn't close, revealing a shadowy narrative that felt both unreal and undeniable. His once quiet evenings were now spent hunched over his desk, surrounded by a fortress of documents, declassified files, and hastily scribbled notes. The more he uncovered, the more sinister the story became. Operation Paperclip wasn't just a footnote in history. It was a sprawling operation, intricately linked to the Cold War arms race, the dawn of space exploration, and the rise of clandestine government power. Jacob felt a mix of awe and horror as he pieced together the connections. The very men whose names were etched in history as pioneers of rocketry and aviation had also been architects of wartime atrocities. The realization left a sour taste in his mouth. Wernher von Braun, the charismatic face of NASA's Apollo program, had overseen the development of the V-2 rockets used to devastate London during the war. Arthur Rudolph, a celebrated figure in American aerospace engineering, had managed the construction of those rockets in underground factories manned by slave labour. Kurt de Bus, another name that appeared repeatedly in Jacob's research, had been a member of the SS, directly complicit in Nazi operations. These men weren't just brought to the US, they were celebrated, their pasts carefully sanitised, their contributions woven into the fabric of America's technological triumphs. Each discovery made Jacob's chest tighten. It wasn't just the moral compromises that disturbed him, it was the realisation of how deeply this deception had been buried. He uncovered declassified memos outlining the lengths to which government agencies had gone to obscure the scientists' Nazi affiliations. Employment records were falsified, public statements choreographed, and media narratives shaped to portray these men as heroes rather than war criminals. Jacob's research began to spiral into darker territory. The deeper he dug, the more tangled the web became. He found references to other classified projects connected to Paperclip, projects with vague, ominous names like Operation Bluebird and MK Ultra. These weren't just scientific endeavours, they were experiments in psychological manipulation, mind control and chemical warfare. The implications were staggering. How much of what he thought he knew about post-war America had been carefully constructed lies? And then there was the black sedan. At first, Jacob had dismissed it as coincidence, a neighbour's visitor perhaps, or a passing delivery driver. But as the days went on, the car's presence became harder to ignore. It appeared at odd hours, parked across the street or a few houses down, its dark windows impenetrable. Sometimes he thought he saw movement inside, a faint flicker of a shadow shifting in the driver's seat, but every time he tried to approach, the car would start up and drive away. Jacob's unease turned to paranoia. He began checking his locks twice, then 3 times before going to bed. He closed the curtains earlier each evening, afraid of what, or who, might be watching from the street. His nights became restless, haunted by the voice on the phone and the suffocating sense that he was being monitored. Despite his growing fear, Jacob couldn't stop. If anything, the warning only fueled his determination. Someone wanted him to stop digging, which meant he was onto something important. He dove deeper into government archives, poring over obscure academic papers and forgotten journalistic exposés. He even began visiting the homes of retired academics and journalists, trying to piece together the fragments of suppressed stories. During one such visit, he met an elderly man named Howard, a former investigative journalist who had spent decades trying to uncover the truth about Operation Paperclip. Howard's frail hands trembled as he sifted through a box of old notes and clippings. "I tried," he said, his voice barely a whisper. "I tried to tell the story, but no one wanted to hear it. The government silences people like us." Jacob's heart sank as Howard described the intimidation tactics he had faced. Anonymous threats, financial ruin, even the mysterious disappearance of colleagues. "They'll come for you too," Howard warned, his sunken eyes locking onto Jacob's. "If you've gotten this far, you've already crossed the line." Jacob left Howard's house feeling both validated and terrified. The old man's warnings echoed in his mind as he drove home, his knuckles white on the steering wheel. Was he being reckless? Was the truth worth the risk? That night the phone rang again. Jacob hesitated before answering, his hand hovering over the receiver as dread coiled in his chest. Finally he picked up, his voice trembling. "Hello?" This time the voice was clear and unmistakably human. "You've gone too far, Mr. Grant," the caller said, their tone flat and emotionless. "We won't warn you again." The line went dead. Jacob stared at the phone in his hand, his heart pounding in his ears. He had never given his name to anyone connected to his research. Whoever was behind this knew far more about him than he was comfortable with. Panic set in. He began frantically backing up his research, scanning documents and saving them to multiple hard drives. He reached out to a trusted friend, asking them to hold on to a copy just in case. But even as he tried to secure his findings, a nagging sense of futility gnawed at him. He was up against forces far more powerful than he could comprehend, let alone fight. The next morning, the black sedan was gone. For a brief moment, Jacob felt a flicker of relief, until he noticed the small envelope slipped under his front door. His hands shook as he opened it, revealing a single sheet of paper, typed in bold letters with the words, "This is your last chance." Jacob sat down, the weight of the message crushing him. He realized he had 2 choices: stop everything, destroy his research, and return to his quiet life, or push forward, knowing full well the danger that awaited. He stared at the notebook on his desk, its pages a silent challenge. In the end, Jacob chose truth over safety. 2 nights later, Jacob vanished. His home was left undisturbed, the lights still on, a mug of tea cooling on the kitchen counter. The notebook was gone, as were the files he had collected. The only clue to his fate was a faint tyre track in the gravel outside his home, leading into the dark. Jacob's disappearance would never be investigated. To the world, he was just another librarian who had quietly slipped away. But those who knew him best whispered of the secrets he'd uncovered, of the lengths he had gone to expose the truth. In the weeks that followed, whispers began to circulate in the town. Some said Jacob had simply left, tired of his quiet life. Others believed he had uncovered something dangerous, something that had cost him his freedom, or worse. The truth, like the secrets he had uncovered, remained hidden in the shadows. Thank you for joining us tonight on Sleep Theories. Let this story of secrets and disappearances remind us of the mysteries that linger in the corners of history, waiting to be uncovered. Sleep well, and may your dreams be filled with wonder and curiosity. Sweet dreams. Welcome to Sleep Theories, the channel where we explore some of the most intriguing ideas and conspiracies in a calming and reflective way, perfect for winding down and drifting off to sleep. Tonight, we're diving into a chilling and mysterious story, one of secrets, shadows, and the unimaginable consequences of stumbling upon something you were never meant to see. Before we begin, I'd like to invite you to comment below and share where you're listening from and what time it is. It's fascinating to know how we're all connected through these shared stories and ideas. If you enjoy these reflective narratives, please subscribe to Sleep Theories so we can continue bringing you thought-provoking tales like this one. Now find a comfortable position, let your mind relax, and join me as we journey into a world where one man's ordinary life spirals into the unknown, a world of government experiments, hidden compounds, and the price of seeking the truth. James Hart stood there, his breath hanging in the cool morning air as he stared at the sign. The words, U.S. Government Property, Restricted Area. No trespassing glared back at him, each letter bold and unyielding against the worn metal. It was the kind of warning you didn't take lightly, the kind that usually sent law-abiding citizens like James turning back the way they came. And yet, he couldn't move. His boots stayed planted in the damp earth, his curiosity outweighing the rational part of his brain that screamed for him to leave. He scanned the area, turning his head slowly to look down the length of the fence. It was taller than he had realised, with rows of rusting barbed wire curling menacingly at the top. The trees around it were dense, their branches clawing at the metal like nature itself was trying to reclaim the land. What struck him most was the silence. The usual forest sounds, chirping birds, rustling leaves, were gone, replaced by an almost oppressive stillness that seemed to press down on him the longer he lingered. James felt a pang of guilt for even thinking about crossing the fence. He was a man who followed the rules, who had lived his life avoiding unnecessary risks. But something about the place gnawed at him. It wasn't just the fence or the sign. It was the feeling that he had stumbled onto something significant, something he wasn't supposed to see. He told himself it was probably nothing. Maybe an old military outpost long abandoned. Maybe a weather station. Maybe, but his gut told him otherwise. That's when he noticed the gap. It was small, almost hidden by a cluster of shrubs growing at the base of the fence. James wouldn't have seen it if the sunlight hadn't caught the glint of metal where the barbed wire had been cut. The gap was jagged, as though whoever had made it hadn't cared much for precision. It looked fresh, too. Bits of the metal fencing still clung to the ground, as if it had been forced apart recently. He stepped closer, his heart beginning to pound. The gap didn't look like an official entrance. It looked unauthorized, like someone else had been here, someone who wasn't supposed to be. The thought made James hesitate, a chill running down his spine. If someone had cut their way in, they'd done so for a reason, and if they'd gone to that much trouble, whatever lay beyond the fence was likely worth hiding, or discovering. James knelt down, brushing a hand over the torn edges of the wire. His fingers trembled slightly as he touched the cold, sharp metal. He glanced around, half expecting to see a patrol or hear the bark of a guard dog. But the forest remained silent. He couldn't shake the feeling that he was being watched, though he knew it was probably just his nerves. The rational side of his brain begged him to turn back. "This isn't your business," it whispered. "You don't need to know what's in there. Just go home." But something deeper, something instinctual urged him forward. It wasn't just curiosity, it was a sense of unease, a need to understand what was hidden behind the fence. It was as though the gap had been placed there for him, daring him to cross the line. Before he could talk himself out of it, James took a deep breath and stepped through. The world seemed to change the moment he crossed the threshold. The air felt heavier, cooler, as though he had entered a different realm. The trees on this side of the fence were darker, their branches tangled like skeletal fingers reaching for the sky. The ground was soft and uneven, the moss beneath his boots muffling his steps. James moved cautiously, keeping low as he navigated the unfamiliar terrain. Every sound felt magnified. The crunch of leaves underfoot, the faint rustle of his jacket. His pulse thundered in his ears, but he kept moving, drawn forward by an invisible force. He didn't know what he was looking for, but he felt certain he would know it when he found it. The forest seemed to close in around him as he pressed deeper. The light filtering through the canopy grew dimmer, casting long shadows that danced with every movement of the trees. James felt a growing sense of unease, like he was being funneled towards something he couldn't yet see. He paused to catch his breath, leaning against a tree and glancing back the way he had come. The fence was no longer in sight, obscured by the dense undergrowth. For a moment he considered turning back, but the thought of leaving without answers felt unbearable. He pressed on, his senses on high alert. Then, through the thick curtain of trees, he saw it. A clearing. The sight made him stop in his tracks, his breath catching in his throat. It was unlike anything he had expected. He crouched low, creeping toward the edge of the clearing to get a better look. As he drew closer, details began to emerge. It wasn't just the clearing that was unusual, it was what stood in its centre. James squinted, his pulse quickening as he realised what he was looking at. A cluster of buildings, squat and nondescript, stood in the middle of the forest. Their concrete walls were stained with moss and streaked with rust, their windows covered with wire mesh. The dirt road wound through the clearing, leading to a set of large steel gates. Nearby, a handful of vehicles sat parked in a neat row, trucks with government plates, their sides marked with stenciled letters he couldn't quite make out. James ducked behind a tree, his mind racing. What was this place? It didn't look abandoned. Lights flickered in the windows and faint voices carried on the wind. He spotted figures moving between the buildings, some in lab coats, others in military uniforms. They moved with purpose, as though part of a carefully choreographed routine. Whatever this place was, it was active, and it was hidden for a reason. James's heart pounded as he crouched in the shadows, watching the scene unfold. Every instinct told him he shouldn't be here, that he was stepping into something far bigger than he could understand, but he couldn't look away. Something about the place drew him in, a nagging sense that he had stumbled onto something important, something he wasn't supposed to see. And yet, despite the fear gnawing at the edges of his mind, James couldn't bring himself to leave. Not yet, not without answers. Inside, the forest grew darker, the trees denser. James moved cautiously, his footsteps muffled by the soft earth. He expected to find... well, he didn't know what he expected. Maybe a weather station, or some kind of outpost. But what he found was something else entirely. After about a mile, the trees gave way to a clearing. In the centre stood a cluster of nondescript buildings, their concrete walls stained with moss and grime. A few trucks were parked nearby, their tyres caked with mud. The place looked abandoned, but as James got closer, he realised it wasn't. Lights flickered behind the windows and faint voices carried on the wind. James crouched behind a tree, his heart pounding. What was this place? He watched for a while, trying to make sense of what he was seeing. People in lab coats walked between the buildings, carrying files and equipment. Soldiers patrolled the perimeter, their rifles slung casually over their shoulders. It looked like something out of a spy movie, and James couldn't shake the feeling that he had stumbled onto something he wasn't supposed to see. That night, James couldn't sleep. The events of the day replayed endlessly in his mind, the scene at the facility refusing to fade into the background. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw the soldiers again, their movements precise, their presence unnervingly authoritative. Research facilities didn't have armed guards, especially not in the middle of nowhere, and certainly not guards who seemed so vigilant, so ready for trouble. He tossed and turned, trying to rationalise what he'd seen. Maybe it was a military outpost, some kind of training site or a storage depot for sensitive equipment. But that didn't explain the secrecy, the barbed wire fence, or the sense of isolation. It was as if the place was deliberately hidden from the world, tucked away where no one would think to look. He told himself he was overthinking it, that his imagination was running wild. Yet the image of the soldiers lingered, refusing to let him find peace. By morning, his curiosity had turned into something stronger, a need to know. He couldn't just leave it alone, not after what he'd seen. His rational mind warned him against going back, but a deeper part of him, the part that craved answers, overruled the hesitation. He decided to return, this time more prepared. James gathered his old pair of binoculars and a camera he hadn't used in years, stuffing them into a worn backpack. He threw on his hiking boots and jacket, telling himself it was just another day exploring the woods. If anyone asked, he was just a curious hiker with a camera, documenting the beauty of the forest. But in his gut, he knew this wasn't a casual outing. He was crossing a line, stepping further into something he didn't fully understand. When he reached the gap in the fence, the forest was eerily quiet. The usual hum of birdsong and rustling leaves seemed muted, as though the woods themselves were holding their breath. James crouched low as he slipped through the gap, his senses on high alert. Every sound, every shadow felt amplified, his heartbeat thudding in his chest like a drum. He followed the same path as before, weaving through the dense undergrowth until the clearing came into view. The facility was just as he had left it, its squat buildings clustered together like silent sentinels. The guards were there too, patrolling the perimeter with methodical precision. James found a spot where the trees provided cover, settling in with his binoculars. At first it was uneventful. Trucks came and went, their drivers unloading crates and disappearing into one of the larger buildings. James adjusted the focus on his binoculars, trying to make out the stenciled letters on the side of the crates, but the angle was wrong. He snapped a few photos anyway, hoping they might reveal more later. Hours passed, and James was beginning to think this trip might have been a mistake. He was cold, his legs were cramped from crouching, and his nerves were fraying from the constant vigilance. He was about to pack up and leave when something caught his eye. A small group of people emerging from one of the buildings. He froze, lifting the binoculars to his eyes. At first it looked like more workers or guards, but then he saw the man. Unlike the others, he wasn't wearing a uniform or a lab coat. He looked like an ordinary civilian, his clothes rumpled and his posture defeated. He was flanked by two guards, their hands gripping his arms as they marched him across the clearing. James's breath hitched as he adjusted the focus. The man's hands were bound behind his back, and his face was pale, almost ghostly. There was a hollow look in his eyes, a mixture of fear and resignation that sent a chill down James's spine. He watched as the man turned his head, glancing over his shoulder as if searching for a way out, or perhaps for someone who might come to his aid. The guards didn't give him a chance to hesitate. One of them shoved him roughly, forcing him to quicken his pace. James followed their movements through the binoculars, his grip tightening as they approached a building with heavy steel doors. The building was unlike the others. Its walls were reinforced, its windows small and barred. It radiated an aura of foreboding, as though it held secrets too dangerous to escape. The guards stopped in front of the doors, one of them stepping forward to punch a code into a keypad. James watched as the doors slid open with a low mechanical hum. For a moment the man hesitated, his body stiffening as though he might resist. But the guards didn't give him a choice. They shoved him inside, the doors sealing shut behind them with a finality that sent a shiver through James. He lowered the binoculars, his mind racing. Who was that man? Why was he being treated like a prisoner in what was supposed to be a government facility? Nothing about this made sense. James felt a surge of unease, the questions piling up faster than he could process them. He had stumbled onto something much bigger than he had imagined, something that felt wrong in every possible way. He debated leaving, retreating to the safety of his normal life. But as he crouched there in the shadows, watching the facility from a distance, he knew he couldn't walk away. Not yet. Not without answers. James's stomach turned. Whatever was happening here, it wasn't normal. He knew he should leave it alone, but he couldn't. He spent the next week digging for information, searching the internet for any mention of a government facility near his town. He found nothing. No maps, no records, not even a rumour. But James wasn't ready to give up. The questions gnawed at him, consuming his thoughts and erasing the boundaries of his once quiet life. Each day at the post office felt like an eternity, his mind drifting back to the strange facility hidden in the woods. At night his resolve only deepened. He had to know more, even if it meant taking greater risks. He began his nighttime visits cautiously, dressing in dark clothing and timing his excursions to align with the guards' shift changes. Through careful observation, he mapped the layout of the facility. There were at least 6 buildings, each with its own purpose. One seemed to be a storage depot, where crates were unloaded and stacked before being transported elsewhere. Another appeared to house the guards, a smaller structure with a steady glow of light and the occasional sound of muffled laughter or clinking cups. But it was the larger, heavily fortified building, the one with the steel doors, that intrigued him most. It exuded an air of secrecy that demanded further investigation. James kept his distance at first, watching from the tree line with his binoculars. He noted the times of deliveries, the duration of guard patrols, and the comings and goings of people in lab coats. His camera captured grainy images of crates being unloaded, their labels too obscured to read clearly. He studied the way the guards moved, the blind spots in their patrols, and the weak points in the facility's perimeter. With each visit he inched closer, his confidence growing alongside his determination. One night, James found himself crouched behind a row of bushes, no more than 20 feet from one of the buildings. A single window was left slightly ajar, allowing faint voices to drift into the night air. He strained to listen, his heart pounding as he caught fragments of a conversation. Latest subject showed increased resistance, one voice said, firm and clinical. We'll adjust the dosage tomorrow, another replied, colder, more detached. James froze, his mind racing. What subject? What dosage? He pressed himself closer to the ground, his ears straining to catch more. Erasure protocols need to be flawless. We can't afford another incident. The words sent a chill down his spine. Erasure protocols? What could that mean? He had heard enough whispers of government experiments in the past to know this wasn't ordinary research. He remained still until the voices faded, replaced by the hum of machinery and the distant chirping of crickets. Emboldened by what he'd overheard, James returned night after night, slipping closer to the facility. He began to piece together a troubling narrative, one small fragment at a time. On one of his visits, he managed to slip into the shadows of an open loading dock, hiding behind stacks of crates as workers moved about. The crates were marked with cryptic codes, but a few bore labels that made his stomach drop. Test Compound 47A, Behavioral Protocols, Cognitive Analysis. As the workers left, their voices echoed faintly in the cavernous space. James crouched low, his camera forgotten as he strained to listen. Dr. Reinhardt wants the new batch prepped by Monday. Has Subject 18 stabilised yet? Not after the last round. They're talking full sedation this time. The words painted a grim picture. James felt his pulse quicken as he realised the scale of what he was uncovering. These weren't just experiments. They were human experiments. His suspicions were confirmed a week later when he found an unguarded corner of the facility, where a small vent emitted a low hum. The air smelled faintly of chemicals, and through the grate he could hear voices, clearer this time. Initial trials showed significant memory suppression. Hallucinations are an acceptable side effect as long as obedience metrics remain stable. James barely dared to breathe. He fished a small audio recorder from his backpack and held it close to the vent, capturing every word. The voices continued, their tone cold and detached, as though discussing a set of tools rather than human lives. MK-Ultra is yielding promising results in behavioural modification. We'll present the findings to the higher-ups next quarter. James's blood ran cold. MK-Ultra. He had read the name before in conspiracy forums, but he'd always dismissed it as exaggerated speculation. Yet here it was, spoken aloud in the dead of night, in a hidden facility guarded like a fortress. The pieces began to fall into place. The mind control experiments, the forced drug trials, the psychological manipulation. It wasn't just a theory. It was real. And it was happening right here, in the woods he had hiked so many times before. Driven by a mix of horror and determination, James began to push his limits. He found an unlocked utility shed near the facility, a cluttered space filled with tools and discarded paperwork. In the dim light of his flashlight he discovered a stack of files that appeared hastily stashed. He flipped through them, his heart pounding as he read terms like hypnotic induction, psychoactive administration, and neurological reprogramming. One file stood out. It contained a list of names, some crossed out, others annotated with cryptic notes. One name was circled with the words Phase 3, Complete Erasure, scrawled in the margins. James stared at the page, his hands trembling. These weren't just experiments. They were controlling people, erasing their memories, turning them into... what? He didn't know, but the implications were too terrible to ignore. It wasn't long before James became a regular visitor to the facility, slipping past guards and documenting everything he could. He sketched crude maps, took photos of documents and buildings, and recorded snippets of conversations. Each night he returned home with more evidence, his small apartment becoming a chaotic archive of secrets. But the closer he got to the truth, the more the weight of his discovery began to press down on him. He knew he was walking a dangerous line. The facility was guarded for a reason, and the people running it clearly had no intention of letting their secrets escape. Yet James couldn't stop. He was driven by a need to expose what he'd found, to pull back the curtain on a conspiracy that had remained hidden for too long. He didn't know it yet, but his time was running out. But James made a mistake. On his final visit to the mysterious facility, James's growing confidence got the better of him. It was late, the forest cloaked in the thick silence of the night. He had planned this visit meticulously, timing his movements with the guards' rotations and using every shortcut he'd learned over weeks of careful observation. This time, he was determined to get inside the main building, the one with the steel doors and faint flickering lights that seemed to pulse with a sinister rhythm. He slipped through the gap in the fence as he had done before, his heart pounding in his chest. Armed with a flashlight, a notebook and a new camera, James crept closer to the structure. As he approached the building, he noticed a delivery truck parked near the loading dock. Its back was open, revealing rows of metal crates with cryptic labels. He crouched low behind a stack of barrels, taking photos of the crates, hoping the camera's silent shutter wouldn't betray him. But then he heard it, a sharp crack, the unmistakable sound of a branch snapping underfoot. His body froze as the beam of a flashlight swept through the darkness, illuminating the area just feet from his hiding spot. A guard's voice broke the silence, gruff and alarmed. "Who's there?" Panic surged through James. He bolted, his boots pounding against the forest floor as he darted back toward the fence. The shouts of the guards followed him, along with the heavy thud of their boots as they pursued him. His breath came in ragged gasps, his chest burning as he pushed himself harder, faster. But the guards were trained, and they were gaining on him. He felt the impact before he saw it, a crushing weight against his side as one of the guards tackled him to the ground. His camera skittered across the dirt, landing out of reach. A second guard grabbed his arms, pinning him as he struggled. "Don't move!" one of them barked, his voice cold and commanding. James's mind raced, scrambling for an explanation, an excuse, anything that might save him. But no words came. He was yanked to his feet, his wrists bound tightly with a rough rope, and dragged toward the facility. The camera, his notebook, and any shred of evidence he'd gathered were confiscated, leaving him defenseless. Inside the compound, James was shoved into a small, dimly lit room. The walls were concrete, the air stale and suffocating. A single overhead light buzzed faintly, casting harsh shadows that seemed to dance menacingly on the walls. He sat in a metal chair, his wrists still bound, as a man in a dark suit entered the room. The man's face was expressionless, his eyes cold and calculating. "Who are you?" the man demanded, his voice sharp and clipped. James swallowed hard, his mouth dry. I'm no one. I was just hiking. I got lost." "Don't lie to me," the man interrupted, slamming a file onto the table. Papers spilled out, some of them familiar to James. Copies of photos he'd taken, sketches of the facility's layout, and notes he'd written about what he'd overheard. The sight of them made his stomach drop. "How did you find this place?" the man continued. "Who else knows about it?" James stammered, trying to come up with a plausible explanation, but his mind was blank. He could feel the intensity of the man's gaze, like a spotlight boring into his very soul. "I swear I didn't tell anyone," James said, his voice trembling. "I don't even know what this place is." The man leaned in closer, his face mere inches from James's. "And you never will." Before James could respond, a guard entered the room carrying a syringe. James's eyes widened, his pulse spiking as he realized what was about to happen. "No, wait," he shouted, struggling against the restraints, but it was no use. The needle pierced his arm, and within moments the world around him began to blur and fade. The last thing he saw was the man in the suit, his expression unreadable as darkness consumed him. When James woke up, he was lying in his own bed. At first, he thought it had all been a dream. The sunlight streaming through the window, the familiar hum of his apartment, all of it felt so ordinary, so normal. But as he sat up, his head spinning, a wave of unease washed over him. His camera was gone. So were his notes, his photos, his sketches, every piece of evidence he had painstakingly collected. Even his phone, which he had kept locked and secure, had been wiped clean. There were no messages, no photos, no browser history. It was as if the last few weeks had been erased entirely. James stumbled to the bathroom, splashing cold water on his face. But when he looked at himself in the mirror, he noticed something strange. A faint bruise on his arm, right where the needle had gone in. The sight of it sent a chill down his spine, confirming that what had happened wasn't just a bad dream. Over the following days, James tried to piece together what had happened, but his memories felt fragmented, like a puzzle with missing pieces. He could recall the facility, the guards, the files marked MK Ultra, but there was a strange emptiness in his mind, as though something had been taken from him. Every time he tried to focus on the details, his thoughts slipped away, replaced by a dull, throbbing headache. He tried to tell his story, to his friends, to anyone who would listen, but no one believed him. His friends chalked it up to stress, suggesting he take a break and get some rest. Even James began to doubt himself, wondering if the memories were real or if they had been planted there, part of some twisted experiment. When he returned to the trail where it had all begun, the facility was gone. The clearing was empty, the chain-link fence and buildings erased as if they had never existed. The only sign that anything had been there was a patch of disturbed earth, overgrown with weeds. James searched desperately for any trace, but there was nothing. As he stood in the clearing, staring at the emptiness, a sense of futility washed over him. Whatever had happened, whoever had taken him, they had erased their tracks, and part of him, with surgical precision. James knew what he had seen, what he had heard, but without evidence, without proof, the truth was as elusive as a shadow. James returned to his life, but it was no longer the same. The quiet predictability he had once cherished was gone, replaced by a gnawing paranoia. Every shadow, every flicker of movement in the corner of his eye felt like a threat. He avoided the woods, avoided conversations about conspiracy theories, and avoided questioning what had happened. But deep down, he knew the truth. Some secrets were never meant to be uncovered, and some questions once asked could never be unasked. Thank you for joining us tonight on Sleep Theories. May this story of secrets and shadows inspire you to reflect, to wonder, and to dream. Sleep well, and let your imagination carry you to places where the mysteries of the world unfold. Sweet dreams. It was a quiet evening when Sarah first stumbled upon the conspiracy. She had been scrolling through her favourite discussion forum, a digital refuge where people from all walks of life shared their curiosity about unsolved mysteries, historical enigmas, and the occasional wild theory. Most nights, the topics were light-hearted. Discussions about famous heists, the existence of extraterrestrial life, or theories about vanished civilizations. These were Sarah's guilty pleasures, a chance to escape the mundane rhythm of her life. But that particular night, a single thread stopped her mid-scroll. Its title, written in bold letters, read, "The Illuminati, Hiding in Plain Sight." Her curiosity piqued. Sarah clicked on the thread, not expecting much. The Illuminati. Of course, she'd heard the term before. Who hadn't? It was a word that seemed to exist on the fringes of mainstream culture, whispered about in pop songs, joked about on late-night talk shows, and hinted at in the cryptic hand gestures of celebrities. To Sarah, it had always been more of a meme than a reality, a fantastical idea too outlandish to be taken seriously. But there was something about the way the title was phrased, something deliberate that made her pause. It wasn't framed as a joke, it was a question, a challenge to consider what she might have overlooked. The original post wasn't flashy or dramatic. Instead, it was surprisingly measured, almost scholarly. Written by a user who called themselves Truth Seeker, it described years of research into the Illuminati, a name that conjured images of shadowy figures in darkened rooms, plotting the course of the world. Truth Seeker's narrative wasn't about outlandish claims of alien overlords or fantastical rituals. Instead, it painted the Illuminati as a highly organised group, subtle in its influence but pervasive in its reach. According to Truthseeker, the Illuminati wasn't just a relic of history, a secret society born in 18th century Bavaria. It was alive and well, wielding immense influence over politics, entertainment, finance, and global events. Sarah was sceptical, of course. She'd heard conspiracy theories before, and most of them fell apart under scrutiny. But something about Truthseeker's approach caught her attention. The post was meticulously detailed, filled with links to obscure documents, photographs of architectural symbols, and a web of connections between powerful figures that seemed almost too intricate to dismiss. This wasn't a haphazard collection of wild accusations. It was a narrative woven with care, each piece of evidence presented as an invitation to dig deeper. Truthseeker began with history, grounding their argument in facts that Sarah could verify. The Illuminati, they explained, was founded in 1776 by Adam Weishaupt, a Bavarian professor of canon law. Originally, it was an intellectual movement, a society of thinkers and visionaries dedicated to the ideals of reason, science, and freedom from oppressive institutions. Weishaupt's vision was noble, even radical for its time. But according to Truthseeker, the organization's original purpose was eventually corrupted. Over the years, the Illuminati transformed from a society of enlightenment into a clandestine group focused on one goal: power. The post continued, outlining how the Illuminati supposedly dissolved in the late 18th century after being outlawed by the Bavarian government. But Truthseeker claimed that this was only the official story. In reality, the group had simply gone underground, adapting to the changing world while maintaining its grip on the levers of influence. Truthseeker pointed to connections between the Illuminati's symbols and modern institutions: the all-seeing eye on the US dollar bill, the pyramid, the number 13. To Sarah, these connections initially seemed coincidental, but the way Truthseeker laid them out made her second-guess her assumptions. The post didn't stop at symbols. Truthseeker provided photos of famous landmarks adorned with strange recurring patterns, triangles hidden in cathedral windows, sunbursts carved into government buildings, and intricate mosaics in corporate logos. Truthseeker described these as breadcrumbs, symbols left in plain sight as a form of control or even mockery. The idea was unsettling. Were these designs meaningless, or had she been blind to a hidden language her whole life? The deeper Sarah read, the more she began to question her own perceptions. Truthseeker mentioned specific events in history, revolutions, economic collapses, wars, that seemed, when viewed through this lens, to follow a disturbing pattern. Powerful figures across centuries, from monarchs to billionaires, were linked by their affiliations, their philanthropy, or their mysterious public statements. Truthseeker hinted at a shadow network, invisible yet omnipresent, orchestrating the rise and fall of leaders, the ebb and flow of economies, and even the cultural shifts that defined generations. By the time Sarah reached the end of the post, she felt a strange mix of skepticism and intrigue. Truthseeker's parting words echoed in her mind. The truth is hidden in plain sight. Don't dismiss the signs. Look closer. That night, as she tried to sleep, Sarah found herself replaying moments from her own life. Had she ever noticed symbols in her city? Had a celebrity interview or a corporate logo ever struck her as odd? For the first time, she began to wonder if the world she thought she knew was only a facade, a carefully constructed reality designed to obscure the truth. But the question lingered. If the Illuminati did exist, what was their endgame? And why would they leave clues for people like her to find? She started with the basics. The Illuminati, she learned, was founded in Bavaria in 1776 by a man named Adam Weishaupt. Weishaupt was a professor of canon law and philosophy, a man disillusioned by the grip of religious dogma and authoritarian rule. His vision for the Illuminati was radical for its time, an intellectual movement of thinkers who would promote reason, science, and freedom from oppressive institutions. They called themselves the Enlightened Ones, and their goal was to illuminate the path to a freer, more just society. But as Sarah dug deeper, she began to uncover accounts that painted a much darker picture of the group's evolution. The Illuminati of Weishaupt's time had, according to these theories, become corrupted. Its noble ideals gave way to a hunger for influence and control. Some claim the group had infiltrated powerful institutions, governments, banks, religious organisations, not to reform them, but to manipulate them from within. This wasn't just a society of intellectuals anymore. It was, if the conspiracy held any truth, a shadow government shaping the world to its will. As Sarah delved deeper into her research, she began to notice patterns. There were recurring symbols, the all-seeing eye, a pyramid, the number 13, appearing in places that seemed almost deliberately mundane. She found these motifs in the design of the US dollar bill, with its iconic eye atop an unfinished pyramid, accompanied by the words Annuit Coeptis and Novus Ordo Seclorum. A new order of the ages, she thought, tracing the Latin with her finger. Was it really just an artistic choice, or was it a hidden message? Sarah began to see these symbols everywhere. Pop culture was teeming with them, tucked into the corners of music videos, subtly woven into the lyrics of songs, and even hinted at in blockbuster movies. A popular singer holding their hands in a triangle during a concert, a fleeting shot of an eye in an otherwise unrelated ad, a pyramid-shaped stage design. It was almost as if the clues were hiding in plain sight. At first she dismissed them as coincidences, but the more she found, the harder it became to ignore. What struck her most was the consistency of these symbols across time and media. How could something so specific appear in both ancient architecture and modern music videos? Sarah started to wonder if there was a deliberate effort to leave these marks behind, like breadcrumbs leading curious minds to a hidden truth. One night, Sarah decided that her digital rabbit hole wasn't enough. The information she found online, while intriguing, was fragmented, often drowned in speculation or outright fabrication. She needed something more tangible, something rooted in history. So she took her research offline, visiting her local library in search of answers. The library was a quiet refuge, its walls lined with books that seemed to carry the weight of centuries. Sarah wandered through the aisles, pulling volumes on secret societies, conspiracy theories, and historical accounts of clandestine organisations. Most of the material she found dismissed the Illuminati as a myth, a product of overactive imaginations and a culture drawn to the dramatic. Yet, hidden among the more sceptical tomes, she discovered older texts that seemed to hint at something else entirely. These older texts weren't written as fanciful fiction or modern musings. They read like documentation, historical accounts of shadowy cabals and secret gatherings that predated Weishaupt's enlightened ones. One book, its cover faded and edges frayed with time, described gatherings of powerful individuals in candlelit chambers where decisions were made that would alter the course of history. Another referenced symbols and codes used by secret societies to communicate across vast distances, ensuring their influence remained undetected. These accounts were sparse, fragmentary, but they carried a weight of authenticity that sent shivers down Sarah's spine. The most intriguing discovery was a collection of letters, reprinted in one of the books, that purportedly belonged to a member of the Illuminati. The letters spoke of plans to infiltrate key institutions and manipulate public opinion. Phrases like, "the masses must not know," and "the time is near," stood out, haunting in their simplicity. While the authenticity of these letters was debatable, they felt eerily consistent with the modern theories Sarah had been reading. As Sarah sat at a wooden table, under the dim glow of the library's overhead lights, she couldn't help but feel a growing unease. The idea of the Illuminati as a puppet master pulling the strings of society seemed far-fetched, but the patterns, the symbols, the connections, could they really all be coincidence? She thought about the monuments and buildings she passed every day, wondering how many of them bore marks she'd never noticed. She thought about the news, the music, the movies that filled her life. Were they subtly guiding her thoughts and perceptions without her even realising it? For the first time, Sarah began to wonder if she had already been a part of the narrative all along, an unwitting participant in a grand hidden design. And if that were true, who was writing the script? As the weeks passed, Sarah's obsession deepened, weaving itself into the fabric of her everyday life. She couldn't drive to work without scrutinising the logos on billboards or storefronts, searching for hidden meanings in their designs. The triangle on one ad, she convinced herself, bore an uncanny resemblance to the pyramid on the dollar bill. Another featured an abstract logo that seemed to form an eye if tilted just right. She couldn't decide if these were deliberate choices by designers or if her mind was playing tricks on her. Either way, they made her heart race with equal parts fear and exhilaration. Music videos too seemed riddled with clues. One particular pop star, known for dramatic performances and bold visuals, made sweeping hand gestures that resembled the shape of an eye. As Sarah replayed the video frame by frame, she noticed subtle details. Symbols etched into the background props, a flickering triangle that appeared for only a split second, lyrics that seemed to echo the same message she'd seen online. It's all connected. Even her conversations with friends started to feel suspicious. During a casual coffee date, her best friend mentioned how everything feels orchestrated lately, a comment Sarah might have brushed off months ago. Now, it struck her as significant. Was it a random observation, or was her friend hinting at something more? Were they unknowingly part of the same puzzle she was trying to solve? Or worse, were they aware of her research and subtly warning her to back off? Then came the message. It was late, the kind of evening where the world outside felt perfectly still, as though waiting for something to happen. Sarah was sitting on her couch, scrolling through her phone with the TV muted in the background. Her living room was dimly lit, the glow of her screen casting faint shadows on the walls. She wasn't looking for anything in particular, just idly flipping through news headlines and updates on her favourite forums. And then, without warning, her phone vibrated in her hand. The message was from an unknown number. Her first thought was that it might be spam, but the words stopped her cold. "You're asking the right questions. Be careful." Sarah's heart skipped a beat. She stared at the screen, rereading the message until the words blurred. A chill crept up her spine as she glanced around her apartment. The blinds were drawn, but she couldn't shake the feeling that someone might be outside watching her. She stood up and peered through the gap in the curtains. The street was quiet, bathed in the orange glow of the streetlights. A car was parked across the road, its windows dark and reflective, but nothing seemed out of the ordinary. She sat back down, her mind racing. Who could have sent the message? She hadn't shared her phone number on any of the forums she'd been visiting. Her research was confined to books and the anonymity of the internet. Could it really be a prank? Or was it a warning from someone who knew exactly what she was doing? For a brief moment she considered replying, but something held her back. If the sender knew about her research, they might also know more about her than she was comfortable with. What if engaging with them put her in even greater danger? Instead, she deleted the message, as though erasing it from her phone could also erase the unease it had planted in her mind. But the unease didn't go away. That night, as she lay in bed, every sound seemed amplified. The creak of the floorboards, the hum of the refrigerator, the occasional rustle of leaves outside her window. She couldn't stop replaying the message in her head. "You're asking the right questions." It felt like validation, proof that her research was leading somewhere. But then there was the warning. Be careful. What exactly was she getting close to, and who didn't want her to find it? In the days that followed, Sarah became more cautious. She avoided the forums she frequented, afraid that whoever had sent the message might be watching her activity. She left her phone on airplane mode whenever she wasn't using it, and started unplugging her laptop at night. Even her usual walks around the neighbourhood felt different. She couldn't shake the feeling of being followed, though every time she turned around the streets were as empty as they'd always been. Yet despite her fear, Sarah's curiosity only grew. The message had confirmed what she'd begun to suspect. Her research wasn't just a hobby or a harmless dive into conspiracy theories. There was something real to it, something that someone didn't want her to uncover. And as much as the warning had unsettled her, it also fueled her determination. If she was asking the right questions, then she was closer to the truth than she'd ever been. But how close was too close? And at what point did curiosity become a risk not worth taking? These were the questions that now consumed her, lingering in the corners of her mind as she tried to decide whether to press forward or step back from the edge. The following days brought more strange occurrences. Her internet connection slowed to a crawl whenever she tried to access certain websites. A package arrived at her door, addressed to her but with no return address. Inside was a single piece of paper with a cryptic message. The truth is hidden in the light. Sarah began to feel like she was being watched. Cars seemed to linger outside her apartment longer than they should. Strangers on the street made prolonged eye contact before looking away. At night she could swear she heard faint clicking sounds on her phone line, as if someone was listening in. Despite the fear, she couldn't stop. If anything, the strange events only fueled her determination. She spent hours poring over old documents, looking for connections, for anything that could explain what was happening. And slowly, she began to piece together a narrative. The Illuminati, she learned, wasn't just a group of intellectuals or an idea from the past. It was, according to the theory, an intricate web of influence that spanned centuries. It wasn't about controlling governments or manipulating markets. It was about shaping reality itself. The symbols, the patterns, the coincidences. They weren't mistakes. They were messages, breadcrumbs left for those who were willing to see. One night, Sarah stumbled upon a forum thread that claimed to reveal the structure of the Illuminati. It described a hierarchy, with powerful figures at the top and layers of secrecy below. The thread linked to an encrypted document, supposedly a leaked manifesto. Sarah hesitated. Downloading the file felt like crossing a line, like stepping into territory she couldn't return from. But her curiosity won out. As she read the document, her screen filled with phrases that sent chills down her spine. It spoke of the Great Plan, a vision of a unified world where chaos was eliminated, but at the cost of individual freedom. The document was filled with references to historical events, implying that the Illuminati had been behind revolutions, wars, and even technological advancements. It was too detailed, too specific to be easily dismissed. Sarah leaned back in her chair, the weight of what she'd read settling over her. She didn't know what to believe anymore. Was the Illuminati real, or was she simply connecting dots that weren't meant to be connected? As she stared at the glowing screen, she couldn't shake the feeling that she was standing on the edge of something vast and incomprehensible. Thank you for joining us tonight on Sleep Theories. This is just the beginning of Sarah's journey into the unknown, and we'll continue to explore her story in future episodes. May this tale of secrets and shadows inspire you to reflect, to wonder, and to dream. Sleep well, and let your imagination carry you to places where the mysteries of the world unfold. Sweet dreams. He was not a man who belonged in history books. Before his capture, his life had been ordinary, even forgettable. A farmer in a remote village in Manchuria. His days were filled with the rhythmic labour of the fields, his nights with the quiet of a countryside untouched by the encroaching chaos of war. Wei Jiang found solace in the simplicity of his existence. The sun rising over golden crops, the earthy scent of freshly turned soil, the laughter of children playing in the distance. It was a life that, while humble, carried a sense of quiet dignity. But history has a way of claiming the unremarkable, pulling them into its current without warning or mercy. His name was Wei Jiang, and his story was one that could have changed the world, had anyone lived to hear it. The year was 1943, and the war that raged across continents felt like a distant storm to Wei and his neighbours. News of battles, of armies advancing and retreating, reached them only in fragments, whispered by travelling merchants or in the occasional crackling voice on a neighbour's rare and treasured radio. To them, the war was something that happened elsewhere, a shadow that loomed but never quite touched their lives, until the day it did. Wei's life turned in the spring of that year. The day began like any other. He had risen before dawn, his breath visible in the crisp morning air as he tended to his fields. The sun had just begun to rise, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink, when the sound of engines shattered the stillness. The trucks came suddenly, their diesel growl echoing through the valley. They rolled into the village like an ominous tide, stopping abruptly in the centre of the dirt square where the villagers gathered during festivals. The soldiers disembarked with an efficiency that betrayed years of practice. Their boots hit the ground in unison, the sound a chilling rhythm against the soft murmur of the village waking up. They moved with precision, rifles slung across their chests, their faces masked by an impenetrable veneer of authority. Wei was in his field when he heard the first shout, the sharp bark of a command that carried over the low hills. Every man to the square, now! Wei froze, the hoe in his hand suddenly heavy. His first instinct was to stay hidden, to crouch low among the crops and hope the soldiers would pass. But the reality of village life had taught him otherwise. Disobedience was not tolerated, not even in the smallest measure. He set the tool down and wiped his hands on his worn trousers, the weight of his every step toward the square feeling heavier than the last. By the time Way arrived, the square was a scene of chaos barely held together by fear. The soldiers barked orders in sharp, clipped tones, their voices like whips cracking against the stunned villagers. Men were shoved into lines, their protests silenced with the blunt ends of rifles. Women clung to their children, their faces pale with terror, while the elderly looked on with a mixture of helplessness and despair. Way spotted familiar faces among the crowd, neighbours he had known since childhood, men he had worked alongside in the fields. Their expressions mirrored his own: confusion, fear, and a silent plea for understanding. But the soldiers offered no explanations. They moved methodically, like farmers sorting livestock, pulling men from the crowd and herding them toward the trucks. When one man resisted, shouting about his family, a soldier struck him across the face with the butt of his rifle. The man crumpled to the ground, blood streaming from his nose, and the crowd fell silent. Way felt a hand on his shoulder, rough and unyielding. He was pushed forward, his feet stumbling over the uneven ground. The soldier behind him muttered something in a language he didn't understand, his tone laced with impatience. Way didn't resist. He had seen what happened to those who did. Instead, he allowed himself to be led, his mind racing with questions. Where were they being taken? Why? The uncertainty was a gnawing presence coiled tight in his chest. The truck loomed ahead, its open bed already crowded with men. Way was hoisted inside, the soldier's grip like iron on his arm. He found himself pressed between two others, their bodies cold despite the rising heat of the morning. The truck bed smelled of oil and sweat, a stifling combination that made it hard to breathe. Way tried to meet the eyes of the men around him, but most stared at the floor, their faces pale and their expressions blank. As the truck roared to life, Way caught a final glimpse of the village. Women and children stood frozen in the square, their eyes wide with fear and disbelief. A few shouted the names of loved ones, their voices swallowed by the rumble of the engine. Way's gaze lingered on one woman clutching a toddler to her chest. Her lips moved in a silent prayer, her eyes fixed on the truck as it pulled away. He didn't know her name, but the image of her face would stay with him, etched into his memory like a scar. The journey was long and disorienting. The men were silent, save for the occasional whispered question, or the muffled sob of someone too young to have learned the value of silence. Way kept his head down, his mind racing with fragments of thought. He thought of his wife, May, and their small home on the edge of the village. He thought of his fields, now abandoned, the rows of crops that had been his life's work. He thought of the stories he'd heard, the rumours of what happened to men taken like this, and he prayed, for himself, for his village, and for the strength to survive whatever lay ahead. Unit 731 was not marked by a name. To the world, it was a water purification plant, an innocuous facade that belied the horrors within. To Way, it was hell. The moment the truck stopped, and the men were herded through the gates, their fates were sealed. The compound, surrounded by high fences topped with barbed wire, exuded a chilling efficiency. The buildings were stark, their brick walls hiding secrets that would haunt anyone who stepped inside. Soldiers barked orders, their voices sharp against the frigid air while prisoners shuffled forward, their faces pale with fear and exhaustion. The men were stripped of their clothes, their belongings, and their dignity. Every item taken from them was catalogued, their names erased and replaced with numbers. Way became number 437, a designation that stripped him of the life he'd known and reduced him to an object, a mere tool for the experiments that awaited. He clutched his arms around his bare torso as the cold bit at his skin, trying to suppress the tremble that came more from terror than from the chill. The facility itself was a labyrinth of sterile halls and dimly lit rooms. The smell of antiseptic mixed with the coppery tang of blood lingered in the air, a constant reminder of what took place within those walls. Every step deeper into the compound felt like descending further into a nightmare. The guards, with their cold stares and rifles slung casually over their shoulders, patrolled the corridors like wolves circling prey. The experiments began almost immediately, leaving the prisoners no time to adjust to their grim reality. Way and the others were subjected to a relentless barrage of medical procedures. They were lined up and marched into rooms filled with gleaming instruments, their purposes unknown and terrifying. The doctors, clad in pristine white coats, moved with the precision of machines, their faces devoid of emotion as they recorded every detail of the suffering they inflicted. Wei's first encounter with the experiments was seared into his memory. He was strapped to a table, his wrists and ankles bound with leather restraints that cut into his skin. A syringe was plunged into his arm without explanation, and the liquid it delivered burned like fire as it coursed through his veins. He writhed against the straps, his screams echoing off the tiled walls, but the doctors remained unaffected. They observed him like a specimen under a microscope, jotting notes in their leather-bound journals. Days turned into weeks, though the passage of time became meaningless within the confines of Unit 731. Wei endured a series of horrors that blurred together in his mind. Some days he was injected with unknown substances, his body racked with fevers that left him delirious and shaking. Other days he was exposed to chemical agents that seared his skin, leaving behind blisters and rashes that festered painfully. The frostbite experiments were among the worst. His limbs were submerged in ice-cold water for hours, the skin turning black and cracking as frostbite set in. The doctors would then scrape away the dead tissue, their hands methodical as they murmured about their findings. The screams of the dying filled the air, an ever-present symphony of agony that seemed to seep into the very walls. Some prisoners cried out for mercy for their families, for an end to the pain. Others fell silent, their voices stripped away by exhaustion and despair. Wei learned quickly that survival was not guaranteed. Those who succumbed to the experiments were unceremoniously dragged away by guards, their bodies discarded in mass graves or incinerated. The guards referred to the prisoners as logs, a chilling euphemism that reduced human lives to mere resources for experimentation. Wei's will to survive became his anchor in the storm. He endured the needles, the incisions, and the relentless barrage of experiments because he refused to let the facility take what little humanity he had left. He clung to the memory of his family, his wife's gentle smile, the way her hair caught the sunlight, the laughter of their children as they played in the fields. These memories became his shield against the despair that threatened to consume him. In the rare moments of reprieve, Wei began to observe his surroundings with a sharp eye. He studied the routines of the guards, noting the times they changed shifts and the paths they patrolled. He memorized the layout of the facility, from the medical wards to the storage rooms and the kitchens. He listened intently to the whispers of the other prisoners, piecing together fragments of information about the inner workings of the compound. There were rumours passed between prisoners in hurried, hushed tones when the guards weren't looking. Rumours of secret escape routes, of weaknesses in the facility's defences, of a chance to break free. Most dismissed them as false hope, the desperate fantasies of men clinging to any shred of optimism. But Wei listened. He filed away every detail, every possibility, no matter how improbable it seemed. Wei also noticed the subtle cracks in the guards' composure. Though they carried themselves with an air of authority, there were moments when their masks slipped. Glances exchanged when no one was supposed to be looking, whispered arguments in the corridors. Wei began to understand that even in a place as cold and controlled as Unit 731, there were weaknesses to exploit. As his body suffered under the relentless experiments, Wei's mind grew sharper. He used every ounce of his remaining strength to plan, to observe, to prepare. The hope of escape became his lifeline, a glimmer of light in the suffocating darkness of the facility. He didn't know if he would succeed, but he knew one thing for certain. He would not die as number 437. He would not let Unit 731 erase him. Wei's escape had been a miracle born of desperation, but the bitter reality of his situation became clear the moment he slipped through the barbed wire and into the wilderness. The air was cold and sharp, cutting through the oversized coat he had scavenged from the storeroom. Every breath burned his lungs, and every step sent pain shooting through his legs. But Wei did not stop. He couldn't. The icy expanse beyond Unit 731 was both his refuge and his greatest threat, a barren landscape that could shield him from sight, but offered no promise of sustenance or safety. The early morning light cast a faint glow over the snow-covered terrain, revealing a world devoid of landmarks or shelter. Wei pushed forward, the crunch of snow underfoot the only sound breaking the eerie silence. The wind howled intermittently, carrying with it the faint echoes of his time inside the facility. Screams, Orders barked in clipped tones, the hum of machinery that never stopped. He shook his head, trying to block out the memories. Focus, survive, one step at a time. His first priority was distance. Wei knew the guards would discover his absence by sunrise, and when they did, the search would be relentless. He had seen firsthand the resources Unit 731 could deploy when someone tried to defy them. Their influence stretched far beyond the facility's walls, and their determination to maintain their secrets was absolute. If they found him, they wouldn't simply kill him, they would make an example of him. Wei's pace quickened despite the biting cold and the exhaustion clawing at his limbs. His feet slipped in the ill-fitting boots, and the rough terrain made every step a gamble. At times, he stumbled and fell, his frail body crumpling into the snow. Each time, he forced himself to rise, his resolve stronger than his physical weakness. His mind clung to the thought of freedom, the faint hope that someone, somewhere, might listen to his story and expose the truth. By the time the sun reached its peak, Wei had managed to put several miles between himself and the facility. But his body was reaching its limit. Hunger gnawed at his stomach, and his head throbbed with a dull, persistent ache. He scanned the horizon for anything that could provide shelter or sustenance, but the landscape remained unforgiving. Snow and ice stretched endlessly, broken only by the occasional patch of skeletal trees or jagged rocks. Wei pressed on, his mind a blur of exhaustion and determination. His thoughts turned to his family, the faces of his wife and young son etched into his memory like lifelines. He imagined their laughter, the warmth of their home, the simple joys of a life that now felt like a distant dream. They had been his anchor during his captivity, the reason he had endured the horrors of Unit 731. Now they were his guiding star, pulling him forward even as his body threatened to give out. As night fell, the temperature plummeted further, and Wei's situation grew dire. He found a shallow hollow beneath an outcropping of rock and huddled there, wrapping the oversized coat tightly around himself. The wind whistled through the cracks in the stone, and he shivered uncontrollably, his teeth chattering as he fought to stay awake. Sleep was dangerous in this cold. He knew it could claim him silently, slipping over him like the snow that now began to fall. Wei allowed himself only brief moments of rest, his ears straining for any sound that might signal pursuit. Every crack of ice, every rustle of wind through the barren trees set his nerves on edge. He clutched the knife he had taken from the storeroom, its cold handle a small comfort in the vast emptiness. He was alone, vulnerable and hunted, but he refused to give in to despair. The following day brought a stroke of luck, or what passed for it in his desperate circumstances. Wei stumbled upon a small stream, its waters partially frozen but still flowing beneath a thin layer of ice. He fell to his knees and chipped at the ice with his knife until he could cup his hands and drink. The water was frigid, sending shocks through his teeth and throat, but it was life. He drank deeply, feeling the faintest flicker of strength return to his limbs. He followed the stream for hours, reasoning that it might lead him to civilization, or at least provide a natural path through the wilderness. The terrain grew slightly less hostile, with patches of forest offering brief respite from the wind. Wei scavenged what he could, bits of bark, frozen berries that were bitter and hard but edible. It wasn't enough to stave off his hunger, but it kept him moving. As the days stretched into a week, Wei's hope wavered. He had no way of knowing how far he had travelled or how close the guards might be. He imagined search parties combing the countryside, their dogs sniffing the air for his scent. The thought terrified him, but it also fueled his determination. He couldn't let them take him back. He couldn't let his story die with him. When he reached the outskirts of a small village, Wei felt a mixture of relief and dread. The sight of smoke rising from chimneys, the faint murmur of voices carried on the wind. It was proof that he had made it out of the wilderness, but it was also a risk. If the villagers were sympathetic to the Japanese authorities, they could turn him in. If the guards were already nearby, they might be watching. Wei hesitated at the edge of the tree line, his instincts at war with his desperation. Eventually, hunger and exhaustion won out. Wei approached the village cautiously, his movements slow and deliberate. He avoided the main road, instead circling around to the back of a small farmhouse on the village's outskirts. The smell of cooking food wafted through the air, and his stomach twisted painfully. He knocked lightly on the door, his heart pounding in his chest. The man who answered was middle-aged, his face weathered by years of hard labour. He regarded Wei with suspicion at first, his eyes narrowing as he took in the stranger's gaunt appearance and tattered clothes. But Wei spoke quickly, his voice trembling as he begged for help. He didn't reveal the full truth of his escape, only saying that he had fled from a prison camp and needed food and shelter. The farmer hesitated, his gaze darting to the empty road beyond his home. Then, with a weary sigh, he stepped aside and motioned for Wei to enter. The warmth of the house was overwhelming after days in the cold, and Wei nearly collapsed as he stepped inside. The farmer's wife brought him a bowl of soup, and he ate greedily, his hands shaking as he lifted the spoon to his mouth. The farmer asked few questions, sensing that Wei's story was one of pain and desperation. For the first time in weeks, Wei allowed himself to relax, if only slightly. But the reprieve was short-lived. The sound of trucks rumbling down the road shattered the fragile peace of the farmhouse. Wei's heart sank as he heard the sharp bark of orders and the clatter of boots on the ground. The farmer's face paled, and he looked at Wei with a mixture of fear and regret. "You need to hide," the farmer whispered urgently. He pointed to a trapdoor in the floor that led to a small cellar. Wei hesitated for only a moment before descending into the dark, cramped space. He crouched in the shadows, his breath shallow as he listened to the chaos above. The soldiers burst into the house, their voices cold and commanding. Wei couldn't make out their words, but he could hear the fear in the farmer's responses. Minutes stretched into an eternity as the soldiers searched the house, their boots thudding overhead. Wei gripped the knife in his hand, his knuckles white as he prepared for the worst. The trapdoor creaked open. Harsh light flooded the cellar, and Wei's eyes met the cold, unfeeling gaze of a soldier. The man barked an order, and Wei was dragged out into the open. The farmer and his wife looked on helplessly as the soldiers restrained Wei, their faces etched with sorrow and guilt. Wei met their gaze briefly, nodding in silent gratitude for their attempt to help. As Wei was loaded into the back of a truck, his mind raced. The truth he had fought so hard to carry was now at risk of being buried forever. He had come so close to freedom, to exposing the horrors of Unit 731, only to be caught in the web of those who sought to silence him. The truck rumbled to life, carrying him back toward the shadows from which he had fled. Wei Jiang was never seen again. His story, like the countless others lost within the walls of Unit 731, became another unmarked chapter in the annals of history. Yet, even in his final moments, Wei's defiance remained a testament to the resilience of the human spirit, a flicker of light in a darkness that sought to consume everything. Thank you for listening to tonight's story on sleep theories. As you drift off, let this tale remind you of the courage it takes to seek truth, even in the face of unimaginable odds. Sleep well and sweet dreams. For thousands of years, people have whispered about a lost civilization, an ancient world that was rich, powerful, and far more advanced than anything humanity has ever known. This is the story of Atlantis, a place that many believe holds secrets capable of transforming the world. But Atlantis isn't just a legend. For some, it's a conspiracy, hidden away by powerful forces who want its secrets buried forever. For those who believe in the conspiracy, Atlantis represents more than just a lost city. It's a symbol of everything that has been suppressed throughout history. The idea that an ancient civilization could possess technology, wisdom, and knowledge far beyond our current understanding is both thrilling and terrifying. What if the Atlanteans had harnessed the power to manipulate energy, cure diseases, or even travel across the stars? What if they had discovered truths about the universe that we are only beginning to understand today? And yet, despite the tantalizing possibility, Atlantis remains elusive, its true nature hidden beneath the sands of time and the depths of the ocean. This, to the conspiracy theorists, is no accident. They argue that powerful elites, whether governments, shadow organizations, or ancient secret societies, have worked to keep the truth about Atlantis buried, believing that such knowledge could destabilize the world's current power structures. Imagine the upheaval that would follow if such a discovery were to be made public. Industries built on oil and energy would collapse. technologies we have only dreamed of could become reality, and the entire way we understand human history might be turned upside down. The very fact that Atlantis remains unfound only strengthens the belief that these powerful forces are actively suppressing the truth. The story of Atlantis, then, is not just a story of a lost civilization, it is a story of control, of how those who hold power might go to extreme lengths to prevent the masses from uncovering a truth that could change everything. The conspiracy doesn't just suggest that Atlantis was a real place. It proposes that what Atlantis represents is so dangerous, so revolutionary, that it must be kept hidden at all costs. The story of Atlantis begins with the ancient Greek philosopher Plato, who around 360 BC wrote about an extraordinary civilization that existed 9,000 years before his time. In his dialogues, Timaeus and Critias, Plato described Atlantis as a vast island empire beyond the Pillars of Hercules, the area we now know as the Strait of Gibraltar. Atlantis was a civilization with unmatched wealth and power, boasting vast resources, advanced architecture, and knowledge beyond the understanding of other cultures. The Atlanteans, however, grew arrogant and morally corrupt, challenging even the gods. As punishment, the gods supposedly sent a cataclysmic disaster that sank the entire island in a single day and night, taking the city and its secrets with it to the bottom of the ocean. For centuries, many believed Plato's story was merely a legend or an allegory. But over time, Atlantis transformed from a mythical place into a real mystery, captivating explorers, archaeologists, and conspiracy theorists alike. The story grew as new theories surfaced, each claiming Atlantis might not only have been real, but might also hold answers to some of humanity's deepest questions. As explorers searched for Atlantis, they proposed countless possible locations. Some pointed to Santorini, a Greek island that suffered a massive volcanic eruption that wiped out a flourishing civilization around 1600 BC. Others looked to the waters off the coast of Spain, believing underwater structures found there might be remnants of the lost city. There were even more far-flung theories that placed Atlantis in South America, under Antarctica's ice, or in the Sahara Desert, where a strange ring-like structure known as the Richat structure, nicknamed the Eye of the Sahara, resembles Plato's description of concentric rings in the city's design. Beyond the search for a physical location, the mythological aspects of Atlantis have fascinated scholars and storytellers for centuries. In Greek mythology, Atlantis represents more than just a city. It's a symbol of humanity's reach for greatness and the tragic downfall that often accompanies it. Plato's account of Atlantis wasn't just about an advanced civilization. It was a tale of ambition, power, and ultimately, divine retribution. In his dialogues, Plato presents Atlantis as a place blessed by the gods, particularly Poseidon, the god of the sea. According to legend, Poseidon created Atlantis by carving an island for his beloved mortal wife, Cleito. They had 5 sets of twin sons who became the kings of the island, dividing it into 10 distinct kingdoms. The Atlantean kings ruled over the people and were initially just, wise, and aligned with the virtues Poseidon embodied: balance, power, and respect for nature. However, over generations, the Atlanteans began to drift from these virtues, becoming increasingly greedy, corrupt, and hungry for domination. Their once harmonious society fell victim to excess, losing touch with their divine origins. This moral decline is crucial to understanding Atlantis as a myth. The Atlanteans' downfall wasn't merely a result of natural disaster, but was symbolic of divine punishment. In the ancient world, myths often served as warnings, teaching that pride and moral corruption would invite the wrath of the gods. When the Atlanteans turned away from their principles, Zeus, the king of the gods, called a council to punish them for their hubris. In a single day and night, he sent earthquakes and floods that sank the entire civilization beneath the ocean, erasing it as if it had never existed. This mythological element emphasizes the idea that Atlantis represents a golden age of human potential, lost to greed and arrogance, a recurring theme across many ancient tales. Some researchers have even suggested that the story of Atlantis draws from older myths that span multiple cultures. Similar tales of lost cities and sunken lands appear in the lore of other civilizations. The ancient Mesopotamians told the story of a great flood in the Epic of Gilgamesh, which has striking parallels to both the Atlantis myth and the biblical flood in the story of Noah's Ark. In Hindu mythology, there are references to a great ancient city named Dwarka, which was submerged by the sea after a cosmic battle. These stories collectively paint a picture of a recurring archetype in human consciousness, a fear of losing everything to the forces of nature or to the gods as a punishment for moral failure. Atlantis also evokes the concept of a lost paradise, similar to the Garden of Eden in Abrahamic traditions. Like Eden, Atlantis is thought to have been a place of purity, wisdom, and divine connection. Lost because humanity strayed from its original path. In this way, Atlantis serves as both a cautionary tale and a reminder of humanity's potential, a vision of a time when humans were closer to the gods, possessing wisdom and technology that have since been forgotten. In esoteric traditions and mysticism, Atlantis has taken on an even deeper significance. Some mystics believe that Atlantis was not only advanced technologically, but also spiritually. The Atlanteans, according to these accounts, were highly enlightened beings who had mastered forms of energy and consciousness far beyond what we know today. Some stories describe the Atlanteans as being able to communicate telepathically, access different planes of existence, or even achieve physical immortality. In these mystical views, the fall of Atlantis wasn't just a loss of a city, but the loss of a spiritual and intellectual height that humanity has not yet regained. For many in modern times, Atlantis has come to represent an idealized utopian society, a lost civilization that embodied humanity's greatest strengths and fell to its greatest weaknesses. It is both a paradise lost and a cautionary tale, warning of the dangers that come with power, arrogance, and the abandonment of moral principles. The story of Atlantis endures because it reflects timeless human themes, resonating across cultures and centuries, blending historical speculation with deep mythological roots. In the end, whether Atlantis was a real place or simply a product of myth, it serves as a powerful symbol in our collective imagination, a reminder of both the heights humanity can reach and the depths to which it can fall. But where Atlantis might lie buried is just one piece of the mystery. What really fuels the conspiracy are the claims of what might be hidden there. According to some theories, Atlantis was a civilization so advanced that it possessed technology far beyond anything we have today. Many believe the Atlanteans had discovered a limitless source of energy, supposedly harnessed through massive crystals that channeled energy across the city, powering everything from their transportation systems to their weaponry. Others speculate that the Atlanteans had mastered flight, agriculture, and medicine in ways we still don't fully understand. If true, such discoveries would be invaluable to the modern world, and perhaps that's exactly why some argue the powers that be don't want us to find it. This is where the conspiracy deepens. According to theorists, there are powerful groups, governments, corporations, even religious institutions that know the truth about Atlantis and have been actively working to keep it hidden. Why? Because if Atlantis' secrets were uncovered, they could threaten the global power structure as we know it. Imagine what would happen if an ancient sustainable energy source were discovered, one that could replace fossil fuels overnight. Entire industries would collapse, and the world's economic order would be thrown into chaos. Some say that big energy companies, particularly those in oil and gas, would do anything to keep such a technology from ever seeing the light of day. The conspiracy stretches beyond just governments and corporations. Some even believe that religious organizations, particularly the Vatican, might be involved. Throughout history, the Church has guarded countless ancient texts and artifacts, many of which remain locked away from the public. Conspiracy theorists argue that the Vatican might be hiding documents that contain details of Atlantis' history or even instructions on how to harness its technology. If Atlantis existed and held advanced knowledge, it would call into question our current understanding of human history, evolution, and ancient civilizations. It might suggest that humanity's origins are far older and more complex than we think, perhaps even influenced by extraterrestrial beings. Yes, extraterrestrials. Another popular theory in the Atlantis conspiracy suggests that the Atlanteans were either in contact with aliens or might even have been extraterrestrials themselves. Proponents of this idea point to ancient legends from around the world, which tell of gods descending from the sky, bringing advanced knowledge to early human civilizations. Some conspiracy theorists believe that these gods were actually aliens who shared their technology with the Atlanteans. This theory ties into the broader ancient astronaut hypothesis, which claims that extraterrestrials have influenced human development throughout history. If this theory holds any truth, then Atlantis wasn't just an advanced city, It was a bridge between humans and otherworldly beings. But every time researchers get close to finding concrete evidence, something strange seems to happen. Some claim that underwater expeditions have mysteriously lost funding, that valuable documents have disappeared, or that independent researchers have been silenced. There are rumours of researchers who came too close to finding Atlantis suddenly facing threats, lawsuits, or even accidents. To conspiracy theorists, these stories aren't coincidences. They're proof of a deliberate effort to bury the truth. And while no one has officially confirmed the existence of Atlantis, modern technology has fueled new searches. Satellite imagery, underwater drones, and ground-penetrating radar are revealing more about Earth's hidden landscapes than ever before. Some claim that ancient structures on the ocean floor could be remnants of Atlantis, though these findings remain unproven. Still, every new discovery seems to bring more questions than answers. So, was Atlantis a real place? An advanced civilization that perished overnight, taking secrets of unimaginable power to the ocean floor? Or is it simply a myth? A story crafted by Plato to warn of the dangers of pride and hubris? For those who believe in the conspiracy, Atlantis is more than a cautionary tale. It's a hidden chapter in human history, one that's been intentionally erased. And the fact that we haven't found it yet doesn't discourage them. It only deepens their conviction that powerful forces want to keep Atlantis' secrets buried forever. Whether Atlantis is waiting to be discovered under the waves or forever lost to history, its legend endures. And as long as there are those who believe in its secrets, the hunt for Atlantis and the conspiracy theories surrounding it will continue. But perhaps what keeps the legend of Atlantis alive isn't just the mystery of whether it existed, it's the tantalizing hope of what it represents. Atlantis stirs something deep in the human psyche, a fascination with lost knowledge, untapped potential, and the possibility of an ancient civilization whose achievements could still reshape our understanding of the world today. For believers, Atlantis is not just a piece of ancient history, but a blueprint for humanity's potential, a lost paradise that, if found, could open doors to discoveries beyond our wildest dreams. Some conspiracy theorists even suggest that Atlantis' secrets could include revolutionary technologies that we have yet to rediscover, like the ability to harness limitless energy, profound medical knowledge that could extend human life, and scientific principles that could explain phenomena still unexplored. These theories weave Atlantis into modern discussions of everything from quantum mechanics to alternative energy sources, implying that a trove of Atlantean wisdom might lie buried beneath the waves, capable of catapulting humanity into a new golden age. If only it could be unearthed. And yet, for as many who yearn to find Atlantis, there are those who believe that powerful entities have gone to great lengths to keep it hidden. They argue that governments, secret societies, and powerful corporations have suppressed evidence of Atlantis to maintain control. To these believers, it's no coincidence that promising discoveries vanish, or that funding for Atlantis research is mysteriously pulled. They believe that a world order dependent on fossil fuels, financial hierarchies, and centralized power would have everything to lose if Atlantis, and the technologies it may have possessed, were ever uncovered. Even more mystically inclined theorists claim that Atlantis holds keys to spiritual truths and enlightenment, suggesting that the Atlanteans had access to higher levels of consciousness, or even contact with celestial beings. Some argue that Atlantis was a civilization that bridged humanity and the divine, with its knowledge guiding humans to higher planes of existence, until that knowledge was lost, either through human folly or deliberate erasure. For these believers, rediscovering Atlantis could mean reclaiming a path towards spiritual awakening, allowing humans to reconnect with an ancient divine understanding of the universe and our place within it. So as modern technology improves and underwater exploration pushes into new frontiers, the question remains, will we ever uncover the secrets of Atlantis? Is it possible that sonar scans or satellite imagery might someday reveal a submerged city, finally proving Atlantis was real? Or will it remain forever shrouded in mystery, protected by the ocean's depths and the weight of millennia? Perhaps it's this very elusiveness that keeps Atlantis alive in our imaginations. It's a riddle without an answer, a dream that remains tantalizingly out of reach. And as long as Atlantis remains unfound, its legend will continue to captivate, a story of both human aspiration and the dangers of ambition. So whether or not Atlantis truly lies beneath the waves, one thing is certain: as long as there are those who believe in its secrets, the hunt for Atlantis and the mysteries it promises will never end.